Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome to Louisville, Kentucky, where the only thing better than the food is everything our players are cooking up here in day 2 of the Pokemon Regional Championships. My name is Juancho Saldana, and I'm joined by the ever-talented Adam Watson and Chip Ritchie. How are we doing today, folks?
I feel great. I'm super excited for this next day of competition. We're still early in the season, but these players are hungry and ready to play.
Yeah, we had an excellent day 1 of the tournament, and things are really heating up now. Just 2 more Swiss rounds remain before we determine who's going to be making it into our top cut.
I cannot wait. I'm curious to see who's going to be taking the crown, who's going to be earning their invite to the Pokemon World Championships, essentially. With that, though, you know what? This isn't the only regional this season. This is only the second, after all.
Yeah, we're still very early into the season here. Feels like not too long ago we were looking at a completely grayed out graphic from last season's tournaments, but we've got a brand new season ahead of us. 3 international championships, tons of regionals, not only here in North America, but across the world, and then it all does lead up to the World Championships in Anaheim, California.
The thing that gets me really excited, of course, is there's 2 more locations still to be announced. A little bit of mystery there for our viewers, so make sure you tune in to every single broadcast so you can be the first ones to know what these 2 remaining regionals will be.
That's a good point. That's a good point. But again, there's still so much before we even get to that point. We have 2 ICs and everything. But of course, let's go ahead and check out, what our players are competing for. How do we get to the Pokemon World Championships?
The players are putting everything on the line for these championship points. If you get first place, as you mentioned, Juancho, you're going to auto-qualify to the World Championships, but you've got to try to place as high as possible, especially with the new rules around how Swiss rounds work, how top cut works, to get as high a placement as possible. You want to get your points now, early in the season, so you aren't scrambling in the 11th hour.
Yeah, we no longer have a championship point threshold for players to reach in order to get their invitation. It's just going to be the top number of players from each region here in North America for the Masters Division. You have to finish the season within the top 125 trainers to earn your place at the World Championships.
That's a little bit scary, but I'm sure, we have so many very professional, amazing players, very consistent playing players. It'll probably look the same anyway.
That is what we're hoping to see, some of our big names continuing to dominate, but there's always a chance for some new blood to maybe get some upsets, especially later on in the season.
No, that's for sure. That's for sure. I mean, just, talk about new blood here at the Regional Champions. Let's talk about day 1 a little bit, right? I mean, we've seen so many interesting decks like Yoki Doki and stuff like that. But I want to talk about our pros a little bit. People like Ian Robb versus Xander Perot. Our last match of the stream yesterday. That was spectacular. That was a show, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I think it was one of my favorite games I've casted in quite some time, and it really did come down to the wire here. This Pokemon catcher determined if Xander would win or if Ian Robb would win, who would move into day 2 with a 7-1 record. Was one flip. Ian knew the situation on the right side of the table, and sure enough, it did fall aheads for Xander Perot to bring up a 1-prize Pokemon on the bench and take that KO.
Yeah, had the 4 Bravery Charm tech, a matchup that we went into thinking that Palkia would be a little bit more favored, but Raging Bolt continues to stay strong despite the rest of the meta adapting so strongly to it.
No, and one of the things I really loved about that game was the fact that Xander Perot was ahead 4 prizes, and yet I was thinking, oh no, he's out of it. Based on board state, based on resources, that's just how the Pokemon card game goes. But he was still able to bring it back and find a different way to win, let's say.
It got rid of so many Professor Sada's vitalities early on in the game, and that's why we saw in that clip had to rely on Ogerpon at the last minute, because you can get the grass energies back at the very least with energy retrieval, use Teal Dance, get that powered up.
And Raging Bolt is still continuing to see success in day 2. There's tons of players in contention for top cut, but leading the charge for the Raging Bolt players is Caleb Gettimer. He started off with a very impressive 10-0 record, almost certainly locking himself up a spot.
Raging Bolt is known for its consistency, but I've also seen the other side of the coin where players don't get Professor Sada in the top half of their deck in a game, and they say, man, never mind, this deck isn't for me, but he's showing us the way.
Okay, you know what? Raging Bolt seems pretty good, but is it a good boy? Of course, I do want to bring it back to day 1, talk about, probably one of our favorite players to show up on stream, and it's of course our first stream match with the Okie Dokie. Yeah, Jim O'Brien against Blake. Very interesting match.
We had to show this match off for our audience. It was Cloth, of all things, with has a lot of new bells and whistles with the binding mochi. But Jim O'Brien had showed up 3-0 very early in the day with this Okie Dokie deck, another single prize idea. Once you get a darkness energy attached to the Okie Dokie, in Jim O'Brien's case, he was using Legacy and Luminous energy to meet that requirement. Gets boosted HP, boosted damage, trying to really frustrate these decks that are trying to just take a 2/2/2 prize map.
No, that's for sure. And again, it's just, you have to think, that was our first stream match, but these players were actually undefeated up to that point. They were 3-0 in a big regional championship like this. It just really goes to show maybe any deck can really make it out there. Unfortunately, I don't think the Okie Dokie did make it to day 2. I was keeping an eye out for Jim O'Brien,
Of
but
course.
you know what, Jim, if you're out there right now, I'd love to get a little recap interview if you're there, just saying.
Yeah, I mean, I know the people at home really want to hear about how the rest of the tournament went after we saw him on stream, and it was great to hear about a player who got into the game because of his kid and still studied up. We were really excited to learn during his winner's interview how much he had been paying attention to even the overseas metagames, and that's where he picked up this Okie Dokie deck.
Yeah, he told us that his son, had another commitment this weekend, didn't even come to the tournament. He got into the game because of his son, and then it's a hobby that he's continued on with even without his child. It's something he's just really continued to enjoy. Yeah, did unfortunately lose that win in, I do believe, so it was really cool to hear his interview, though. Jim seems like such a great down-to-earth guy. I'd love to see him have success at a future regionals.
I'll try and find him for sure just to get a recap. But right now, let's go ahead and you know what? It's day 2. I believe we have our match up and ready. So let's go ahead and throw it to the casters.
Thank you so much, Wancho. It is day 2, and our match is getting prepared right now. Shelby Boo, Kyle Sablehouse on the desk with you all. Say Boo House. We're boo scary, of course, this time around. It's our Halloween-themed regional event. But before we jump into this match, let's take a quick look at the format that our players are playing in at this event today.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On day 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokémon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
There's a lot to hone in on for these players and a lot of excitement coming up for you all in this next match. We told you it's going to happen quickly here. Here are our players that you're going to see in our Swiss round 12 now.
Yeah, this is right where I want to be. We have Kieran Farah up against Kyle Lesnowitz. Kieran, my homeboy, I picked him for Baltimore to take the thing down, ended up in second place playing the exact same 60 Olivia B-Star with Archeops, and
Yep.
he doesn't want the feds after him. That's his comment from us, so don't go lurking for this list now.
Yeah, exactly. Kieran Farah, so nice to see him back on the stage. Gonna have to face up, though, versus Kyle Lesnowitz there. Did you see the doggo over there, Kyle?
we got pups.
We got a doggo. Love to see it, but of course, Kyle bringing to the stage as well that Origin form, Palkia V-Star. Of course, with the Dusknoir line. It's going to be a spicy one. I'm very excited to see how this specific match turns out. The Lugia deck that has just been dominating for some of our very well-versed Lugia players, but it all starts here in the prize cards.
Yep.
Let's see what we got.
Got the Iron Hands and a piece of it, Chinchino line, that Minchino hanging out there.
Couple energies.
Nothing too bad for Kyle. You may remember Kyle, if you've been watching the stream for years back, was having a lot of success back in 2017. A big fan of Sylveon, and he's continuing on. An Indiana boy, so I know about Indiana's Kyles. They're pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, Indiana Kyles. Oh, some of your kind, huh, Kyle? Well, we have that fist bump here. We're kicking things off. Yeah, Kyle is going to be starting off this game. Plenty of day twos behind his belt, and he's hopping into another one here. We have 194 players here today in our day two, and 2 of them are right here, sitting at our table, giddying up. Squawk and Seize straight off the bat here for Kyle, throwing away that initial hand there. A couple of cards into the discard pile. Fresh new 6 cards on Kyle's initial turn. We already have an Origin Form Palkia V on the bench as well with a Duskull active.
Unfortunately, one of those cards was the pink card, A-Spec Prime Catcher, hitting the discard pile early. It's not exactly where you want to see that. Getting some use out of that, especially when you're trying to target down some of those resources. There's some situations in this matchup. Maybe you can target down that Archeops, put some pressure on that with the Dusknoir, and then combo that with a knockout, leave your opponent completely stranded, depleted of energies.
Yeah, you never want to see it go, but sometimes you just have to stabilize here, and that is for sure what Kyle is doing. But yeah, very key card to be in the discard pile so early in the game. We'll have to see if that affects things later down the line for Kyle. But this is the initial deck search, so we're going to be mapping out all the key cards here, seeing what's in the prize cards on Kyle's side of things. Let's talk about this matchup just in general. Kyle, other Kyle, here on the desk. How do you think this goes as far as on paper for these players?
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly a slight advantage towards Kieran in a matchup like this. You have an opportunity to get very aggressive, make use of some high hit points on Lugia, but also incorporate that Iron Hands. Maybe take advantage of some weakness or lower hit points that you see on this side. We see the Squawkabilly, we see the Radiant Greninja. These are all free 2 or 3 prize card Pokemon for Kieran to take down the road. Unfortunately for him, it's in the prize cards this time around, so maybe it's an even playing field.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it is at the bottom of the prize cards, so Kieran hopefully has access to it earlier within the game, but like you said, I mean, that could be initially your game plan, but if it's not there, then you have to re-strategize straight off the bat here. But capturing Aroma being played here, it's going to hit a Tails this time around, so that's a basic.
Typically not what you're looking for on that opening flip. You need to get those Archeops in the discard pile. We see a couple pieces in the hand. I believe Squawkabilly was in the hand as well, so if ever for Kieran needs to press the button, he could discard this entire hand and go for it, but when you don't throw away the Pokemon that you need, like those evolutions, you might just go for the research instead.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is what we see in this Lugia deck for sure, just discarding a lot of cards, getting fresh hands away. Of course, you do want to discard those Archeops as soon as possible. That's one of your main objectives in the earlier part of this game, so you can start to accelerate your energy out, and then the functioning of this deck really comes out to shine, especially since Kieran, I think, already had a Lugia in the hand here, so just getting 2 Lugia V out on the bench here early on, and then also eyeing up the other cards, is going to see that Iron Hands is in the prize cards, I'm sure. Ultra Ball throwing away a V-Star as well as that Squawkabilly to get that Archeops, placing the value of that Archeops furthermore than the Squawkabilly, but like you said, the research is there too, so
right at this
you don't
point,
have to do 2 prizer.
Let's make sure we condense the bench to a point that we're comfortable with. 2 Lugia makes a lot of sense. You're playing against Palkia. I mean, for goodness sake, you know this Pokemon is capable of crazy things. If you played 2-3 years ago, it can take knockouts left and right. So make sure you have that backup Pokemon. And at this point, Kieran's really just looking for a single Archeops, and it's gonna be comfortable with reading the wind.
Wow, there you go. Yep, keeping the bench as light as possible. And it's going to be a capturing Aroma first from this fresh hand off the Professor's Research. Is going to hit a Heads this time, so that's an evolution Pokemon now here for Kieran in that second Archeops.
Yep, now the question is, well, do you need to play this capturing Aroma, the second one that's in the hand there? Or do you want to leave some opportunities to search for whatever it may be, additional Lugia V-Star, or knowing that the other Minccino is in the prize cards, though, I think you're just comfortable. Read the wind, have a nice full hand, and see what your opponent comes up with.
Yep, that's true. That might be what we see here. I mean, this is still the initial turns of the game, so that's looking like what's going to happen here coming up for Kieran. Still eyeing up the rest of the cards here, but oh, nope, we're done. It's now on to the Irida here from Kyle. I love seeing the Irida. I mean, I feel like we haven't seen these cards in kind of a while here, Kyle. So now, brand new format. Stellar Crown is active. We're seeing this newly renowned deck in the origin form, Palkia, that brings us the water Pokemon and the water type cards that assist this deck within that Irida. So searching out a water type Pokemon as well as an item card. It's a fantastic addition into this deck and just works very well with it. So we're going to see those choices here within that Earthen Vessel as well as that origin form Palkia V-Star.
Yeah, Kyle trying to work around with this hand is in a bit of an awkward spot with the Ultra Ball, but with the Earthen Vessel search, this works out fantastically. You now have the extra discards that you need, and these water energies are going to go right back into play with your V-Star ability for the game.
Yeah.
So, and you have to think that Kyle's in a pretty favorable spot right now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that Star Portal V-Star ability is huge here, re-accelerating a bunch of energy from your discard pile. That's pretty awesome here for Kyle. We see the evolution into that V-Star. It's becoming a big boy now on the bench. And then we're going to see these energies into the discard here. Radiant Greninja flawlessly fitting into that strategy, getting that water energy into the discard pile. 2 additional cards to the hand as well for Kyle to be able to deal with in that Nest Ball, as well as a Rotom V to the hand. Might become just some fodder here to an Ultra Ball.
The one time you want to draw bad cards.
Right?
Is when you're about to discard with Ultra Ball. The rest of his hand is Night Stretcher, Rare Candy, Energy, and he's in the Nest Ball. He's got great resources to use, and Rotom doesn't really fit that strategy anymore. So
Nope.
throw that young lad away. And what can you come up with on this turn? Is it in the range of Moonlight Shurikens? It doesn't really line up that well with the Lugia, so probably just getting aggressive with the Palkia and starting to fill this bench up again.
Yeah, this is what we need to see from this Palkia. This is a well-known Pokemon from the past here in that Palkia V-Star. But as we see, the Subspace Swell does additional damage for the Pokemon on the benches. So that's pretty big here for Kyle, lining up these Pokemon here, throwing away some cards, getting them out, thinning the deck even more as well. So all the strategies kind of go into plan here for Kyle.
I was wondering if this Night Stretcher was going to go for the Mew. It lines up a little too well. It's not exactly your favorite Pokemon in this matchup to incorporate, but it seems like a pretty solid strategy to just play your hand down to nothing and draw 3 cards.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, if we don't have a hand, then we need some more cards to the hand, and Mew EX fits perfectly for that. The Restart ability, fresh hand of 3 now from there. The Night Stretcher was able to pull that card out of the discard pile as the Pokemon option from there. And then the evolution into the Dusknoir, thanks to that Rare Candy, jumping straight from a basic into a stage 2. And then it's gone because we have that Cursed Blast ability. Knocked itself out here. 13 damage counters going on the other side of the field thanks to that Cursed Blast. And now you're seeing how the synergy of this this deck works for Kyle. The synergy here within that Dusknoir getting damage out, and then you clean things up on the back end. This time around, it's going to be the Radiant Greninja getting all of these energy attached to it from the discard pile with that V-Star power here. And there you go, Kyle. Yeah. That's how it goes. Radiant Greninja going to be the one cleaning up on the back end, taking out that Lugia V here, and then spreading the rest of the damage as well. And that's 3 prize cards for Kyle on this turn. Very early still in the game, and I'm sure Kieran's very happy to have 2 Lugia V out on that previous turn.
That lined up very well. Minccino's not exactly your favorite target in the matchup. He's not a large threat, but to take the additional prize card at this point, and look at the pressure that's on Kieran. He's trying to figure out what in the world do I even go after at this point. I don't have my Iron Hands to catch back up in prize cards. Knocking out this Radiant Greninja does nothing for me because my opponent can't charge it up again next turn. So I want to attack into a Pokemon like Palkia, or I need to go after some of these 2-prize Pokemon on the back end.
Exactly. I know the pressure's real, definitely, for Kieran here. We saw Kieran do everything possible in the last turn to get these Archeops in the discard pile. Now we have the option to evolve because we had only one turn. So now we're on our second turn here. We have a Lugia V-Star out, those 2 Archeops down, keeping the bench again light for Kieran to be able to not add any damage over to Kyle's side. And now it's just a Lugia V-Star and some energy that are going to have to be attached to it to power up that Tempest dive to start getting things going on Kieran's side. But what are ways that Kieran can kind of turn the table in this matchup, sort of being on the back foot now, because Kyle only has 3 prize cards left to take?
Right. For Kieran, it's all about controlling his board size and picking very specific turns to get aggressive. So at this stage, you're fully committed to your Lugia V-Star as your attacker. If you can keep the board to just the Archeops, you'll feel pretty comfortable. But it's finding the actual raw copy of Boss's Orders that makes you feel good. It's not the Luminion into that card, because then you're allowing your opponent to just have an easy 2 prize cards. You need to make them work for every prize at this point.
Yes, every prize indeed. Kyle, we're going to see a bunch of energy coming out here on the field from Kieran thanks to these Archeops. What a lovely little feature there. V-Star power pops out your Archeops, and then they throw energies all around here. That's the bread and butter of the Lugia V-Star deck. It has been so prominent for us, and Kieran Farah has definitely been one of the strong piloters here of the Lugia V-Star deck, for sure. Although I will say, Kyle, Kieran said that he wears a ring, a Chen Pao ring, for good luck as well. So how cute is that?
Okay, yeah, he's gotta pay
Back
homage
to the roots.
to the homeboys.
Yeah.
All right, there were definitely 2 strategies at this point. For Kieran, you could either full send, you could play Luminion, Boss's Orders, bring up Mew, take a knockout, 2 prize cards, hope to see Iron Hands, and then go Boss Squawkabilly, 3 prize cards, win the game, because your opponent gave you 1 with the Dusknoir. Instead, goes for this slower approach, but I don't hate it, because your opponent doesn't have easy access to a 2-prize knockout right now. So you're kind of at a level playing field.
Yeah, Kieran taking out that Radiant Greninja, the Gift Energy, and the Iron Hands EX, or the selected cards from the prize cards as well. So now taking that slower pace here, we'll have to see if it pays off for Kieran. Kyle on the other side starting things out with that Nest Ball, bringing a Duskull onto the bench here for Kyle. So getting another Dusknoir up and ready for these next turns coming up. Pokestop is going to be the stadium in play now for us. Into an Iono as well. So that was a pretty stacked hand here for Kieran. Lots of cards there that are all going to be going to the bottom of the deck, as well as Kyle's hand here. And then we're going to be drawing into some fresh cards. Only 3 for Kyle, 4 for Kieran.
A lot of fish, a lot of Ultra Ball for Kieran. So all the ways to search out that Boss's Orders, not going to be found. And for Kyle, that was multiple rare candy, a Dusknoir, a Greninja, all the evolutions that you'd like to see were there, but none of the basic Pokemon. So these additions, this Night Stretcher into Pheasantipity, allowing you to extend your board a little further, put more damage on with Palkia. Every 20 damage counts at this point, so fill that board as best you can.
Yep, Pheasantipity EX coming out, buffing up the damage from Palkia, also allowing for some flip the script action for Kyle. We're going to restart first here from that Mew EX. So
is that the shoe?
The shoe.
There it is.
1 copy of Trekking Shoes in the list here for Kyle Lesnowitz. And that's it. So hopefully we have some utility here from Kyle. It's an Ultra Ball, and there's debate here on whether or not to keep it. Throwing it in the discard pile, taking the next card up, which was the Earthen Vessel.
Hobbled his way into an Earthen Vessel.
Yeah,
we'll
right?
take it. That's a good resource at this point. You need the energy to attack.
Some walking shoes, if I'd ever say so, Kyle.
Pogo sticking his way over there.
Yes, exactly. Well, we got there, the Earthen Vessel. Now discarding that secondary Pokestop here for Kyle to search out these water energy. That is one thing, all those water energy went to that Radiant Greninja in the initial turn. It used its move, it has to throw it back away, and now Kyle's having to search out these other energies to be able to accelerate them to the field here onto that Origin Form Palkia V-Star that only has a single water energy so far. So we're setting up here for Kyle, nice and slow. and just trying to steadily close out the rest of this game. We still have that flip the script because a knockout happened in the previous turn as well. We see that Greninja EX, a Nest Ball, an additional Earthen Vessel, so lots of resources.
Yeah, just an additional Pokemon at this point is so valuable, and we'll get a little more of a feel for what Kyle wants to do to close out in a game like this. As you mentioned, all the energies used on that Radiant Greninja mean that you've already used your V-Star ability. You don't have many other attacks that you can use for 1 energy or less. And you see Kyle, he's mulling it over. Is Greninja EX really going to be my best attacker here? Do I put all my eggs in the Blood Moon basket and go that strategy? Because after you attach this water to the Palkia, you only have access to 0 or 1 cost attacks.
And that can be tricky here. I love to see it, at least. The little frog coming out. I mean, Greninja EX, it was so hyped when we initially saw this card, but we haven't seen much of it on our stages. So I'd be excited to see that in action here in the form of the Palkia V-Star deck as a partner Pokemon. But right now, it's going to be this Origin form, Palkia V-Star, Subspace Swell. Like we said, it's 60 base damage, 20 damage for each bench Pokemon, but it's not just your bench, it's your opponent's as well. That's why we've been seeing Kieran Farah keep his bench nice and light to not add that damage on from Kyle. And so we're seeing a big hit into that Lugia V-Star. It's heavily damaged now, only 110 HP left to go. And it looks like he's really mulling over this next upcoming turn.
Yeah, Kyle taking into consideration the V-Guard energy that's attached to this Pokemon, just the damage reduction, but it doesn't come into play when you think about that Rare Candy Dusknoir. 13 damage counter, still takes the knockout on this Pokemon. And ooh, for Kieran, that's just losing 3 cards, one of which is a boss's orders. Not what you're looking to see. That Iono was pretty good for Kyle.
Yes, and I think we saw it. Kieran looked at the hands like, oh, these are all the cards I'm losing right now, going to the bottom, only drawing into 4 cards, and now it's looking to, unfortunately, put Kieran in a bit of a pickle. The Pokestop was rolled. Very valuable resources were thrown away, unfortunately, on it, and Kieran just has the Weird Ear V coming down onto the bench and is now going to power things up here with that Archeops, but is definitely not looking like it's as smooth as we'd want it to go here for Kieran Farah.
Yeah, a lot of energy in the hand, a Lugia V-Star, not much to work with. You just can't do anything other than throw down cards with Primal Turbo and giddy up, and it's a lot of energies in play. Should be close to that knockout range, but all your eggs are in this basket now, buddy. You got to figure it out from here, and you're susceptible.
Yeah, susceptible indeed. Weird Ear V is going to come into the active position here. Its ability, Frontier Road, allows all of these energies to be shifted on to it. And then it's doing 40 damage for each energy attached here. This is how you see this, this Pokemon take huge knockouts in these games and take down these giant Pokemon it faces off against. I mean, that Origin form Palkia V-Star is 280 HP there, so it's going to need quite a bit here from Kieran to be able to get there.
Sometimes the energy placement is a work of art. I don't know what to call this. I don't.
Look at that.
That is ridiculous.
Oh my goodness. We still have another Archeops to work with for this Primal Turbo. Each of them, they stack up their resources here. One ability was used, and now another could be used to take out 2 other energy out. One's going to go on to that Archeops as a follow-up attacker. Archeops has been swinging in many matchups as well for the Lugia deck, so Mist Energy going to go on to there. And just protecting it, too. That's going to be the swing here. That big, giant 280 HP Origin form Palkia V-Star going down here. 2 prize cards for Kieran, bringing it down to 2 left to take home this game. And Kyle now 3 left to take here. Had everything lined up. We had the Duskull last turn that could now be evolved if we have the resources there into the Dusknoir to get some extra damage out. Plenty of ways to draw into cards with the restart, with the flip the script, and Kyle just has to get there. Remember, I think we're still working off that Iono hand from before for Kyle. That was limited cards, so I'm interested to see what we're working with here, Kyle.
Well, there's plenty of draw. You have the Pokestop, you have the Mew restart, you have the Pheasantipity to flip the script as well, and Kyle takes the Rare Candy Greninja out of the solution now at this point. Understands the Rare Candy is necessary for the Dusknoir and doesn't want to go for the double at this point. It's tricky though, because you have knockout on the Weirdeer with the fighting weakness of the Greninja into this Pokemon. That's one of your prizes. Rare Candy Dusknoir is your other two prizes on the Lugia to close out the match. So he's gonna play down his resources and see where he gets, but it's getting tough.
Well, Blood Moon Ursaluna here being benched. That's a key card here for Kyle as well. We're gonna start to see what cards are being.
It's
Whoa,
Rare
look at
Candy
that!
Dusknoir!
Rare Candy Dusknoir as the 2 cards off the restart from the Mew EX. Those are the exact 2 cards needed to get into this evolution, into the Dusknoir. That's going to be the knockout there on that Lugia V-Star. Cleaning it up off the bench. That's 2 prize cards there for Kyle. And then we have that knockout to bring home this game from a Mew EX restart. Kyle Lesnowitz is the winner here in our first game.
He can't believe it. He's like, no shot did I just pull that off. I didn't even have to flip the script. It's just there. And well done. What a great understanding of his resources available. And he just set himself up for a good old math equation that locks in a quick game 1.
Exactly. We got there for Kyle Lesnowitz here. So unfortunate to see from Kieran, who put up a good fight. But this brand new deck in this format is back on the scene, and it is swinging here, and Kyle is showcasing that so well, facing off against that Lugia V-Star. Let's take a quick look, Kyle, at the recap here, because your Kyle took it home.
Yeah, I'll role play as Kyle. Boom! 3 prizes. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's just so nice to open up with that Moonlight Shuriken and the Rare Candy Dusknoir. 220 into the Lugia, cleaning up the Minccino, and those prize cards proved vital at this stage. Off of the Iono, Kieran did not find much. Had to full send on the Weirdeer V, and it's not where you want to be. It's a susceptible Pokemon, lower hit points. You're not stealing additional prizes. Boom, Rare Candy with the Dusknoir. Doesn't get much sweeter than that. Give your opponent a prize, but you're taking 3 yourself. It's going to be Blood Moon Ursaluna taking the knockout here on poor old Christmas.
Yeah, Blood Moon Ursaluna. It is such a cool card. Free attacks once you're into the late game, because that move that it has is dwindled down over time. So it's such a cool card. It's kind of sad because we only see it in the end game, so we see it for like 2 seconds, then it's gone.
Yeah.
But it definitely cleans up pretty darn well. So in this match, Kieran's going to be going first this time around, losing the first game here, opting to go first now into this game 2. We're going to have to see a lot of pressure be put on early on, because as you saw in that last game, Kyle was able to capitalize on those early prize cards, and that really turned the tides for Kieran from the get-go, having to limit your bench. Oh no!
Yep, this is terrifying for Kieran. Not only does he have the Iron Hands in hand and says, all right, we can turn this around. No pink card. There's no way to attack with this Pokemon this time around.
No.
He cannot believe the hand that's been dealt to him.
Wow. I mean, not only that, but look at the rest of the prize cards. They're all very bad, too.
Any way to search out a bird, and any way to close out on some of these lower hit point 2 prize Pokemon. Boss's orders just gone. That is devastating news for Kieran. Has to just go for a streamlined play. You play the Squawkabilly, throw cards in the discard pile, attack with Lugia V-Star, and hopefully see the Legacy Energy soon, but it's not coming up soon.
It is not coming up soon indeed. Kyle, on the other hand, with the prize cards, there is a pair of the V and the V-Star, so we have 1 each in the deck left for Kyle, but we saw there's other attackers too. I mean, not only do you still have your 1 Origin Form Palkia V-Star down the line, so I mean, that's definitely not as detrimental as Kieran's prize cards. One of those Rare Candy prize as well, but Kyle definitely has a better odds here with the prize cards, at least.
Yeah, I would say with the 2 Origin Form Palkia V, there is an opportunity for the Lugia V-Star to boss's orders for regular energy. As long as no double turbos are incorporated into that, you could boss's orders, take a knockout there, and then limit your opportunities for your opponent to use that V-Star ability, use Moonlight Shuriken, and really start to disrupt the board. So going first in this matchup, still a great help, but this hand is not going to help you at all.
Oh, yeah, we just had the Lugia V. It's got a gift energy now attached to it for the turn. Squawkabilly is down on the initial turn, and that's it. All of these cards that were in the hand are going to be thrown away now on that Squawk and Seize here from Kieran. So that Iron Hands, that Weirdeer V, they're in the discard pile now for Kieran, and we're working with a fresh hand, just trying to stabilize this board right now. And we already have that Minccino on the board too with that Squawkabilly, so that's already 2 Pokemon. for the board for Kieran. And we're going to have those Archeops in the future as well. So it's going to be a wider board from Kieran this time around.
This is my favorite part for Kieran as he looks at a hand which is incredible and has to just sell it to his opponent that this is utter trash. Well, man, if you have Iono, you have Iono.
Yeah.
But he over there is thinking, please, God, don't have Iono. I've got Ultra Ball. I've got Professor's Research. I can easily get double Archeops set up with this hand now. And I think the supporter for Kyle is Iono, regardless of what he wants.
Hey, I'll tell you what, Kieran, that is one of the traits that he has that he does well. There's some mind games here when you're playing Pokemon TCG that you can definitely enact. It is fully in your capability to do so, and Kieran definitely, he always looks miserable when he's playing, and I love it. It's great, but yeah, over on the other side, sometimes you can't stop what is going to happen to you next. And if that is the supporter here for Kyle, that would be rough to see because Kieran has a fantastic hand coming up here. We'll see what happens in this first initial turn from Kyle. Surging through the deck off this Nest Ball is going to grab that Radiant Greninja. We saw what utility this Greninja had in the last match to throw away those energy into the discard pile, start lining up options for your attackers later in this game here. So let's take a look what else we got in the hand from Kyle. If he's going to be able to utilize some more cards before any supporters or not.
Yeah, there was double Nest Ball. Ooh, and looks like found some purple friends, which is always nice to see. Rare Candy in the hand too, so actually just has the whole line ready to go.
Could just hold it.
But he does have information now. He knows that it is the Palkia, so place it down. Hopefully it sticks around. And currently your opponent does not have an answer that I saw, but Ultra Ball with some help would be able to get there.
Yeah, there's got to be mind games on the other side too. Can't give away that this is your singular Palkia that you have, but it's got to come out onto the field and hopefully get its full utility for Kyle here in this match. Hopefully it doesn't get too spicy down the line. The Duskull that was drawn off that Radiant Greninja concealed cards ability as well coming out. That's fantastic to see. I mean, it is a pretty, I mean, we have some valuable cards in the hand. We just have to wait a little bit because this is the initial turn for Kyle, so we can't evolve just yet, and it's actually going to be that Iono here being used from Kyle, so all of those cards for Kieran going back to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, I respect it. The hand was Rare Candy and Ducksnore, and you're about to give your opponent prize cards. They're probably taking prize cards, and then you'd have them walk right into an Iono. He says, no, I just need more Pokemon on my bench, honestly.
And look at that. What is
it's
this?
The shoe.
There's Ducksnore Rare Candy again.
Into Ducksnore Candy
That's
again.
That's what I'm saying.
With
It was the
Rotom,
shoe.
if you want to just draw up.
The singular pair of shoes. It's a one-of copy, and it has been the most influential card here so far in both of these games. That's pretty wild. Well, we have the pivot here from this Fezandipity EX. Have the energy attached already onto it for Kyle.
Yeah, I think this is just Radiant Greninja. Give a single prize to your opponents. Accept the fact that Moonlight Shuriken probably isn't on the board for you, and if it is, it means your opponent already had the boss for the Palkia, and you were going to be paddling anyways.
Exactly, and now this is where the Rotom V comes into play. We saw it thrown away to an Ultra Ball in the last game. Now it's serving its utility here in that instant charge, drawing 3 additional cards for the upcoming turns for Kyle, and of course, also buffing that damage for the Palkia coming up in this matchup too. So
this is a big flip here. Mezagoza.
It's a heads here. That is great. Kieran could be able to search out a Pokemon here off that Mezagoza. That was huge.
Yeah, there's a couple pieces that were needed to be found here. The Ultra Ball is in hand. The Archeops is already there. So if you find the Lugia with this one, then the Ultra Ball finds the Lumineon. That means boss's orders, and goodbye Palkia V.
Oh my goodness, we could get there even despite all the prize cards working against Kieran. That is what we're gonna be seeing here. Ultra Ball here, grabbing that Lumineon. You see that boss's orders being established nice and early here for Kieran, realizing this is the threat on the board. Palkia V needs to be taken down here from this Lugia V-Star, and all the pieces came together. We saw the V-Star power to bring out those Archeops. Now they're Primal Turboing all of these special energy out of the deck here from Kieran onto this V-Star, and this is huge. This is what we've been dreading if we're talking about Kyle's side of the field, because we're only working with that single Palkia V. So once it's gone, I guess it'd have to be Night Stretchered, huh?
It has. I mean, it had to be Froakie last turn in order to have any relevant attack this turn when the Palkia V is gone. Night Stretcher can help you place down the Palkia once more, but the curse of Kieran is now the blessing. As the boss's orders that were in the prize cards, he's going to draw into another boss. And then he takes 2 prizes. And he draws into another boss. And then he wins the game. So for Kieran, it couldn't line up any cleaner at this point.
As he takes his prize cards, he takes more knockouts. He gains that power from the prize cards, indeed. So it doesn't always shape up like that, but the pressure is on now. Kieran Farah taking the first knockout of the game on this Origin Form Palkia V. It's wiped off the field, 2 prize cards down. Kyle re-promoting that Radiant Greninja now into the active position as we kick off this next turn here. But as you said, that is an attacker that is now eliminated here, and that is one aspect of this deck. There's a lot of evolving in here. All the support Pokemon are basics. They draw you cards, they're basics you throw down to get those cards, but the rest, besides the Radiant Greninja, have to be evolved into either with those rare candies or just hard evolutions, and that's where it can be a bit of a pickle here for Kyle.
Right. You can give your opponent some additional prize card with the Dusknoir, and you can pop and take the Chinchino if you want, but you're not accomplishing anything relevant. You're not getting anywhere closer to the Blood Moon being able to attack this turn. You're just nothing gets there at this stage. So you have to take this slower approach, and you just can't really afford that when your opponent is staring you down with this Lugia, and we know they've got a boss in hand.
Exactly. Ooh, that's so detrimental here. Not what you want to be seeing from Kyle. I'm sure at least Kyle has picked up the first game. So if Kieran's able to solidify this second game, we'll be going to a game 3, and that's pretty exciting here for these players. But look at the clock here, 20 minutes. So it is going to have to be, if this game continues to go super slowly, it could be kind of awkward here. So Rare Candy's going to kick us off into a Dusknoir. That is our first evolution that we see. It's becoming big, but it's not going to stay there very long for Kyle.
Yeah, just I don't know if it's enough resources to make much of a game out of it at this point. If he sees the boss's orders from Kieran, pretty much understands that this is an insurmountable point to come back from, but you have to keep trying. But as you also said, with the time that we have left, there is a point where you have to just throw in the towel, and I think that's going to be around the 16-minute mark. Give yourself exactly enough time to close out, and that might line up perfectly with when the boss is played.
That's true. That is true. We're definitely going to have to see how these next turns go, and if it's enough pressure that Kyle just scoots things up and goes to another turn here. But, oh, look at that. Wait, we have the Iona in hand?
Yeah, looks like that was found off of the Pheasantibity. Flip the script.
Oh,
so a little more help, which means that you could slow down your opponent from that one turn of having the boss's orders. They have to take a non-V or EX knockout on the Pokemon like that Radiant Greninja, and you buy one more turn. But what are you really accomplishing other than, well, I played down some Pokemon this turn, and I still need to get a couple rare candies in order to have a great turn.
Yeah, you never really want to be buying turns as a Pokemon TCG player. You want to be ahead of the game. You want to be making sure that your opponent's trying to buy turns, but buying turns only gets you so much. You still have to get to your win conditions. So if that outweighs the stalling just for a little bit, you might have to still reassess your board state here. But Kyle's going for it. We're going to put this energy onto that little frog on the bench here. And Froakie's going to start getting charged up here from Kyle.
Well, Luminion doesn't have an ability to use this turn, Kieran, but he throws down the coin on it. Now, this is just loading up Pokemon. Make sure that you have access to some good knockouts. It looks like Luminion protected with the gift energy.
Yeah.
In case that Pokemon were to be targeted. You would have a nice fresh hand after an Iono.
Pretty.
And maybe you can throw some energy on Chinchino if you'd like, just to thin out the deck a little bit.
Yeah, that Lugia V-Star super protected. 3 mist energies on it.
Shrouded in the clouds.
Yes, exactly. Flying through the clouds, indeed. Gift energy also going down onto that Squawk ability. We see this strategy here from Kieran. That's so cool. All these gift energy being thrown out onto the field, protecting later on if they're knocked out. Fresh hand for Kieran. Look how slim the hand is right now.
Yep.
But it's slim, but the boss's orders is in the hand. As we were talking about, it's going to target down these 2 prize card Pokemon. Pheasantipity being wiped off the field. That's another 2 prize cards. And Boss's Orders is in the prize cards here, being taken once again for Kieran. So Kyle is going to really have to decide what to do here going from this turn. Kieran has worked himself in a dominant position so far in this match. 2 prize cards left to take. Kyle can use all the Night Stretchers here, but again, other Kyle, what are we accomplishing?
You rare candy into Greninja, play the Pheasantipity, use Iono.
Dusknoir can still Curse Blast.
You can use 1 Dusknoir. It's the one in the active,
Yes.
and that will line up for a knockout on the active Lugia V-Star. But the problem is you played Iono, and you're going to walk into a Gift Energy. Your opponent has a Boss's Orders and an open bench space, a Chinchino that can knock out anything, and Rotom and Pheasantipity are looking juicy at this point. I just don't think that this is a time where you can put the effort into this and watch the clock melt away when you have a pretty good chance at a Game 3.
Yeah, I was just thinking that going into a Game 3, especially if you get to choose whether you go first or second, that's pretty big here. So we'll have, I mean, Kyle's sending it here. We have this Greninja EX. At least it's cool seeing the Greninja EX.
Yeah.
Hey,
and
on the
it's
stage.
a big boy, a lot of hit points. It searches out any card for you, but
Yeah, it's nice.
ooh, now what?
Now what? Well, rare candy into this Greninja EX. The small little Froakie 70 HP, and now a big Greninja EX, 310 HP on that buddy, as well as a secondary Dusknoir coming into play.
Use them both and go to Game 3.
We had 2 rare candies?
No, it's a Dusclops.
It's
yeah,
a
the
Dusclops.
Dusknoir was
Okay.
out last turn.
Okay. That's good. Well, yeah, use them both.
Use them both and go to Game 3. It's clearly my favorite play right here.
Just wipe up your own board.
Well, there is the counter catcher in hand, so you could go after whichever Pokemon. I suppose the Lumineon if you'd like, and try to work on that threat as well. But there's the gift energies, man. Ooh, I'm shaking.
Yeah, the gift energies. I mean, they're definitely going to pull some weight here, and that's why we saw them all come into play from Kieran. That was a heads-up strat there for sure to make sure that the recovery is there. So Kyle's done everything. That Dusknoir has gone down. 13 damage counters, dropping prize cards on both players' fields here. And then that Iono is going to be the choice here. So all those cards going back to the bottom of each other's, not each other's, but their own decks. And Kyle's going to have some fresh cards to work with. Greninja EX already charged up with 2 water energy in the active. We still have to flip the script. So that's going to be 3 additional cards to the hand here from Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, you don't pop the gift energy. Your opponent's left with 1 card. They will not have the resource to win the game next turn, most likely, under this situation. But you have to attack at some point. You don't have an additional prize card to give your opponent by way of that Dusclops or Dusknoir. So incorporating some win condition with the Greninja EX, maybe trying to work in a Mirage Barrage.
Mirage Barrage, yep.
It's just it doesn't culminate into a win condition. It probably leads into gift energy is going to pop at some point. Is that a Mesa Goza for a fish? Do we have chances here?
Yeah, this is what we're working with off the Iono. So Kieran had 1 card draw off of that Iono. Then, of course, the draw for turn as well. Kyle here still working through.
Yeah, he's taking the card off his Shinobi Blade, but...
Yes, yeah. So Shinobi Blade does get you any card. It's actually a really cool move. And that's why this card was so hyped when we initially saw it. Shinobi Blade, 170 damage, and then you search out any card. But Kieran already took the card for off the top for turn. That's why we had 2 cards. All of these Primal Turbo special energies being lined up onto this Lumineon.
He's just trying to avoid knocking out, but Mesagoza for a Lumineon would get there, and that's
a heads. That is a heads. That's any Pokemon here from the deck. We see that fish lining up a Boss's Orders. That's going to line up a win here for Kieran Farah, taking it down in this Game 2 between our players. That means we're going to a Game 3, Kyle, and there's like 12 minutes
I
on the clock.
think he just did Kyle a favor. Obviously, you have to win the game to get to game 3, but for Kyle to ever get 3 match points out of it, the game had to end
It was like quicker, yeah.
right then and there, if not 3 minutes ago. So I like this. This gives us an opportunity for both players with 9 minutes to maybe get a good game 3 out of it. Let's see what went down in game number 2.
Yeah, that was quite the game here between our players. We've gone back and forth here. Kieran was able to stabilize nice and quick in this initial game. We saw that knockout early on that Origin form Palkia V. It was the only one here that Kyle had to work with. That Radiant Greninja was being promoted as sort of a protection, but Boss's orders worked around that nice and easy, bringing up those 2 prize card Pokemon consistently from Kyle's side, knocking them out. Kyle was taking out prize cards from Kieran's side with his own Dusknoir, and it was just too much pressure on Kyle's side. Could not respond, taking that many prize cards in the end game here. And Kieran had everything to continue to boss up other Pokemon, thanks to those fish sticks that we see so often, getting out those Boss's orders for you to line up those clutch winning plays. And Kieran got there to the win in our game 2.
Well, this is where the magic happens. 10 minutes remaining. Both players really craving 3 match points at this stage of the
You want to win.
Gotta win at this point if you want to get to that 31 threshold. That's probably going to help you into the asymmetric cut at this point. And we've got very limited time. This is a perfect situation, though. I think this matchup looks the cleanest when both players have access to Legacy plus Iron Hands, double Palkia, and Kyle going first. That leads to the fairest of matches, and I'm really excited to see what could happen here if the prize cards don't shoot us in the foot.
Well, we'll have to see what those prize cards are, but we're starting off this match. First of all, game 3 here in our Swiss rounds, and we're starting off nice and strong. I'm excited to see. Oh, we can see him right here, Kyle.
Yep, we've got the news.
We've got the news. We've got the news. We'll wait till you all can have the news. Ultra Ball starting off here for Kyle on this side of the field, discarding that Pheasantipity as well as a Dusknoir early on. So let's look at these prize cards. Radiant Greninja here being one of them. That's a key one that we have in there, because we've seen that Radiant Greninja is used for the concealed cards, not only to draw you more cards, but to get those energy in the discard pile as well. Those are 2 key aspects for your earlier game to line things up, and Kyle is not going to have access to that.
Yeah, thankfully still plays that 1 copy of the Squawkabilly to help out in situations like this. It's not necessarily the cards that you draw along the way. It's the water energies you discard to get them.
Yes.
And with 2 of those in the hand, discarding those early and probably drawing into another one.
Beautiful.
We might see him hedge. Who knows? But I like throwing away the energies and getting up.
Yes, yeah, Squawkabilly's going to do that nice and easy here. Radiant Greninja isn't going to serve us in that way, shape, and form. But Squawkabilly, you can use it on your first turn here, and that's going to get you just far enough. Is a liability on the bench, though, of course, being a 2 prize card Pokemon there for Kyle. But we have to set up this initial turn. And that's what we're going to do. Throw those cards away, Rare Candy being one of them, going into the discard pile. Kyle's going to do the shoes. What is it?
It's
a
Nest Ball.
What?
That's pretty good.
This is the most broken pair of shoes in the best way possible.
His deck list comment is only unfair cards, and I guess
It's
you
the
can only
shoes.
it's if you play Trekking Shoes singularly
Yeah,
that it becomes broken.
1 copy of Trekking Shoes is the way here from Kyle Lesnowitz. Nest Ball, huge card here to be able to line up these Pokemon. Not only buffing the damage, but we've been talking about evolutions. There's so many evolving Pokemon here within the attackers for Kyle. So getting out this Duskull is huge for Kyle to get down on this turn from that shoes. So Squawkabilly worked us into a new hand here. So we're working with some additional cards for the future, but it's just going to be a pass now over to Kieran. Starting off with the Mesa Goza. It's a heads. That's a 1 way to start if you're Kieran Fair to kick this off. Weirder V is a bit awkward here as the starting Pokemon, but we can work around it hopefully for Kieran. Going to be able to search out that Archeops from the evolution Pokemon off the Mesa Goza. So heads, so that's what we're working with here. But did you get a look at the starting hand, Kyle?
Yeah, he's got his pink card, but that is not where you want to see it at this point. You have Professor's Research, so losing the Legacy energy early would be pretty unfortunate. It might make you have to go a different route and play this energy onto a Pokemon you don't necessarily see in the early game. A Lumineon that could shuffle it back in, or playing the Iron Hands itself and just putting it down. So well, I've got this established, or you just forego it altogether, which seems unfortunate when you have such an opportunity at your hands here with 6 minutes remaining and Squawkabilly sitting there on the bench.
You've got options, but just can't get there. Unfortunately, just gonna be able to put this Lugia V out, stabilize the board a little bit here from Kieran, but working off the back foot. I mean, 7 minutes, less than 7 minutes now on the clock, almost less than 6 minutes for our players. Legacy Energy is going to be attached there to, Super Deer, Weird Deer V, of course, because all those other cards are hitting the discard pile thanks to that Professor's Research. Fresh 7 cards to the hand at least. Got a lot of energy in there.
I would not say those were fresh.
Yeah, those were old, stale.
Triple, double, turbo.
Oh no.
That is a very
bad.
ugly hand to see.
That is very bad indeed. So you need the energy in your deck to be able to use the Archeops Primal to route all those energy. You don't want them in your hands to be able to attach from turn. You want to accelerate them from the deck and then have cards you can actually use in your hand. But Ultra Ball is at least going to utilize 2 of those energies, throwing them in the discard pile just to protect here now for Kieran. Bringing out another Lugia V to stabilize even more. It's just 2 Lugia V, a Weird Ear with a Legacy Energy, and that's all we're working with right now.
Boo, have you ever been at this point in the tournament where you know that the ID or the tie here is okay, but you need the win, and you look at your hand and it's that bad? You're like, all right, I guess I'm going to take a little more time to look at the deck list here this time around.
Yeah.
That's where Kieran's at. This hand doesn't go anywhere. He needs some help. Kyle needs to put his foot on the gas and go.
Look at that. Well, one way to do it's Mesa Goza hitting a heads. I mean, this is Kieran's stadium, but it serves both players here, and Kyle's going to be able to utilize that. Get any Pokemon out. So we're talking about those evolutions. This is one fantastic way to search them in that origin form. Palkia V-Star coming out to play here. We also have 1 energy that was attached manually on the last turn here for Kyle, and plenty in the discard from that Squawkabilly. So we're chilling.
Starting to juice up at this point, and the hand is still not the greatest. It's kind of clogged. You see those energies. That's why earlier I wanted to just discard them all. You're not going to get the benefit of Radiant Greninja in a spot like this because it's in your prize card. So if you use your V-Star ability, you're going to have enough water energies to attack. But if you draw into a bunch of them, you don't get to play them down. And see him throws away one with Lost Vacuum at this point. Just
look at that.
I don't want to see this card again.
Yeah, get it out of my hands at this point. Both of those cards going into the Lost Zone thanks to that Lost Vacuum. The stadium's gone, and energy on Kyle's side is gone. We see all of these Pokemon now hitting the bench. Kyle has played down this hand completely thanks to that Lost Vacuum helping out quite a bit, as well as the energy attachment for turn. Restart's going to get us a fresh 3 cards here. I see an Ultra Ball. I see a couple of Pokemon in that Rotom V in the hand. What's the other one? Is that Blood? Oh no, Blood Moon Ursaluna is on bench.
I can't tell.
Can't tell, but either way, we're hitting here with that origin form Palkia V-Star, almost to knock on that Weird Ear V. That's only 220 HP to start with, but is gonna hang on there, get a turbo energy attached to it from Kieran's hand. V-Star's in play now, so we have the Summoning Star ability, but do we even have 2 Archeops in the discard? I don't think we do.
I think there's 1 off the Ultra Ball, but after that there wasn't much else, and
yes,
so a little more help is needed. But look at the cheeky play on Kyle's end, as he does not go straight for the knockout with the Palkia and the Dusclops. He holds on to it to try to play around the Legacy Energy, get that additional prize card back.
Yeah, that's beautiful, actually. If you can play around that Legacy Energy that's hindering you taking an additional prize cards, protecting that Pokemon, the Super Deer can no longer do that if you're talking about damage counters working through that. So that's pretty cool here to see from Kyle for sure. The Weird Deer hanging on for its dear life, but it's really not going to help very much for Kieran. Not actually what he wanted to see there. Lugia V-Star, like I said, is down. What's the hand that we're working with here?
Fish sticks.
Oh, just a bunch of fish
sticks. 2 Luminion and nothing to go with. Doesn't want to go for the single chop, I believe. So
you can't.
You just slow down and bash
Make
them.
it easy. You bash them. Yes, exactly. Psy Shield Bash. There
there's 2 minutes remaining. I know you want to make the cleanest plays, Kyle, but you have to move quick at this point. If you can get your opponent down to yourself down to 2 prize cards remaining before time expires. That's a really good spot. But
Well, here we go. It's not just the Dusknoir that can throw itself into the discard pile. We also have that Dusclops. It's a little lighter, but it's just enough damage here to take out that Weird Ear V, work around that Legacy energy as well from Kyle. And yeah, now we're taking prize cards here, technically on both sides, since that Dusclops is going down, but that's where Kyle wants to be taking the lead in the prize cards. Now, Origin Form Palkia V-Star has a couple of damage counters from the Side Shield Bash from the Weird Ear V, but it's still cracking here, and we're seeing another Duskull come down, putting on more pressure from Kyle's side.
And this is, again, another spot where you're going to attack in for relevant damage for later on in the game. You can attack in that Lugia and perhaps soften it up to a point where the Dusknoir can take a knockout, but you need to end your turn before there's a minute, before what, 15 seconds?
Exactly.
You need Kieran to draw his card, and you need 2 turns
Go
in order
quick.
to make this work.
We saw this yesterday. I think it was in the cloth match. Was it the cloth match?
Yeah, it was Cloth Ogie Dogie.
Yeah.
The late turn
Yes.
Iono ended up being the issue, and
Yeah,
it
I know.
gave Jim O'Brien some help.
Exactly. I mean, these players are aware of the time. I'm sure our judges are keeping them up on that time, but we've got 30 seconds here, and Kyle is still shuffling up here. After the time is called, you have 3 additional turns, and whoever's turn it is on that time call is turn 0. So you're talking about giving up a turn, essentially, if you cannot end in time. Rare Candy gonna evolve this Greninja EX now on the bench here. 13 seconds left on the clock. Night Stretcher being used now to take out another either Pokemon or energy. It's gonna be that energy to charge up that Greninja EX.
And
Oh,
now
yeah, there's
the
no way.
opportunity to retreat to this Pokemon is available. You could attack in, use the Shinobi Blade, and find some cool resources. You're doing similar damage at this point, but the game slows down to a snail's pace here.
does.
You have turn 1 now passing over.
That is
You have
turn 1,
One
yep.
turn, Kyle, to close out this game.
One
and it is
turn.
it is so difficult if Kieran doesn't give you prize cards and open up for Blood Moon.
Exactly. Yeah, this is pretty much on Kieran now to figure this out. Timer was called on Kyle's turn. That's turn 0. Kieran should be turn 1 now. So we're talking about 3 additional turns. Kyle will have an additional one. Kieran will have another one. And so now, as you said, other Kyle, we're working at a snail's pace. We can slow down a bit here, not too much, but to get some more things cracking. We're seeing that Lugia V-Star out now. The damage that was put on there is buffed up a little bit here. We're going to see its HP go a little higher now, and Kieran's got a couple more cards to work with from the hand as well.
Man, could a Blood Moon have been a Duskull at some point? Could you played a little bit faster at one of these stages? These are the questions that Kyle's going to be thinking about as he moves into that final round, but the math just doesn't line up for you at this stage. You need your opponent to fumble, and Kieran's not going to play
No way.
any on for you, right?
No, Kieran is not a fumbler, that is for sure. That's one thing I've never seen from him. Capturing Aroma being rolled here. That's going to be a heads. That's a evolution Pokemon, so that's our second Archeops now coming out. But yep, we're in the turns here, Kyle. What do you see happening?
The only thing that would work for Kieran is if he still had access to the Legacy Energy. You take a knockout at this point, and then you go for the Iron Hand Squawkabilly, clean up 3 prize cards, get all 5 in the next 2 turns, and you could win the game. But he doesn't play that additional Lightning Energy that we see some players incorporate. Sometimes they have that.
Yeah, I feel like it's
Invested
rarer.
package.
Rare to see, but yeah.
This has to just be past the turn.
Yeah, don't put anything else out. You're chilling right now in turns. Is going to pick up the card here. Read it.
Cool
Make
card.
sure. Yeah, cool card. Haven't seen this one in a while.
I remember.
Yes, right? Well, this is the fresh Lugia V-Star now coming into the active thanks to that Jet Energy, jetting it up into the front. We're having a talk between these players. We see a fist bump here. That's going to be our game.
Yep. The sulking, shrugging. Oh
Yeah.
man.
Well, guess nobody gets it. Exactly, which is.
It does happen. It's unfortunate. I mean, when you're playing at the big stage here, and you're trying to make sure that you play near flawlessly, show off the power of your deck, and also make sure you play fast enough that you don't run into time issues. It's a lot to ask of both of our players. And for Kyle, it just got to him at this point, just did not have enough time to close out. We can take a look at how this match went, maybe divulge further into what the issues we saw.
Yeah, I mean, well, this is throwing it all the way back to our first game where things were actually in Kyle's favor. We saw that early knockout on the Lugia V, getting 2 prize cards down. We saw that pressure continuing to put things on here from Kyle. The Radiant Greninja getting damage out. Kieran had to recover with the Weird Ear, but it was not the solution we were looking for. And it was not enough to work through what Kyle had already set up on the board. We saw those evolutions come out. I mean, this was wild. The Rare Candy and Dusknoir off the Mew EX restart. That was pretty cool to see. This is our game 2.
Yeah, this was pretty quick from Kieran, taking advantage of the Palkia V as the lone Palkia in play for Kyle. He was just scrapping at this point, and this was a pivotal moment. 16 minutes left. Boss's orders on the Pheasantipede. It is near impossible to come back from this stage. Kyle was finding all of the correct lines in a vacuum that you should do at this stage to close out. Doesn't take the knockout, plays around the gift energy, puts himself in a situation where maybe you could make a comeback if your opponent gets unlucky, is not able to find Boss's orders. Thankfully for him, though, Mesagosa flips heads.
Yeah,
and
look at
your
that.
opponent finds the mini and has to go fast, too. But it it doesn't leave you enough time to go into this game 3. And we saw Kyle was at a huge advantageous stage at this point.
Yes, look at that.
What does Kieran do? He has single Archeops.
Exactly.
He hasn't found any resources. He lost his legacy energy, and Kyle's clearly going to win in 2 to 3 turns, and just could not find the answer because he didn't have enough time.
Yeah, and that's really what it came down to. It was asking that, oh, if I had just either scooped earlier when, I mean, everything was working against you, where you know that you could have a play like that in a game 3. We just needed that, like, 1 additional turn.
Yeah.
Kyle, I hate when it comes down to that, but at least it's teaching everybody else who's watching these stream matches that pivotal lesson.
It was 20 seconds of gameplay that we were away from at that point. If he was able to pass the turnover, become turn 1 and turn 3, I feel like he finds that answer.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was the difference in that turn, the difference between a Dusclops and a Dusknoir, the difference between that HP that needed to be cleaned up. I mean, it was a lot that came down to. So it is going to be a tie between those players there. So, but I mean, we still saw 2 very good games. Like, I think both of those players at our table definitely shaped things up pretty great for us on the stream match. So thank you for that. But they're going to have to work a little harder here. What are the match points our players are working toward today in our day 2 to get into top cut, Kyle?
Yeah, that is the real question now. Is are players happy at 30? Do you have to be at 31? I mean, it all depends on that tie ratio that we see there. And it seems like a lot of players have figured out avoid the ties at all costs. Play fast, make gentlemen's agreements, move forward, and see if you can avoid that spot. So for both these players at 28 match points now, that win potentially into that asymmetric cut is certainly viable. So a lot to play for, and we could potentially be seeing either of these players once more. I mean, what a great story it would be for both players. A little redemption run for Kyle after making so many day 2s in some of those earlier years, and then just give him an opportunity and he can shine. And again, for Kieran, he's building on what could be a historic run.
Yeah, both those players, I mean, have so much to prove. You're talking about Kyle there that's had a huge resume of good finishes or into day 2s. I know, big Pokemon fan. All of his groomsmen were Pokemon players.
I share that with
cool.
him.
Yeah, so does okay. Share a name, share a location, share the groomsman thing. Is that your secret brother, Kyle?
He's a teacher too, I believe.
No way.
I come from a line of teachers. I'm
crazy.
a teacher-esque in my line.
Wow,
of too, so.
There you go. But Kieran, on the other side of the table, I mean, we just saw Kieran the same exact 60 list in Baltimore, sitting at our finals table, took 2nd place there and is looking for redemption now with this exact same list of Lugia, proving that it is still just as strong, and Kieran has a fighting spirit behind it. So both those players, if they advance, I mean, that'd be huge here for us. And I mean, cool decks to see doing well in Louisville as well. But I mean, speaking of decks, Kyle, we got to look at our meta share, I believe yesterday, of our day 1.
Yep.
Now, of course, we're in day 2, but let's look back first. Day one, this is where we started out here. As you can see, we had a total of 1,923 players here at Louisville. And the biggest, the raging deck at the top was Raging Bolt EX with 14% meta share.
It is very good. We cannot deny it at this point. Although it is a streamlined deck and you're just taking big knockouts, playing your Sadas and having a good time.
You like winning?
There is some great things that happen when you do that. Typically 3 match points.
Yes.
If you want to ask Caleb Gettimer, he's doing just that at the biggest stage, and he probably hasn't had to think too much. And
Exactly.
That is a winning combination.
That's what I'm saying. It's match points, and there's swift match points as well. And I mean, that's even wilder. I mean, think of the skill level that these players have, and then when they get to, I guess, offload a bit of that mental struggle in these more difficult, intricate decks between each match, then they're like unstoppable at that point. And exactly like you said, Kyle, Caleb Gettimer is proving that right now, bringing Raging Bolt EX to our tables here in Louisville and doing extremely well with it now. I believe sitting at 30 match points right now.
Yeah, took his first loss in the tournament. It's there are some pretty solid decks that are at the top too. We see Gabe Smart playing the Terapagos, which is second featured on this list here, and it is definitely a deck that people were worried about coming into this tournament. It's a lot of reach for a deck that's pretty unknown to be able to take big knockouts based on the amount of bench Pokemon that you have, and then the access to that Dusknoir, that Briar as well. Just stealing games from underneath your opponent's nose is a pretty fun thing to do.
It is, and I mean, turtles are so cute too. I
like
love turtles. Exactly. That's a really fun deck. Seeing a stellar type Terra Pokemon is very, very cool. Of course, Dragapult on there, Lugia that we just saw on our stream, Regidrago that's been performing well, and that brand new, it's old, but brand new back on the scene, Origin Form Palkia V-Star. Let's see how these decks are now performing in our day 2. We're here with you right now in day 2, 194 players advanced to our day 2. And look at this, only a few changes and shifts that we see. Dragapult falls off the map here completely and is replaced with Charizard EX, Pidgeot EX. One thing I have a question for you, Kyle. I feel like a lot of people were underestimating Charizard EX going into this format. Do you want to talk about that a little bit as far as how the matchups kind of have changed now that we're in Stellar Crown territory?
Yeah, the Charizard just doesn't line up as cleanly as it used to. The people are playing around the fact that sometimes you have that access to the Dusknoir, that Dusclops, to help to adjust with the Burning Darkness. But if you're just playing clean Charizard, you have to target down 2 prize Pokemon on the bench at all times. You're not working your way through the Raging Bolt Pokemon that are now incorporating the Bravery Charms into the mix, or taking out the Terapagos because you have to give up 2 early prize cards. So it's just not as clean as it used to be, and it's unfortunate because it was a really cool deck, but it just doesn't line up as well as we've seen before.
Yeah. So I mean, a lot of people were sort of doubting it, but now it's climbing up a little bit
it has
into
a
our
chance.
day 2.
Like, it's still a fantastic deck, and we've seen when you give it an opportunity to sneak out. I mean, our match that we had yesterday with the 4 prize Briar shenanigans, like, you let Charizard do that, it's pretty good.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The thing about it is like the consistency of it.
Yeah.
If it gets that consistency, the deck is so strong. And that's what I think people have doubted. When you're looking at the matchups, you're like, oh, I'm pretty even into a lot of these, and that's kind of risky. I'd rather take more favorable matches. But when you rely on that just core base of the consistency cards in it, you kind of believe in yourself going into those matchups. We're seeing a lot of those Charizard EX players succeed. We saw it on our stream yesterday, so we'll have to see where Charizard ends up now that it's kind of climbed up a little bit. The rest of our day 2 analysis looked pretty steady there. We saw a couple of shifting around. I think Regidrago moved up a bit, but aside from that, not much change from day 1 to day 2.
Seems like the Spooky Boy partner has shifted over to the Turtle at this point in the tournament, and we are also going to be shifting over to spooky Pokemon.
I got some spooky Pokemon all over me.
Yeah, I got a little
prepared.
bit. I got Mr. Ghastly hanging out with me.
I mean, you're a pumpkin today, Kyle.
That's true.
Oh yeah, we've been talking about spooky Pokemon all weekend. This is our Halloween-themed regional. Woo! And one of the ways we've been doing that is our spookiest Pokemon bracket here.
I like that these two are paired off against each other. They are the oddballs. They're not like clearly like ghost dudes, but they're terrifying.
Yes, they are very scary in different ways, though. In different ways. We have Blood Moon Ursaluna versus Darkrai. I think I'm going to be taking Blood Moon Ursaluna
Go for it.
this time around, Kyle. We were talking about Blood Moon Ursaluna, how we only see it in a split second at the end of games. It comes out there and it tears you apart. With its giant claws, it's got a cyborg eyeball, and it just destroys you at the end of games. I mean, there's a reason we only see it for a split second, because that's all you have until you are absolutely torn apart by these giant sharp claws of a Blood Moon Ursaluna, and it's proving that on our stage here just now, as we saw from our players. It's strong, it's scary. You can't fight a bear, you just get mauled.
That's fair. I don't want to fight a bear. That sounds like a horrible thing to happen. Oh.
Go for it.
Are you ready for Darkrai?
Yeah.
Okay. Darkrai haunted my nightmares for so long. Do you know what the bane of my existence was for like 15 years ago, however long it was?
Yeah.
Night Spear. Night Spear, 90 damage to the active Pokemon. Think about this, 3 energies to deal 90 damage. Ruined my life. And then you deal 30 damage to one bench Pokemon. That was enough to just disrupt an entire format and win the World Championship. Boo!
Boo! That's valid. That's valid. I like it. I like it. Do you know any of the lore behind Darkrai too? It's super scary.
I need to know more lore.
I know. I didn't want to tell you beforehand because I was like,
maybe that's an off-camera conversation.
Yeah, it definitely is. It definitely is. But I love that the history there behind the Darkrai. It does sound scary.
It was tough. Dark Patches. I mean, that thing could come out of nowhere and destroy you. There were decks that just played for Professor Juniper, which is just research at this point, and they would just burn through their entire deck, get one of these bad boys in the active, and 90-30 was just enough to make you cry.
Yeah, but the Blood Moon Ursaluna, it doesn't even need the energy. It just pops out and ruins your day.
That's just a Radiant Charizard. I've already seen that before.
Aww. Wow. All right, well, it's up to you. Who are you going to vote for? Who's going to win in our spookiest Pokemon community bracket? We'll see the results after this quick break.
Cacturn becomes active at night, seeking prey that is exhausted from the day's desert heat. If a traveler is going through a desert in the thick of night, Cacturn will follow in a ragtag group. The Pokemon are biding their time, waiting for the traveler to tire and become incapable of moving.
Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. You started at the bottom and you worked your way. You showed them you were awesome and you won the day. Striving for the top spot, no room for mistakes. Yeah. You showed us the way. You showed us how to train up, how to pass the test, how to make your mark, be the very best. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Making friends all along the way. Memories always here to stay. And that's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Now we have our champions. They've joined the best. To every single trainer, we give our respect. We all have a story. We passed the test. Yeah. and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Never be the same. Never be the same. So here's to you. Here's to you. Oh, the ones who came before. And all I know. So here's to you. Here's to you. The ones who came before.
Hello, Pokemon fans. It's Kyle Sablehouse, the winner of the last pumpkin carving contest back in 2024. And we are at it again this year. We're going to try once more. They've told me no clementines, but we're gonna find some way to manipulate this. We'll see who wins. We're going to be checking in on all the pumpkin carving contest winners, the results. What are we going to have going on this time around? Can any of you beat me? We'll see. We're going to check in on Sunday.
And welcome back, everyone, to the actual Pokemon action. Pumpkin carving is certainly very exciting, but we have the final Swiss round before Top Cut here in the Louisville Regional Championships. My name is Adam Skarzig-Watson on the desk once again with Chip Ritchie. We're going to break down this next batch of gameplay for you folks today.
Yeah, very much looking forward to this one. It's our last Swiss round here. One more round until we get into our top 8 cut. And there is a chance it could actually just be 8 players. You know, with this season, we've got the asymmetrical top cut. Everyone who has the same amount of match points as the player in the 8 seed spot gets into top cut will play an asymmetrical cut. But with the way the pairings are breaking down, it is looking like there's a decent chance, I would say most likely, going to be a clean cut at 8. But there is a possibility with some of these win-and-in matches, if people tie naturally and they don't have a winner in their match, I think there's a chance that there could be up to 17 players in our top cut.
That's a lot of
Pretty
Swiss
unlikely,
math to do.
pretty unlikely, but it could happen.
Look at him cursing it. Pretty unlikely, he says. But we can take a quicker look at the standings just to get a refresher on where some of these players are landing, what the match point thresholds are hashing out to be, Chip. Benjamin Hebert at the top, 10-1. Caleb Gedimer leading the charge as well. We mentioned him a little bit earlier. And Gabriel Smart in 3rd place, also at 30 points with Sebastian Lashmet.
Yeah, really solid showing from all of these players in the 4 spots. They should all be IDing, I would imagine, at the first 2 tables.
IDs are back.
Benjamin playing against Gabe Smart, Caleb playing against Sebastian. I believe they have all ID'd. So those 4 players are all locked in for top cut. The rest of these matches coming up are where things are going to be really interesting. Are there natural ties? Is there a conclusive winner in all of these 28 or higher match point games? That will help us to determine how many players get in the top cut.
Yeah, if you're down in the 27s, you know your next match has to be a win if you want to get into the 30 and 31.
Yeah.
Just a chance. And some notable matches as well that we have going on this round. We had a really tough choice to make, Chip, because a lot of control decks are actually out there in the field, and we want to make sure that we keep the matches we showcase on the stream pretty entertaining, and we've settled on Yurko Valencia versus Michael Lahotsky.
Yeah, looking forward to this one. Yurko's an excellent player from Chile. Michael had a pretty solid run at NAIC this year, so this is going to be a really interesting match to see. All of the other matches listed here are win and in matches, so these are the ones that we're really keeping our eye on in this game. If all 4 of these notable matches have a winner, we're going to have a clean cut at top 8. Let's get into this win and in match on our stream.
I'm so excited to hop down to the table, Chip. Yurko is on Lugia V-Star, the deck that he recently took down the Joinville Regional Championship with, and up against Michael on Raging Bolt EX. This deck really surprised me yesterday with the Xander Perot's Bravery Charm build. I think this one's going to be a little different, but we'll have to see what sort of spice there is still remaining to be seen from Raging Bolt. It has way more utility than people give it credit for.
It's some interesting prize cards going out. We see right away from Yurko that Vitality Band, a tech item card, or tool card, I should say, no longer an item card that he's playing in the list. Not relevant in this matchup, but it's a way that Lugia V-Star can KO Terapagos EX. Kind of an interesting tech we've seen pop up more and more. Just that little damage fixing of the 10 extra damage, the 10 extra damage output can really make all the difference. Nothing too notable, I think, for either players. You got to prize something, of course, so I'm sure Yerko would like to have access to that Luminion or boss, but we'll see how things progress as this game is underway.
That is contrasted with Michael prizing to Professor Sada's Vitality. You're going to see that right away, opening with Hisuian Heavy Ball. You can look at your prize cards, find a basic Pokemon to take. Going to grab Teal Mask, Ogerpon here, but can see that he's missing out on 2 Professor Sada's Vitality. Might not be too terrible. After these prizes are shuffled and put back, if those end up on the bottom, after you take that first knockout, you've got the fuel for your second and third knockout. Hopefully, you know, the ideal map is a 2-2-2 classic.
It's honestly okay to prize a Professor Sada or even 2 because you don't mind taking them out of your prize cards. The big issue is just finding them early on in the game. So as long as he can find the 1 or 2 remaining in the deck in the early turns, Michael should be okay here. But, well, yeah, with that prize cards being laid back out, looks like 1 Sada was moved up to the top. That could be an issue that we'll have to track.
And Michael looking through the deck, just even with the Hisuian Heavy Ball, you still have to take stock of all the energies. Earthen Vessel discards Pheasantipity to grab 2 energies now. 1 Grass Energy for the Ogerpon that we just saw enter the hand, and a Fighting Energy to attach to Raging Bolt in the active spot.
Yeah, so you mentioned some of the things we saw from Xander Perot's list yesterday, the 4 Bravery Charm, kind of the new thing in his list. Michael's actually not playing any copies of Bravery Charm unless I've missed them. I've looked over this deck list several times, but I do not see Bravery Charm listed here. And this is a matchup where Bravery Charm can actually be really nice, putting your Raging Bolt EX out of range of a Blood Moon Ursa Luna at the end of the game, putting your Ogerpons out of range of Lugia V-Star KOing them. So Michael may be missing out on those HP boosting tool cards in this matchup. We'll have to see.
Michael plays the Nest Ball, finds Squawkabilly EX, and finally shuffling up the deck. I can imagine that an Ogerpon will be played, those energies will be attached before a Squawk and Seize to discard the remainder of the hand and draw 6 fresh cards. Looking across the table at Yerko's board, has the Minccino. This is a devastating single prize attacker that can hit gigantic numbers, and Raging Bolt having to sacrifice energy and swing down on this little Pokemon can be very detrimental to the way their resources are expelled throughout the game, especially considering legacy energy potentially forcing an extra prize card needing to be taken.
Yeah, Minccino can be a great attacker in this matchup, like you mentioned, offsetting the potential prize trade of your opponent. And Yerko is playing just a 1-1 line of this Minccino. This Pokemon lineup is really similar to what we've seen from Rahul Reddy's popularized list, the 1-1 Minccino line. He's also got Raikou V in this deck list, but something he is playing is that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX. I believe it's something he played at his regional championship win just a couple of weekends ago. It's not going to be super relevant in this matchup, but he's taken a page out of Rahul's book with that Raikou inclusion.
Yeah, I love finding the second Earthen Vessel here to get more energy out of the deck, another attachment to Ogerpon, and now a discard into that pile with Squawk and Seize.
Yeah, that is 1 energy retrieval going down from Michael. Those energy recovery cards are incredibly important, so it's something we'll have to keep our eye on. He is playing a superior energy retrieval. It's something you don't see too often in Raging Bolt lists these days. It's been popular in the past.
Concealed
we'll see if
cards.
He can keep on churning through the deck here. He is really looking for a Sada. He can't play it this turn, but he just wants to have access to find it next turn. And to be honest, with this situation, I mean, his setup is excellent on turn 1. He's got 3 energy cards in play, so he may not even need to play Professor Sada next turn in order to get a 2-prize KO.
So many decks can have these explosive turn 1, turn 2, turn 3 back and forth, but with Lugia, you have a much better idea of their cadence. But Iono comes out from Yerko. Both players will shuffle their hands, put them on the bottom of the deck, and then draw new cards.
Yerko may be a little upset to see that hand go to the bottom. It had 2 Archeops in it, but he had to send it to the bottom with Iono because he has nothing else, and his draw here is really not good. No Lugia V, 4 energy cards, and the Iron Hands EX, which I think he's just going to have to put onto the bench so he doesn't just lose the game on the next turn. And we're going to see the very rare beat from Yerko, 10 damage onto the Raging Bolt. That's not super good, Skarzig.
Yeah, absolutely antithetical to Lugia's game plan. Sending those Archeops back into the deck and so you can't discard them. Legacy energy is in the hand. There's no main deck lightning energy, so if Iron Hands is going to be employed, that will need to be attached. But as Michael continues to move through his turn, we've got Teal Dance from Teal Mask Ogerpon getting another grass energy for a second Teal Dance, and now a second Raging Bolt just in time, hopefully for Professor Sada to get a double attachment here.
Michael has some interesting options. He does have Nest Ball in hand. He is playing Iron Bundle in his list, so he could have used that to force up the Iron Hands that Yerko put into play. But I honestly kind of like holding off here, just knocking out this Minccino. It is only going to give you one prize card, but this is a Pokemon that can be a big problem because it is a single prize Pokemon that can take a knockout on your multi-prize Pokemon. It is going to be the Iono from Michael looking for a refresh. And looking at this list as well, one other thing I do want to point out, Michael here is playing the 101 Dusknoir line, something we've seen pop up here and there in these Raging Bolt lists. It's something we could see potentially come up in order to
Trekking Shoes finds Professor Sada's Vitality. So now this hand is absolutely gassed. The Raging Bolts are ready to go. You just have to discard a couple energies to cover the HP here on the Minccino.
And then Yerko is able to draw one card from the Gift Energy, promotes the Iron Hands. Let's see what he's got here. I'm not going to lie, I don't love the Iono play from Michael. He had everything he needed, and he knew Yerko's hand wasn't amazing. There wasn't a Lugia out in it, but he went for it, and Yerko, I think, is...
Aroma heads.
I think Yerko is probably thankful to have sent all those energy cards to the bottom of the deck so he didn't have to research them away.
Finds Archeops due to the effect of capturing Aroma. If you flip heads, you can find an evolution Pokemon here.
And it looks like Archeops will be the choice, which is obviously the main thing you want to do as Yerko here. You got to get some Archeops in the discard pile, but then you also really need to bench a Lugia V. This game is going to get away from Yerko very, very quickly if he cannot get something established.
And now that the two Raging Bolts are there, even Ogerpon has a bunch of energy attached to it to be a secondary attacker. Michael is going to be in the driver's seat. At this point, Yerko's setup is completely at the behest of whether or not Michael has Prime Catcher or some such. Double checking here.
Yep.
How many Pokemon catchers is he on? Like, these Raging Bolt decks can kind of wax and wane between how aggressive they truly want to be.
And it doesn't look like he is playing any Pokemon Catcher, which I think is what you expect from a list that does have the Dusknoir in it. They try to use that as their way to, like, maybe get a single prize offset, something like that.
And without the Pokemon catchers, it's sticking to that standard game plan of just kind of swinging on whatever is in the active spot until eventually you do win.
Michael is leaning on the Iron Bundle and the Prime Catcher for his way to move whatever the active Pokemon is out of the active spot. One other thing that Iono did for Michael last turn is it did send his Prime Catcher to the bottom of the deck. That would have been a pretty good card to be hanging on to in this spot, so you could guarantee gust up a Lugia V.
And maybe Lugia V can be found off of Great Ball. You look at the top 7 cards of your deck, find any Pokemon that you can grab there.
I don't see much. Wellspring Mask, Ogerpon. Looks like Lugia V-Star is going to be the grab.
That's the wrong half of the puzzle, Chip.
It is the wrong half of the puzzle. If Yerko cannot bench a Lugia V this turn, I think that's when you really have to get into the territory of considering just moving on to game 2.
Yeah, just conceding. Even if you have the Lugia V-Star, especially with Minccino being knocked out, there's no threat of Chinchino to affect the prize trade.
Really needs it here off these 7.
Lugia V found off of Great Ball number 2. So Yerko does still have a chance to stay alive in this game. Still pretty tenuous indeed, but it just comes down to as well what Michael's response will be. If there's, one boss's orders or maybe that Prime Catcher somehow being fished out of the deck, it's just going to be a quick scoop up, I imagine.
Yerko actually did have Ultra Ball in hand, so he had a guaranteed way to get a Lugia
No
V.
boss's orders in this deck either.
Yeah, the only way Michael has to move something from the bench to the active is the single Prime Catcher or that Iron Bundle, which of course he can't use with his bench being full at the moment. But yeah, with Yerko having an Ultra Ball in hand, I think he actually maybe would have preferred to hit an Archeops off of that Great Ball, give himself a chance to Ultra Ball 2 Archeops away, go ahead and get 2 into the discard pile, and then still find your Lugia V. And now he has a tough choice. What is the other card he is going to discard here? Archeops is obviously the easy one, and it looks like it will be an Iono.
Yeah, agonizing over this choice. I think that as the game goes on, the Ionos are great to make sure that your special energies stay in the deck so they can be attached with Archeops. but has to Ultra Ball to find the second Archeops now. We know Lugia V-Star is already in the hand. That's ready to go for next turn. No Jet Energy here to read the wind.
He's, I think, maybe debating if the Archeops is what he wants to grab off the Ultra Ball. The rest of his hand is pretty awkward. It looks like it's Blood Moon, Ursaluna, Lugia V-Star, a Gift Energy, and a Research. So he could research away this Archeops, but then he's going to be looking for a Lugia V-Star on the next turn. Does he want to do that, or would he be content to just hold this hand, attach an energy card, and just cross his fingers that this Lugia doesn't go down?
If Yurko has a better idea of what this section looks like, nothing's been given away regarding the Duskull or anything, and if you know your Raging Bolt matchups as you've analyzed, Chip, that you can read this is a Gustless version, but Professor's Research indeed is the supportive return, going to discard Lugia V-Star and that other Archeops, hoping to just get a second one for next turn.
And Yurko with this play, I think, is looking for another Lugia V as well to put down just in case this one gets gusted, but he did not find it. He has the V-Star, but no other V, and this is a big opening for Michael Lahotsky. He can run away with this game if he can find his single copy of Prime Catcher.
Pursuing Heavy Ball played once again, just to get it out of the hand. Shuffles these prizes around. Maybe Professor Sada's once again moving down to the bottom of the prizes after the second Heavy Ball. But with the bench full, no Iron Bundle, no threat of the Prime Catcher because of Iono.
I don't think the deck has been shuffled since the Iono on Michael's end, so I'm pretty sure that means that Prime Catcher is on the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, Trekking Shoes, Rare Candy, no Duskull in play. Just digging through, trying to fortify this already amazing setup. So it seems that this Lugia V is going to survive the turn.
He's
Another
using
Night
a
Stretcher
lot
being
of
used.
resources here. He only plays 3 Night Stretcher and then the 2 Energy Retrieval. He does have 1 Superior Energy Retrieval as well. You definitely can run into a risky spot as the Raging Bolt player. If you get rid of too many of your Energy Recovery cards, you could have a hard time finding them later on.
And an Earthen Vessel being played as well means that almost all of the energy should be out of this deck at this point. Superior Energy Retrieval is still there. Professor Sada is still there. And this is kind of the gimmick. You get all of the energy out of the deck. You thin as many cards as you can. Draw with Ogre Pond as much as possible. Then in the later stages of the game, Professor Sada and Pal Pad really up the odds that you're going to be able to get the energies attached directly from the discard pile. And hopefully he can offset using these Night Stretchers and whatnot so early. Even an Energy Retrieval had been lost earlier on in the game.
The one thing that Michael is looking for here is that Prime Catcher, and I think it may come down to the 3 cards he sees from this Professor Sada's Vitality. Does he find Prime Catcher to KO the only Lugia V from Yurko?
Oh,
and he finds it! Oh my gosh!
And this has got to be a scoop from Yurko. You Prime Catcher, bring up Lugia V.
Yep.
And that is the game. Michael Lahotsky, a beautiful setup, thinned the deck down as much as possible to draw into Prime Catcher and take game 1.
Yeah, great game there for Michael's side of the table. Yurko obviously missing a Lugia V on his first turn and then only finding the one on the second turn of the game was just a massive opening, and Michael was able to take advantage. He was moving ahead really far in prize cards, and Yurko was going to be yet another turn away from getting Archeops into play.
That's the type of Lugia game that you see when you don't play Lugia. Yeah, I tried Lugia a couple times. The deck didn't really seem to come together for me. It's because you hit the variants like this, Chip. Your opponent setting up, drawing so many cards, doing everything they'd like to do under the sun, and you're stuck with Iron Hands and Minccino.
Yeah, that's all that Yurko had to work with. And the Sada draw here at the end of this game was the difference maker. The fact that Michael was able to find Earthen Vessel as well to shuffle the deck because we knew the Prime Catcher was on the bottom, and it was the second card grab here, the perfect thing to find.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. And Michael didn't really give away a lot in that match, I feel. You know, it's Prime Catcher as a gusting option, and I don't know if the Duskull or the Rare Candy or the Duskmar had even been revealed into the discard pile or anything of that nature.
No.
So this could be a completely different game number 2. With the Lugia deck, you know how it is, Chip. You give them another chance to shuffle the cards and try again, and suddenly they have double Lugia V, Ultra Ball discarding 2 Archeops, and it's the other side of the coin, certainly.
as we're getting into game number 2 here, one thing to point out is that Yerko did choose to go second, which I actually do like in this matchup specifically as Lugia. You know, most of the time, you think you want to go first as Lugia so that you can turn to, get a Lugia V-Star, get a couple Archeops in play, but the risk you run in this matchup specifically is the Raging Bolt player completely popping off, getting the Prime Catcher play, KOing your one Lugia V. So by giving yourself an opportunity to play a supporter on your first turn, that's why Yerko has chosen to go second here, so that he can play a supporter, he has a better setup, and he can try to get himself two Lugia V, a pair of Lugia V onto the bench.
The Lugia players recognizing how they have to shift their game plan from matchup to matchup is so important at this level. And Michael just looking through the deck now, has Earthen Vessel as his opener, showing off the Briar, which does see play here and there in a lot of Raging Bolt decks, to grab a Fighting and a Lightning Energy.
Yeah, I really only like the Briar in Raging Bolt if you are also playing Dusknoir as a way to offset the prize trade. You know, if someone forces a single prizer at you, and it's a way you can more actively use the Briar.
Pokestop enters play and is activated. Ogre Pawn and Professor Sadas go to the discard pile, and Michael's rewarded with a switch card instead. Double Nest Ball being played. So now Michael's going to search the deck for two basic Pokemon and put them directly on the bench. Raging Bolt EX is found. The other one's got to be, Radiant Greninja. I like that. We do know that there's plenty of energy in the hand to discard with concealed cards to draw two more here.
Yeah, it's a little interesting to see Michael choose to use the Pokestop before using Squawk and Seize. To me, this signifies that maybe Michael is not going to use Squawk and Seize. He may have too many valuable resources in his hand at the moment. But I think most people would think, yeah, if you're going to use Squawk and Seize, just save the Pokestop for the other end of it.
And we saw this day one, right, where a Raging Bolt player starts to pop off and draw so many cards, and you increase the odds of having too many good cards. But Squawk and Seize will be the ability used now. So Pheasantipity, Rare Candy goes to the discard pile.
Yeah, I'm really honestly surprised that the Pokestop got used then, considering what the rest of the hand is. The only other way I can think it would make sense is if you had your Pow Pad in the hand. Maybe you use your Pokestop, see if you can get a little bit more set up before you use the Squawk and Seize. You know you're going to use Pow Pad anyway, so you feel safe. That safety blanket from having to discard Professor Sada's Vitality off the Pokestop, and that's what we saw happen. A Pokestop did make a Sada go down.
But a second one was found off of Trekking Shoes. Now Concealed Cards is being played, discarding a Grass Energy to draw two, and another Nest Ball being found. This has got to grab an Ogre Pawn, I imagine.
It can grab an Ogre Pawn if Michael has a Grass Energy in hand. He can grab one with a Energy Retrieval, it looks like. You also could want to establish another Raging Bolt here if you're just hoping to use Professor Sada's next turn for maximum value. But if you want to keep on drawing this turn, Ogre Pawn is definitely the way to do it.
Oh yeah, this is risky. The second Raging Bolt will be picked up because, as you said, Chip, there's no Grass Energy. Better to get the second attacker. Prepare for the Professor Sada's Vitality. We'll have to see if Yerko can respond to this with maybe an Iono on the next turn to sort of foil this. This will be the second Professor Sada's Vitality that Michael might lose access to if that's the case.
Michael will send it over to Yerko now, who, like we've mentioned, is looking for a couple Lugia V to help him out. And I don't think his hand is amazing. He's actually going to start off with a Pokestop.
Grabs an Ultra Ball from that Mist Energy, and I believe that was a second Stadium going to the discard pile.
No, it's a Capturing Aroma added to the hand, which is not too bad here. Yeah, the Ultra Ball hit is pretty huge, and a Heads on the Capturing Aroma.
Yes, so with Heads on Capturing Aroma, Yerko can search out an Archeops or any evolution Pokemon rather, depending on what the rest of the hand is. So this is Archeops, an Ultra Ball. We haven't seen Lugia V as of yet.
Yeah, the Archeops can be grabbed here. The Ultra Ball can go get the Lugia V. I don't know what supporter Yerko has in hand. His prize cards are honestly kind of awkward. The Weird Deer is a nice way to take a big one-hit knockout on one of the high HP Raging Bolts, and also a pair of Boss's Orders. It can be nice to try to get around Raging Bolt. Lugia has an easier time KOing something like the Squawkabilly that's already on Michael's bench, maybe a future Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. But with two Boss prized, Yerko may not have as much access to that card as he would like.
I did see a Lumineon V in the hand, if I'm not mistaken. Do you ever just search in for the Research or the Iono?
I could see the Jack being the play here, to be honest. I do like this, replace the Stadium and go for the Messagoza here. And I think the rest of this turn is going to really depend on what happens with the Messagoza. And indeed, a Heads will yield Yerko one more Pokemon.
when you flip heads on Mezagoza, you can grab anything. So this is beautiful to get the second Archeops, and the Ultra Ball is waiting and ready to go.
Yep, sure enough, and that is the perfect pair to be discarding with an Ultra Ball as well.
Leaving the Archeops on the table like that is just, you just know it's coming.
It's
so
a
Michael's
power
like,
move.
there's the Ultra Ball we saw from Pokestop already. Shortcutting, of course, finds the Lugia V.
Now the thing is, can he find another Lugia V? He opens himself up with this current situation to just having an Iron Bundle pushing this Lugia V into the active spot. And it might not be a card Yerko's really thinking of. It's not that popular in Raging Bolt. People do play it from time to time. And I don't know if he's going to put another basic Pokemon in play. He may be content holding on to this hand, and that is a pretty big risk. It does look like Lumineon will come down, so we will probably see a supporter of some sort.
Also keeping track of this Vitality Band.
We're actually
looking
maybe
at
going
the
to
Arven.
See, yeah, the one of Arven, an interesting tech. You don't really see this very often in Lugia V-Star lists, but it can grab out that tech Vitality Band that Yerko is playing.
One Pokemon tool and then one item.
And I think here you can grab a Nest Ball, something to guarantee the second Lugia. So that actually works out really, really nicely.
The Arven play going off. Vitality Band, just a nice little tech. Fixing some math here and there. We know that with the threat of Bravery Charms, with these Pokemon having kind of odd HPs, the 10 can matter. The difference between 220 and 230, certainly.
Now, Yerko's hand is not super strong for the next turn, and I think that's why we've seen the Gift Energy go onto the active Minccino. He's kind of crossing his fingers that Michael just has to knock it out. He'll get to draw and fill his hand back up to 7 cards. But worst case scenario, if Michael is to gust around this Minccino, Yerko does have the bare minimum of Lugia V-Star, and if he can just put Lugia V-Star in play, he's got the pair of Archeops already, he'll be good to go. And that's what makes Lugia so strong. It's a deck that can just play from the board so well.
And Michael flips tails on the Mezagoza, bumps the stadium for Pokestop. Trekking Shoes into activating the Pokestop. Iron Bundle goes down with Earthen Vessel entering the hand. There is Prime Catcher now too.
Yeah, the Bundle would have been a super good card to use right here. Force up a 2-prize Pokemon into the active spot. Even though Yerko would probably just happily send up the Lumineon V, it's 2 prizes. It puts Michael on that 2-2-2 prize map.
Earthen Vessel discards Dusknoir. We saw earlier the rare candies in the discard pile. No longer has access to that play. Just going to stick to a standard Raging Bolt game plan. And despite how well Michael is setting up, still needs a couple more Ogre-Pawns to round out this current board state. If you get the early lid on Lugia, if they get the 2 Archeops in play, as you said, Chip, they're going to just start running the game back against you pretty handily.
Yeah, I actually think Michael may not be looking to get any Archeops in, or not Archeops, excuse me, any Teal Mask Ogre-Pawn into play here because those are easy knockouts in the future for Yerko. Sure, right now Yerko can easily knock out the Squawkabilly EX, but Michael's thinking ahead. He's thinking into future turns. If he only has a pair of Raging Bolt in play, and then he's taking down this Minccino right now, he's not going to be at risk of having one of his Raging Bolts KO'd.
Professor Sada's Vitality is played, attaching 2 energy and also drawing 3 cards. This means that Michael's going to be hoarding additional resources in hand, trying to save these Teal Masks for combination plays to accelerate the energy into play exactly on the turn that you need the extra boost of damage.
I'll be interested to see what comes into play from the Nest Ball. He could still go with the Teal Mask Ogre-Pawn, and it looks like that will be the case, just valuing the draw power over worrying too much about the options that he is providing to Yerko with the benching of this Pokemon. He can still go for a 2-2-2 prize map, but that could get messed up if Yerko's able to weave in the Legacy energy onto one of these Lugia V-Star in the future.
This is always so risky, you know, with the Teal Mask. You want to use the Teal Dance to attach an energy to it. Hopefully, with Bellowing Thunder, you discard that right away. You don't want to leave a bunch of energy in play and give your opponent the option to preemptively knock out that Ogre-Pawn. Energy Retrieval finds 2 Grass Energy, however, to draw 1 with Teal Dance and a ton of Grass Energy in hand with a second Teal Mask. And Michael is going full all in. Another Teal Mask Ogre-Pawn enters the bench.
He does have the Prime Catcher, so he could use that to go after a 2-prize Pokemon here. Could be decent, but I also don't really hate dealing with the issue of the Minccino. It does put you on odd prizes, which would be the main reason to not do that. But again, like I mentioned, Yerko can get around the 2-2-2 prize trade by working in the Legacy energy. So let's see how Michael approaches this.
going to be Pal Pad to put into Professor Sada's Vitality, just sticking to the classic game plan as it seems for now. Michael might just be adopting the stance as a Raging Bolt player as I'm going to go with my plan A until you absolutely force me to consider something else.
Yeah, that's a great time to use the Pal Pad as well. I think Iono would be a reasonable supporter to expect from Yerko on the next turn. So using Pal Pad here gives you more opportunity to draw into a Professor Sada's Vitality if your opponent does disrupt your current hand.
And if you're Michael, you know, the Prime Catcher is also still in the hand, but as you said, Chip, just knocking out this Minccino is fine. You're going to get 1 prize card now, maybe 0 in the future. This is a small Pokemon that can trade up into 2 prizes, so we might as well activate the Gift Energy and take 1 prize.
Yep, 2 cards drawn for Yerko from the gift. It looks like he does have a couple Lugia V-Star now.
Lugia V enters the active spot, evolves into Lugia V-Star, double evolution immediately into Summoning Star to get the 2 Archeops that were set aside in the discard pile. Now the setup is complete. There's 1 more slot on the bench for another attacker.
We'll be using Primal Turbo right away. I think he does have Boss's Orders in the hand. So I think going after the Squawkabilly here, maybe one of those Ogerpon makes a lot of sense. Depends on which energy cards he has to use. He actually can use double turbo energy with the Vitality Band that he has. It still lets him get to 210 damage so that he can knock out one of those 210 HP Ogerpon on the bench while using one of his double turbo energy cards.
Vitality Band was grabbed again off of that tech card Arven. Beautiful stuff to fix this math. With the second Primal Turbo finds a Mist Energy. So now the Tempest Dive on this active Lugia is ready to go. The attached return going to the second Lugia V-Star on the bench. Yerko is prepping beautifully for the I'm going to hunt down your support Pokemon game plan. Boss's Orders brings up Teal Mask Ogerpon, and with the Vitality Band, that is 210 damage for the knockout.
Yep,
and there we go.
Perfect
Discards the
math here.
Pokestop as well.
Perfect math. Yeah, we'll definitely want to get rid of that Pokestop, one of the main draw options that Michael has access to. Pokestop's so strong in the Raging Bolt deck. You play so many item cards. We joked yesterday how sometimes Pokestop just becomes a draw 3 card. It's not what happened here.
So getting on the board, taking 2 prize cards, a Boss's Orders being taken off the prize cards if I saw there correctly. And it's back over to Michael Lahotsky. Teal Mask Ogerpon going down means that that's less draw power, means that there's less Teal Dances to put energy in play, so your Bellowing Thunder doesn't hit back quite as hard. But Lugia only has 280 HP. Looks like there's still plenty of energy to be had to knock out this active Lugia, but where does Michael go from there?
I think step 1 with the Pheasantipity seems pretty good. Use that, flip the script, draw yourself a few more cards. And you can kind of see in this position, it does feel like Yerko is in a really solid spot, but if Michael had pulled off the Iron Bundle on the last turn, it would have put him in a pretty good position.
Pokegear being found off the Pokestop. Another one entering play. Michael does not want to give up on this potential draw power whatsoever. Still looking at the energy in the discard pile, taking stock. You had mentioned earlier, Chip, that there is one superior energy retrieval in this deck. Teal Dance being used to draw a second Pokegear.
I think here is Michael to have a chance to win. He needs to be setting up for, in a future turn, to go for the play of Prime Catcher, KO the Lumineon, and also Iono Yerko at the same time. Try to get around Gift Energy, give Yerko as few cards as possible, and then just kind of approach things from there. Can be the Lumineon or even one of the Archeops at this point since he's on odd prizes.
Pokegear doesn't seem to find anything. Just evaluating the discard pile, you can see as the game goes longer, the resources that Michael has in order to recover energy and accelerate this energy becomes more constrained. Concealed cards being used to discard a fighting and draw 2. Iono is picked up, possibly as part of that later game strategy you mentioned, Chip. Superior energy retrieval will be used. And what is the discard? Second Pokegear, Raging Bolt EX.
Yeah, and I don't like going for the Iono plus Prime Catcher play right now. I think it's good next turn when Yerko's going to have just 2 prize cards remaining.
And you can bring back up to 4 energy with the superior energy retrieval. Michael opts for just 2 grass energy.
Wants to make sure he has energy cards in the discard pile to use Sada. It's a little interesting to see because he's going to have to discard so many energy here anyway. Oh, and he's actually using the Iono right now, and I don't think I like this. I really want to see that card be combined with the use of Prime Catcher to get around the Gift Energy. I think that would be Michael's best chance From here, though, it's just going to be a game for Yerko of finding boss's orders turn after turn.
And you're also shuffling another grass energy back into the deck. I don't know what Michael was maybe digging for there. Just more Professor Sawdust, perhaps. Vezendipity to finally flip the script and draw 3. Has Professor Sawdust. And Michael maybe playing this one a little bit too straightforward, Chip.
Well, and Michael doesn't know it, but he did just send Yerko's boss to the bottom of the deck, the boss that he took off the prize cards. Now, Yerko is really going to be off this gift energy, I think, looking for a way to find Luminion V. If he can find Luminion V, he can find boss's orders, and he'll put himself on this same prize map.
So the ability markers are being cleared. Now the attack will finally be commenced. 4 energies discard to deal 280 to the active Lugia V-Star. Yerko draws up to 7 cards in hand because of the gift energy.
And one of the cards found was indeed Ultra Ball, and I believe the second copy of Luminion V should be in the deck. The thing as well for Yerko is he is going to want to try to establish another attacker, right? He can use this Lugia V-Star to take 2 prizes, probably KOing the Vezendipity EX if I had to imagine.
Yeah, Michael had already used a lot of Night Stretchers this game.
And then Yerko's really just going to be looking for, I think, Blood Moon Ursaluna seems like the most straightforward way to win the game on the next turn.
Finally promotes the Lugia V-Star and draws for turn. All the pieces are in hand, just has to decide which of these two cards are the weakest to discard to the Ultra Ball and find Luminion.
And you also could use the Pokestop here as Yerko. The only card you really need is Boss's Orders. I think you would potentially run the risk of discarding a Luminion V. I don't remember if the Luminion V was in the hand as well and it got sent to the bottom in addition to the Boss. So if Luminion is in, you definitely don't want to use the Pokestop, but you could run the risk of milling that card, which is really what you need here. Yerko's going to take stock of his energy card, something you always have to keep track of as a Lugia V-Star player.
You can tell how this is such a pivotal turn. Even hesitating on the Primal Turbo. Do I want to shuffle this deck first? Luminion there on the bottom.
Yeah, so it was on the bottom, so you could have theoretically ripped the Pokestop. I think maybe one of the potential concerns by utilizing Pokestop in that position would be the chance that you mill too many energy cards. And that is kind of, Lugia really doesn't like using Pokestop for that reason. You play so many energy cards.
And there is only 1 copy of Vitality Band in the list. It was attached to the other Lugia V-Star that got knocked out, so the math is no longer there to start hunting down these Ogre Pawns.
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't put a double turbo on, he's still A-okay, and that's exactly what we've seen here.
Oh, I see he's getting around it. Nice, very nice.
Still being able to do the 220.
So does need to avoid using the double turbo energies and just attach a bunch of single energies like we're seeing here, Chip. Luminion V enters the bench finally in order to bring up Boss's Orders, and we'll see if he's also going to go along with your lines to take out Vezendipity, but no, opts for Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. This feels a little bit more solid, Chip, seeing how many Night Stretchers have been expended and taking existing energy out of play and maybe taking some damage away from future Bellowing Thunders.
Yeah, it's true, but yeah, I think taking away Flip the Script is pretty good here. I mean, all Michael needs is a Sada and
this would be a really big
energy
debate.
Card. If he has a Sada and an energy card, he's got everything he needs in order to take the knockout on this active Lugia V-Star.
Quadruple Turbo on the Luminion V on the bench.
We're adding new cards out here, Scarzy. I think here Yerko's just thinning those cards out. They're not super useful. All he really needs to win the game next turn is Blood Moon Ursaluna. He hasn't seen a Bravery Charm from Michael at this point in either Game 1 or here in Game 2. I think he is making the assumption with all the other cards he's seen, the Dusknor, the Rare Candy, all of that, that there is no Bravery Charm in this list. So Blood Moon Ursaluna's Blood Moon will be able to do 240 to knock out a Raging Bolt here. And actually, with Michael being on odd prizes, Yerko won't even need an energy card on this Blood Moon Ursaluna. He'll be able to attack for free.
And Michael top decks the Night Stretcher, so he's looking through the discard pile now, thinking about the math. Do I need to get an Ogre Pawn back? There is a Professor Sawdust in the hand as well.
And see here, if Michael had Prime Catcher plus Iono, take a prize on an Archeops or 2 prizes on Luminion V, it'd probably be better. Then you put Yerko down to just 2 cards and you're saying, okay, you have to, off of your 2 cards from this Iono, have your final Boss's Orders. But it's not a play available, Michael using his Iono on the last turn.
Professor Sawdust Vitality attaches 2 energies to draw 3 cards. All the rest of the Professor Sawdust are in the hand. Night Stretcher brings back Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. You can choose a basic Pokemon or rather any Pokemon or an energy card to put back into your hand and onto the bench. Teal Dance to draw one more. Michael's looking to deck out here pretty soon, but the game is going to be closing either way.
Yeah, Michael does need to be careful. He has already expended Pal Pad. It's the only way he can put cards back into the deck.
So you got to slow your roll here. Just going to Bellowing Thunder, discarding 4 more.
And then now the question is going to be, does Yerko have it? He gets to draw from the gift energy. All he needs is the Blood Moon or a way to get it.
Because Michael goes all the way down to 1 prize card remaining, Blood Moon Ursaluna's Seasoned Skill allows it to attack for free.
Finds a Great Ball that could potentially get it, but Nest Ball can guarantee it as long as it's in the deck.
Beautiful. Blood Moon Ursaluna enters play. The energy that was attached to Lumineon V allows it to retreat. Blood Moon will take the final 2 prizes.
Yerko able to tie things up, force a game 3 on this win and end match.
Now, the demonstration we just saw, Chip, completely different from game 1. Sometimes Lugia can be awkward. Sometimes you get your Archeops and you're ready to go. Vitality Band being a beautiful tech card so that Yerko doesn't need to worry about dancing around double turbo energy too much when lining up versus Ogerpon. We have yet to see Michael Lahotsky's deck really demonstrate the use of Duskull or Briar that is teched into the list, and the lack of Bravery Charm is making this a hard run, certainly.
So Michael did get rid of this threat of the Minccino early on, which I think was okay, but then he didn't play to the lines later on of Ionoing Yerko to a low hand size, and Yerko was able to just be the first one to initiate the 2-2-2 prize trade. He stayed ahead on the prize trade every single turn and was able to find boss's orders off of his prize cards. That was definitely a big deal, and then he's able to close out this game.
As we head into game 3, both players have really shown everything that their decks are capable of, what they potentially could do in terms of plays, and we'll have to see if Michael makes that adjustment, waiting for a later game Iono plus Iron Bundle idea.
As we're waiting for this game to get underway, our players are almost done setting up. We can update everyone else what has happened out on the floor.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, the first 2 tables have ID'd, so those 4 players are locked in. But then of our other notable matches, Kieran Farrer was able to win, Kyle Lesnowitz was able to win, Michael Davidson was able to win. So that means that if this game here in the next 13 minutes has a conclusive winner, we're going to have a clean cut of 8 players. No asymmetrical cut today. Only 8 players will move on. But if this 13 minutes goes a little long, if these players are not able to determine a clear-cut winner in 13 minutes plus 3 turns, that means we are going to have a massive top cut with a ton of X and 2s sneaking in.
So this is the match of fate. I don't know when these players sat down if they knew it was going to be a top 8 winning in, but this is what it's come down to, Chip. And I think you want to get the win regardless of the situation. When you sit down and look into your opponent's eyes, you know that you want to prove that you're better than them. Looks like Yerko's going to get an extra card from Michael's mulligan. They're still setting up. Looks like prize cards are finally entering. And there's the fist bump. The basic Pokemon are being flipped. And we're heading down to the table for game number 3. Michael starting things off with Teal Mask Ogerpon in the active spot, and Yerko has Iron Hands in his active. Teal Dance for 1 draw. Anything else to be done with this hand, Chip? Trekking Shoes?
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have to take a little peek here with the shoes for a little more help. There is a Pokestop in the hand.
Pokegear is discarded. Earthen Vessel will be found instead. So now by discarding a Fighting Energy, we can get some grass. 1 more draw from Teal Mask Ogerpon. There's a chance with this draw and the Pokestop to find Nest Ball to get Squawkabilly and open this first turn wide open.
It's really interesting to see that Michael chose to go first here. You know, in game number 2, Yerko had the option of what he wanted to do, and he chose to go second. So Michael is effectively giving Yerko what he wants here, the opportunity to go second to get more established. And those are some pretty interesting prizes to note. I mean, the Briar's not too big of a deal. An Energy Retrieval, I guess, could come up. The big one there, Skarzig, Prime Catcher is prized for Michael Lahotsky.
In game 1 and in game 2, Prime Catcher was such a key card to put pressure on Yerko's setup. If you don't have an extra benched Pokemon, if you only have 1 Lugia V, the threat of Prime Catcher to close out the game immediately is much too great, but that's not going to be an option here for us, Chip. Second Teal Mask Ogerpon enters play, uses Teal Dance to draw 1 more. Pokestop still an option.
And I don't think I would hate to see the Pokestop just utilized here. His hand is not super good. He has no ancient Pokemon.
Ooh, but decides to play it slow. Doesn't want to use the Pokestop. You mentioned earlier that Lugia doesn't like to use Pokestop, but if Yurko is very desperate for an Ultra Ball or a Nest Ball to get some sort of setup, Michael wants to deny that. With Iron Hands in the active, Michael thinks that there's going to be plenty of time for him to set up behind this big Pokemon stuck in the active. Yurko plays Professor's Research to discard the hand and draw 7. We'll see what he gets from this chip.
He did have to get rid of a couple supporters to do that, but really the big one after he sets up is just going to be Boss's Orders. Can he find Boss's Orders turn after turn after turn? And he is able to find a Nest Ball here, which can get the second Lugia V, can protect himself from the potential of his only Lugia being KO'd.
The Ogre Pawns in play, withholding the Pokestop, does say that Michael wasn't confident, right, that there was going to be another Nest Ball or something to be seen.
Yeah, I
get
really,
the Raging Bolt or Squawkabilly.
I really think Michael just needed to rip the Band-Aid there. You've got to use the Pokestop. He's already got Sada in his hand, and I have a feeling what he's going to do this turn is put the Pokestop in play and use it. He could have used Pokestop effectively twice, so now he's only giving himself one opportunity to get out of his kind of sticky situation.
And when you're playing an aggressive deck and with less than 10 minutes on the clock in a game that needs to conclude to guarantee your top 8 berth, that means you need to take those big risks, take those big swings, and get a W. But after the deck is shuffled up with Nest Ball finding a second Lugia V, Yurko is sitting pretty.
I think that's all Yurko has. He's got several Archeops in hand. We need to find one more way to discard one more next turn. The draw for Michael is a Professor Sada, and what do you know? Pokestop comes down.
Yeah, even if you have Professor Sada's Vitality, you need some ancient Pokemon to attach those energy to. Pheasantipity and Iron Bundle go to the discard pile.
And he's just got nothing now. He is in a terrible position. He has to retreat this active Ogre Pawn, retreat off the grass energy, and then he can use Energy Retrieval to bring it back to use Teal Dance again.
And his fate dangles on this one card. And what are we looking for at this point? You can't use Squawkabilly.
At least a Nest Ball, I think. Give yourself an Ogre Pawn into play.
Energy Retrieval brings back Grass Energy. Leave the Fighting Energy there for Professor Sada.
Yep, very smart.
And there is Teal Dance.
Debating which Ogre Pawn he wants to use Teal Dance on. I think the active makes sense because you could at least attack this turn, but he'll do it on the bench.
Oh, and there's the punish.
Well, there's one more Grass Energy, so he can keep drawing. And he does find a Nest Ball. Okay, this can get him out of this.
He's still in there.
I do just want to point out he would have found that Nest Ball off of the Pokestop if he had used Pokestop twice. So, you know, just saying.
Yeah, there is a little bit of pressure, right? In a situation like this, getting into Game 3, you don't want to play Pokestop because there is just a small percentage that maybe you're giving your opponent a lot of help to get set up. But in this matchup specifically, I think you're right, Chip. You've got to be greedier.
Well, you want your opponent to use Pokestop as Lugia. If your opponent is having to be a Lugia player using Pokestop, that means they are in a terrible position.
And Professor Sada's Vitality just finding one target to draw 3 more cards. Earthen Vessel thinning down the hand even further. Radiant Greninja was picked up as well from Professor Sada's Vitality's draw. So that's 2 more cards to be seen. Hopefully we can continue to bolster this setup, even though this first turn was pretty awkward.
Yeah, and Michael can't even pull off a reasonable attack here. He's already retreated for turn. You can only retreat once per turn in the Pokemon TCG. So if he wants to pull off a Raging Bolt 2 prize KO into the active Iron Hands from Yurko, Michael is going to need to find his one-of copy of Switch Cart or his one-of copy of Prime Catcher. That's the only way Michael is able to take a knockout here.
And it would be so sad if you can't get the switch, you can manually attach to Ogre Pawn and just deal a little bit of damage to the Iron Hands EX.
It's not even relevant damage.
Exactly.
It's going to be one-hit KOing that thing later on, right?
But I'm not seeing it, Chip. Lost Vacuum doesn't do much. A couple energies in hand. Concealed Cards is already used. There's another Ogre Pawn.
You can look one more time.
The overbenching, it's very, very rough. Suing Heavy Ball was picked up, however, from Teal Dance. Can look in the prize cards and see exactly what's going on there. There is a Raging Bolt to be had.
Yeah, of course the Prime Catcher was prized, so literally a single card Michael could have found there would have been the Switch card, and he just can't do it, and he'll have to pass, and Yurko will be just loving this. He is absolutely in the driver's seat in this game.
With 2 Lugia V, this is 2 potentials for the Lugia V-Star. Once more leading into this beautiful Arrow Dive, the Tempest Dive with the Vitality Band to knock out the Ogerpon in the active. That's 2 energies leaving play. Prime Catcher moves a little bit further down the prize cards for Michael, but if you can't get these first couple of knockouts, that's going to be irrelevant.
And Yerko's got a pretty good setup here. He has that one of Arven in his hand. He can
Again.
He can grab Ultra Ball. He can discard the Archeops from his hand. The Ultra Ball can get him the Lugia V-Star, and he can also find that Vitality Band, so he can use it to knock out this active Ogerpon while using a double Turbo Energy on his benched Lugia V-Star.
Such a beautiful tech. The massive difference that just 10 extra damage can make. And there it is, Ultra Ball discarding 2 Archeops from the hand to grab Lugia V-Star. Summoning Star now will get 2 Archeops in play. Is there enough attachments to power up the Lugia and also get this Iron Hands EX out of the active?
He's just barely going to be able to do it. So he can use 1 Primal Turbo to accelerate 2 energy to the active, one of them being a double turbo, one of them being another energy card. And then he can use the other Primal Turbo to accelerate 2 non-double energies to the bench Lugia V-Star. He has a double turbo energy in his hand, and that will piece everything together for him to perfectly be able to maneuver here. It is a lot of energy going down for just 1 attack, but it is totally worth it in this position.
Just you have to extend for the aggression, for the positioning at this point, Chip. In game number 3, 4 minutes left on the clock, and Yerko's maybe hoping to just break his opponent's spirit at this point, get so far ahead and force the concession. There's the the Primal Turbo for the double turbo onto the active to cover Iron Hand's massive 4 retreat cost. And finally, the second Primal Turbo to attach 2 single energies, using the double turbo as the attachment return from hand, and a big retreat into the active spot. This is the knockout with Tempest Dive, discarding the Pokestop as well.
And it's going to be a similar situation to game number 2. Yerko, from here on out, is looking for boss's orders next turn. Needs to KO one of these Ogerpon, and then he'll hope to clean up the game with Blood Moon Ursaluna KOing a Raging Bolt EX.
Michael Lahotsky debating on what to promote. Was thinking about the Ogerpon there for a second, but has to go for Raging Bolt. With a Professor Sawdust Vitality or just an attach from hand, the attack is already there to swing for 280, but you're kind of behind in the prize race with Yerko getting those first 2 prizes of the game.
I think luckily here for all of us, the clock shouldn't be too much of a factor. There is just about 3.5 minutes remaining here, and I think that is enough time for either of these players to potentially finish, depending on how long this turn takes here for Michael Lahotsky.
Lost Vacuum to take away the Vitality Band tells me that he might not be able to get the KO this turn. Wants to just take away the Vitality Band to protect the rest of the Ogerpons on the bench.
It could just be thinning out a card that he doesn't need anymore. Might as well use the Lost Vacuum, get rid of this Raging Bolt. You don't need more than 2 Raging Bolt to get through the rest of this game, right? If your 2 Raging Bolt get KO'd, you lose the game regardless.
Okay, there is the Professor Sawdust, so the attack is live. 3 cards drawn as well.
Looks like Pal Pad being debated.
And now, is it the right time to maybe put 1 Professor Sawdust back, 2? We're still hoping to see the late game Iono counterplay from Michael, if that's ever going to be available. It's just such a shame that the Duskull, Rare Candy, Dust Noir, Briar didn't line up in this matchup, as you said, Chip, as a way to kind of fix your prize trade after knocking out a single prize Pokemon, and with Briar as an explosive threat to close out. With Raging Bolt playing a much more straight up game into Lugia, as long as Lugia gets set up, it seems to always take over.
Definitely still a great position here for Yerko, but Michael's not out of it. He's going to play to his outs here, and taking this knockout is a great first step. 280 damage, 1-hit KOs the Lugia V-Star, and I'm not even sure if Yerko's going to be able to draw too many cards off the Gift Energy. Looks like it will be a couple, not too bad.
Just 2, finds Legacy Energy, that's pretty good.
Yeah, honestly, one of the options here for Yerko, he needs to boss, right? He could boss up one of the Ogerpon. Yeah, I guess he could just get through the active with this Blood Moon Ursaluna, and that looks like the path he has chosen to go with. But Legacy Energy can be used on the Iron Hands to actually get 2 prizes on Radiant Greninja. That's another way that Yerko could close this game out.
I was a little worried, only having the Legacy Energy, no main deck Lightning Energy, the Raikou, and the Iron Hands are going to be fighting over which one gets to attack, but you no longer need to employ these. The Lugia with Vitality Band has lined up to be an attacker in the spotlight for this list. Typically, modern Lugia decks tend to lean into their supporting cast with either the Wellspring Mask, Ogerpon, etc. But I love that Lugia V-Star is rising back to prominence and hitting these numbers because of Vitality Band.
Yurko will attach a couple here, has one more from hand, so Blood Moon is online, 240 damage. Less than a minute left in this turn. There's a chance that if Yurko finishes his turn here, that Michael will draw and Michael will be turn 0. That would be great for Yurko. It means he has 2 more chances to win the game. But if time is cold on his turn, he'll be the one who's turn 0, and he'll be forced to try to find a way to win on the next turn.
Because Yurko had to expend so much energy on that specific turn to retreat the Iron Hands and power up the Lugia V-Star, he is getting a little bit stuck in the weeds, evaluating where all of the special energy is still remaining. A lot has been attached to the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and now he needs to have a little bit left over for a potential Cinccino play, and there is the knockout. 23 seconds left on the clock, and it's over to Michael. Promotes and draws for turn.
Michael will be turn 0 here. Time will be called shortly, and that means Michael will have this turn plus 1 more, and Yurko will have 2 turns. So the mission here for Michael is going to be find a way to deny Yurko from taking 2 prizes next turn. And probably his best bet, I don't know that there is one, to be honest. If he gust KOs the Lugia V on the bench and uses Iono, that means Yurko gets to keep this Blood Moon Ursaluna. If he just KOs the active, Yurko has a large hand size. He'll get gift energy even if you Iono him. And there's a pretty good chance Yurko can just win with something like a Cinccino evolving and KOing whatever the active Pokemon is. So it's really, really a tough position here for Michael. Let's see if he can find a way to navigate out of it.
Draws 3 from Professor Sada's Vitality. There's a Night Stretcher. All the Professor Sadas are still there waiting to keep the chain of attacks going. But because of the timing, because of the lack of tempo, Michael doesn't have enough time or turns in order to get this knockout. Night Stretcher for a Grass Energy in order to activate Teal Dance and draw 1 more. Still digging, looking desperate for a way out of the situation, Chip.
Using the Dusknoir next turn maybe could lead to some sort of play for Michael.
We know that the Blood Moon Ursaluna can't attack back-to-back with Blood Moon.
That is true. It's something he could try to take advantage of here, maybe just hitting the active for a little bit and also Ionoing here. That actually, okay, so that could be the play, right? Michael hits this active Blood Moon for just a little bit, plays the Iono, and then leaves Yurko with just a couple cards to work with and forces him to have it. And then next turn, Michael uses the Dusknoir to take the knockout and then knock out something else on the bench, but he doesn't go for it as it stands, and Yurko is just going to draw for turn. Does he have the pieces to win the game right here? It looks like he does.
The Cinccino goes into the active spot. There is the Ultra Ball to find the Cinccino. This is a 1-1 line, folks, that hasn't had a chance to really shine in this best of 3, but finally at the end of the game evolves into the attachment from Primal Turbo. There's the knockout, and Yurko Valencia wins this best of 3 to lock in that final slot for top 8 and a clean cut.
Traveling all the way to Louisville from Chile, and I think the travel has paid off at this point, locking up a spot in the top 8, ensuring we will have a clean cut as well at top 8. All of the players at X and 2, I think we're rooting for a tie in this spot, but it's not going to be the case. Yurko ensures that he moves on.
Yep. Won the Joinville Regional with Lugia, made some tweaks to that recipe to bring it to this tournament, adapt to the meta game, taking a couple of pages from Rahul Reddy's deck, apparently, and now we can take a look and see if Lugia V-Star has what it takes to win it all. This was a great back and forth, Chip. I think the Raging Bolt deck did what it wanted pretty much every single game, but just didn't have the utility that we've been seeing from these modern Raging Bolt decks to keep up with Lugia.
Yeah, you can see where Bravery Charm maybe would have been helpful to Michael in Game 2 or Game 3, force Yurko to have a lot more. And I think there was an opportunity for Michael to maybe make a few different decisions in game number 2 that could have given him a better chance to win the game. He would have still, needed Yurko to miss, but he didn't even go for those lines.
He didn't go for that Iono play.
Walked into the opportunity for Yurko to just close out game number 2.
Yeah, there was definitely the idea to hold the Iono for later on in the game to limit Yurko's options, and then in game number 3, just having the Pokestop in play 1 turn earlier, seeing 3 extra cards would have been a massive difference to the amount of threat potential he had throughout the entire rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, not taking a knockout on the second turn of the game for Michael is really what just let Yurko take control of this game. From that point on, it was almost inevitable that Yurko was going to come out ahead.
And I have to shout it out again. I was absolutely blown away by the Arvin and Vitality Band technology to line up knockouts into Teal Mask Ogerpons, into Pheasantippities. This serves Lugia so well. So you have a Pokemon that can participate. And even when you have the Lugia V-Star, because that's you're always going to have one if you're actually playing a real game, and being able to maintain this Pokemon as a threat that your opponent also needs to deal with around the threat of Ampy very much, the threat of Legacy Energy and Weirdeer and things of that nature. It just gives you that little bit of extra oomph that you need.
Yeah, the Arven is honestly super good, and I think we saw in that game the reasons for it to be included in the deck. It sort of reminds me of back a couple of seasons ago whenever, you know, we were in the broken Lugia format, Sword and Shield through Crown Zenith, where we saw nothing but Lugia, 30% of the day 1 meta, 50% of the day 2 meta. You know, players were utilizing
dark times.
Yeah, they were dark times. Players were utilizing a one of Irida in their list. They were utilizing a one of Skyla at times, just because sometimes all you need is just that one key piece of the puzzle, and it's a trainer card, and if you can find it at the right time, it works out massively for you. And it sort of serves a similar function. The addition of the Vitality Band does fix a lot of the math.
The first part of Lugia is just getting set up consistently. And once you do that, you have just a full blank canvas of how you want to approach the metagame, what attackers you want to employ, and how. Even this deck, as you mentioned, Chip, it didn't show up during the best of 3, but the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon as something that's kind of gone in and out of Lugia V-Star. We'll see if this is the metagame for it.
Yeah, it's not great in that matchup, but it can be really strong against the Dragapult decks. I think
there ain't no Manaphy's around.
There's a Charizard deck in our top 8. I think that's a matchup where the Wellspring Mask can be massive for sure.
And with only one Legacy Energy, it just shows that Yurko knows what Pokemon to employ for each matchup.
Yeah, knows when to use which one. What's nice about the Wellspring Mask as well is that you recycle that Legacy back into the deck, right? For the effect of the attack, you have to shuffle those energy cards back in, so you can still use it again later on an Iron Hands, or you can even Wellspring Mask twice.
And if there's other Lugia decks that are making their way into the top cut or these top tables, still has the Iron Hands, has the Raikou V, which, you know, Ruhul Ready has been employing for a long time just to get some extra card draw here and there, or to have a lightning attacker that doesn't need a lot of energy attached in order to get some big hits for weakness.
Yeah, we'll get a nice pretty graphic going later on that shows all of the top cut decks, but I mean, we can talk about it now. We know that there's a Raging Bolt, we know that there's a Charizard, we know there's a Terrapagos, we know there's a Regidrago, there's 2 Lugia, 1 Lost Box, and 1 Origin Form Palkia V-Star. Yes, he made it in. So a super diverse top 8, lots of different decks. What do you make of that?
The Dust Noir has been something that has had a lot of threat potential. We've seen its explosive comeback potential, and it is also, I think, kind of like the new flavor of the month, the new vogue. It's not just a strong deck, it's also kind of the shiny new toy.
Sure.
And I want to see how it matches up against a lot of classic powerhouses like Lugia, like Charizard, that have had strong, solid game plans for such a long time, but now have a reputation for being able to adapt to the upcoming metagame. Charizard has had a target on his back for so long, and only Charizard's strongest soldiers are able to really exist in this meta, I feel like, especially with Regidrago falling off a bit. Are you prepared for the next wave of new blood that's got your anti-techs in mind and is going to give you a hard time?
Yeah, I believe Sebastian Lashmet playing that Charizard Pidgeot deck, he's actually playing the same 60 cards that Nathan Osterkatz is using currently, who is the first seed, or second seed, I believe, in the Seniors Division top cut at this tournament. So players who've worked together, you know, it's seeing success in multiple age divisions. Like you said, some of Charizard's strongest soldiers, players who really believed in it, and it's paying off for them now.
Yeah, because there's so much tech. I mean, we got people in the audience who was like, oh, I always believed in Charizard. I love that deck. It's my favorite deck. I know that there was a lot of high-level players just kind of toying around with the list, practicing it. It's always a deck that's smart to revisit just to see if the meta has shifted enough to make room. Oh, do I have room for Mist Energy, for example? Because of Pidgeot EX being able to search out these one-ofs, we have these crazy Tord Reklev style toolbox Charizards that seem to be able to run a counter for everything.
Well, Skarzik, I'm excited to hear from our winner from the last round, see how Yerko is feeling after getting the win, and if he's looking to make another run, winning another regionals this season. Let's get down to the lounge.
Thank you, casters. Juancho Saldana here, and I'm joined in the lounge with our last round winner, Yerko Valencia. How are you feeling right now?
¿Cómo te estás sintiendo? Me siento muy bien. Me siento jugando bien y
feels really good. He's playing really well.
Estoy en plena forma.
And he's in tip-top shape.
I love to hear it. Can you tell me about your mentality about, you just won the last regional, the Joinville, and now you're looking pretty good. You're in top 8.
Te está viendo increíble. ¿Qué es tu mentalidad ahora mismito que vas a estar para top 8? ¿Qué estás sintiendo en estos momentos? Y ganaste el regional en Joinville. ¿Cómo te estás sintiendo eso?
Eso me hace sentir con mucha confianza.
Much confidence.
Y me lo tomo un paso a la vez.
And we got to take it one step at a time.
One step at a time. Yeah, I love that. Let's talk about your deck choice. You brought Lugia V-Star to this regional.
Elegiste jugar Lugia para el regional. Vamos a hablar de por qué elegiste jugar Lugia.
Creo que la versatilidad del mazo era la respuesta correcta para el meta de este regional.
The versatility of Lugia and all its Pokemon is like the correct meta call for this regional, and he really felt that.
I like it. Can we expound on that? What matchups are you looking forward to facing or want to avoid?
¿Cuáles juegos quieres jugar? ¿Qué te quieres jugar contra y cuáles tú quieres evitar jugando contra?
Ojalá evitar lo máximo posible Iron Thorns.
We're trying to avoid Iron Thorns. We don't want to play against that the most possible. Let's avoid that today.
Y me gustaría Raging Ball.
He would like to play against Raging Bolt a lot.
Dragapult.
Against Dragapult would be favorable matchups.
Yes. Al menos son match que puedo jugar. No son match que vaya a sentarme a perder.
He wants to play games that he can win. He does not want to play games that he can lose.
That definitely makes sense. And as Lugia player, I also just fear the Raging Bolt. Universal language there.
Él le encanta jugar Lugia. Nos quiere jugar contra Raging Bolt. Le teme un poco miedo a Raging Bolt.
No. Iron
Thorns. He doesn't want to play Iron Thorns.
Iron Thorns. That's right. That's right. With that, any advice you can give to any aspiring Pokemon player out there?
¿Qué le puedes decir a la gente en casa que quieren jugar Pokémon?
Primero que tienen que decidir o ver ellos si es que quieren jugar competitivo o por diversión.
It's really important that you make a decision whether you want to be a competitive Pokemon player or if you just want to be a Pokemon player that's just having fun.
Si es que juegan por diversión, disfruten lo máximo que puedan.
If you're playing for fun, enjoy the game. It's the best thing you can do.
Y si lo juegan por competencia, deben entrenar y dedicarle mucho tiempo.
And if you're playing a competitive player, you should be dedicating time and, your efforts to being a competitive player.
That is great advice. Thank you so much. Before I let you go, anyone you want to shout out? Any last words?
¿Qué si quiere decirle algo a la gente en casa?
Muchas gracias a mi equipo de testeo de la cuarta región de Coquimbo. De la cuarta región de Coquimbo, Chile.
He wants to thank the people who ran the regional over at Chile and the people who supported him there.
A mis amigos de Santiago y a toda la gente que me apoya de Chile, que de verdad lo llevo en el corazón.
And his heart out to the people back home who have always been supporting him.
Y que de verdad aprecio cada palabra de aliento y de buena onda que me dan.
And he'd like to appreciate all the great things that they say for him and all the help that he receives all the time.
Lo llevo en el corazón. Muchas gracias.
And everybody at home is in his heart when he's at these events. And much thank you.
I love to hear it. With that, best of luck in top 8.
Buena suerte en los finales, ¿sí?
Muchas gracias.
With that, before we get into our top 8, I actually have a quick video. I did get to I wanted to know what the people think would win the Louisville Regional Championships. Let's go ahead and check that out. All right, Pokemon fans, we're here at the Louisville Regional Championship, and I want to know what the people will think will take the crown. What do you think's going to win?
I think Lugia will win this weekend.
I think I would have to say Golden Go's going to win.
I think Charizard's going to win this one.
I think Iron Baby Bear's going to win.
It's got to be Terapagos.
I believe Iron Thorns EX will win the Louisville Regional Championship.
Palkia.
I believe Raging Bolt is going to win Louisville.
Reggie's.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The people have spoken. Do you agree? Let us know. Now, let's go back to more Pokemon action.
I started playing Pokemon back in 2015. I had just moved to Los Angeles, and I was kind of looking for a way to make friends. And I figured, well, I like playing Pokemon. Maybe this would be a good way for me to meet people because I'm a little bit shy. So yeah, I've been playing ever since. My favorite Pokemon, without a doubt, is Dragonite. It is a Pokemon that's been with me ever since the original Red, Blue, and Yellow. And because it made one of the craziest comebacks in VGC history with Dragonite. So I really love that Pokemon. Right now, one of my daily goals is to study Japanese. I'm moving to Japan in December, so I want to make sure that once I'm there, I know the language a good amount so that I can be able to communicate with people. After going to Worlds in 2023, I really fell in love with the country, so I'm really excited to be moving there. For me, definitely Wolf is one of the people I look up to. He not only is a fantastic player, but also a really good friend and just an amazing person. He's someone that, he has all the accolades in the world, but it doesn't really get to his head. And I think it's really cool to have someone like that in the community that is a good player, but also humble about it. And I look up to that. My goals at playing Pokemon, it varies by the season, but most of the time is always to try and win Worlds. I did top cut Worlds in 2016 when I had just started playing. And ever since then, I kind of been failing to reach that same height. So the goal is to always win Worlds, but every year it gets more and more difficult. The players these days are insanely good. So it makes the competition, that much more fierce, but also makes your wins feel much more deserved. My favorite meal of during events is always breakfast. Breakfast is just my favorite meal because I really like having coffee. And for some reason, coffee always tastes better in the morning than it does later in the day. I don't know why. I don't know the science, but it's just the way it works. Probably New York style cheesecake. Pretty bland, but I like it. My favorite city that I've been to, without a doubt, has been Vancouver. I think it's a beautiful city. You can take a train right from the airport to the downtown area. There's great food in there. There's really good nature as well. It's very clean. Every year, whenever I can, I try to always go to Vancouver because I know I'll have a good time there. My friends always tell me I have really bad music taste, and it's fair. I do enjoy a little bit of rock and roll. I do enjoy a little bit more classical music. Video game music is some of my favorite as well. So a little bit of everything, but I definitely don't listen to the more popular songs, and I constantly get made fun of because of that. Maybe Team Brock, because I feel like he's actually one of the more difficult gym leaders because it's right at the beginning, and if you chose Charmander, you're gonna in for a rough time. But Brock is cool, and he's a really big part in the anime. He's kind of like the father figure for Ash and Misty, so yeah, I like him.
Let's kick off the 2024 Pokemon European International Championships!
Secure Kabi-chans. Yes, they can! Yes, they can! They simply can't stop Fusion. No one could stop Fusion throughout this tournament, and that is why Fusion are your AOS Cup champions!
Emmy Weedle is about to clean up this game.
Emmy Weedle did a phenomenal job of reading that if Annihilate is out on the lead, I can win this game with Vigoroth, and Emmy Weedle is gonna 3-0 sweep Doombug to become your European International Champion.
See the Mirage Gate, accelerate this Hisuian Gudra, and with this Jet Energy, it can move into the active spot, and a final boss's orders commanding one of these two Pokemon on the bench to come up will clinch the game out for Johan, and he becomes your Europe International Champion. Gabriel can find himself an energy card and one of those counter catcher. He can bring up one of these benched two prize Pokemon. Let's see if it's there. It finds both the counter catcher and the dark energy. The back-to-back international champion, Gabriel Fernandez, wins it all in Europe.
One prize card remaining each. Can Tord find the knockout this turn?
Charizard EX in hand. One more piece of the puzzle.
And that's going to be it. The rare candy from the Pidgeot EX will find the evolution needed. Charizard EX, the knockout. Tord Reklev is your European International Champion, 5-time international champion, and the greatest player of the modern era.
Saltfest variant.
Ivy Kudjo coming out again from the Ogerpon, picking up a huge knockout here, leaving the Incineroar. If it does outspeed this Ferrograph, if it's trying to go for the Trick Room, is going to be able to get the knockoff off, and it is going to pick up a huge knockout.
Huge knockout indeed.
But the battle is cancelled. We have our first Juniors final in the EU 2024 Championships. Kevin Han.
In with this play, drag the pulse, targeting the Chien Pao. It is enough. It picks up the KO, and this Team Blue has a lot of pulling weight. It has to do. It will not, and we see it's been locked in. Benjamin Polster is your champion of the European International Championships.
One hit is all it's going to be taking to take that Pokemon down. And this match, Nils has been in such control the entire time. It was well played, but Nils, he never let out. Always was so close to the title and is going to claim it. Nils Dunclop is going to be your European International Champion.
I'm feeling pretty crazy with this win. I did not expect this coming here. I was happy that I managed to clinch out the win in those crucial moments.
Too happy almost. I won the European Championships and I still can't believe it.
I feel pretty normal.
A bit in shock. Kind of getting used to this now, but still just a great feeling.
I feel very happy to have won EUIC because it was my first IC win.
Es un sueño haber logrado esto, la verdad es algo que siempre quería. Sentí mucho ese logro hace mucho querer y también enfrentarme ante Kavi-chans.
It's been a little bit of time since, especially last year when I got so close and lost in the final. It felt really good to be able to get a little bit of redemption and keep the title in Europe this year.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome back to the Louisville Regional Championships. We're just about ready to get started with our top cut, our top 8. But first of all, we're gonna have a little chat. My name is Juancho Saldana, and yes, it's been a very interesting tournament. I'm joined in the lounge with Chip, Richie, and Adam Watson. How are we feeling today?
Feeling great. We just saw a really excellent match there for our final streamed game before we get into Top Cut. And something I'm really interested to see is how this is going to shape out, because this is the first tournament in this new format that we've had that is a clean cut of 8 players, right? Every other event that has happened in our current new tournament system has led to an asymmetrical cut being, you know, between 9 and I think 12 players is the most we've had so far. So it's pretty interesting to see that even though this tournament is so massive, that we've only had 8 players make it in.
Yeah, the 8 players with the best records getting to the top. We've got a lot of unique decks as well in the top 8. I'm really excited to get that officially shown off for our audience at home, see if their picks and their players they were looking out for is what made the cut.
That's for sure. But speaking of picks, how about we double check our picks for the weekend?
Yeah, the caster predictions.
With so many decks in Top Cut, I think everyone has a chance to still be correct here, at least somewhat.
So we're all happy right now. We all get a point
Finally. You know, when they ask me for my caster predictions, I just have to say, okay, which 2 decks do I want to curse for this tournament?
Well, we'll see how everyone's feeling after we get down to a top 4. Once things keep getting whittled down, I think a few of us have had some picks eliminated. You know, Boo, Dragapult didn't show up too big in our top cut. You know, I went a little rogue with the Miraidon choice. And I know, Skarzik, you said you really only wanted credit for Pidgeot if it was with Control.
Yeah, I know that Control was a really strong idea, but, you know, the big caveat there is figuring out what exactly you need to counter and hoping that those tech cards line up in the matchups you need them for.
Definitely. I'm just going to have to give me and Kyle some points here just for the spooky season. We've seen Dusknoir perform fairly well in this regional championships, and I believe at least one has made it into the top cut. But yeah, I mean, I don't think I've really been able to see a full-powered Terrapagos just yet. We haven't been able to feature it on stream where it's just you go off with all these knockdowns and you really combo off. But can still happen.
Yeah, definitely. Gabe Smart is on the Terrapagos Dusknoir deck, and he has made it into top 8. I think there's 3 different Dusknoir decks in Top Cut right now. It's Gabe with his Terrapagos deck. We saw Kyle Lesnowitz with his Origin Form Palkia V-Star Dusknoir deck. And then there is also Sebastian Lashmet, who's playing Charizard, but he's got the Dusknoir package in his Zard list.
Yeah, I think that these decks that are setting up a bunch of Hoot, setting up a bunch of Duskulls, it's great if your opponent is on a very straightforward win condition where they aren't looking to disrupt your bench too much or have those snipes. Players have already adapted for this tournament, leaning much more heavily into Radiant Greninja, that Moonlight Shuriken, things of that nature. And if it's a Dusknoir mirror, who's going to go first and get the Rare Candy Dusknoir combos up and running first?
Targeting it down opposing Duskulls.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to scare you before you scare me, right? With that, let's go ahead and check out the graphic, actually, for what did make our top 8. And what a meta game. You love to see it when there's all these different Pokemon up here. Again, we have the Regidrago V-Star with Benjamin, Caleb on Raging Bolt, Kyle with the Origin Form Palkia and Dusknoir, and we have 2 Lugia V-Star decks with Kiernan and Yurko making it. Then obviously Gabe Smart with the Terrapagos, Michael Davidson with the Lost Zone box, and Sebastian Lashmet with Charizard EX.
Yeah, it's very surprising. I think that maybe just mathematically we would expect 2 Raging Bolt to make it through, not as many Lugia, but Charizard managing to hang on and still get a pretty good tournament showing, at least making top 8 is surprising to me.
No, what's really surprising to me, though, is the Lost Box. I think that was in no one's radar here. Just my hat's off to Michael, maybe dodging all the Regidrago, all the Curums,
yeah,
potentially.
And Hunter Butler was the one that said that it was kind of a secret meta pick, that this is a really strong deck and they were hoping to keep it under wraps, but now the cat's out of the bag and Lost Zone Box might be a real threat to evaluate for future regionals.
Yeah, it has great matchups into so many of the decks in the format. The main problem is it just cannot beat Regidrago. Its matchup is terrible into that deck, whether they're attacking with Dragapult, whether they're using Kyurem. They can attack with the actual Kyurem itself. They don't even have to use Regidrago V-Star to copy that Trifrost attack. It is a really, really difficult matchup for Lost Box. But if you don't play against it, I mean, look at these other decks. They are all 2 prize decks that Lost Box trades extremely favorably into.
So it seems to be Michael Davidson's tournament, but we'll see if he's matched against Benjamin.
No, that's for sure. I mean, something to talk about as well is just the 2 double Lugia V-Stars. And Lugia V-Star has been a deck near and dear to my heart, so just seeing it perform well, even just the past couple of tournaments, makes me feel great. I mean, just seeing Kiernan here again, right?
Yeah, this is a deck that we kind of ignore. We know that it's a good deck. I've always said, just don't talk about it, just don't look at it, maybe it'll go away. But the dedicated Lugia players have just made such a strong case for the deck and has shown how it can adapt to the metagame. We used to think that, similar to Raging Bolt, that Lugia was kind of just a one-trick pony. I'm going to Ultra Ball 2 Archeops away and bada boom, bada bing. But now it's, oh, but I've got Mist Energy now, I've got Minccino, Weirdeer, Legacy, giving access still to so many other attackers, and it's got way more utility than I ever gave it credit for.
And you talk about dedicated Lugia players. I mean, look at the 2 players who are in this top cut. Yerko from Chile, traveling all the way up here after, getting a win at a regional championships just a couple weekends ago in Brazil in Joinville. He's now looking to make another run. He used Lugia V-Star at that event. And then, of course, in Baltimore just about a month ago, we saw Kieran Farah getting 2nd place with Lugia V-Star. He's chosen to stick with it, and he has made it to another top 8.
All right. With all this top 8 talk, I'm itching now to get into the match. But before anything, I want to pull it back. We'll relax a bit, have a little palate cleanser, because I believe we still have to argue about the spookiest Pokemon.
Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot about that.
Before all the competition, let's have some scares here. So let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket. And I believe we're at Dusknoir versus Banette now?
Oh, we're going to start at that part of the bracket. This is a tough call. Dusknoir has a very strong case for it to be made, certainly, but Banette really surprised me for this tournament. I thought that I'm not going to lie, the Gardevoir Banette thing was a little gimmicky, even though I liked the idea of the Henry brand item lock from the World Championships. I wasn't sure if it was going to be as consistent, but this new Gardevoir build seems to take it to a new level.
Okay, well, for once, I'm the mediator now. One of you will have to take Dusknoir, and one of you will be Bayonet.
Well, I mean, I definitely think I have to take Bayonet. I like to steal my bonus time when I'm arguing for the card I like. And I mean, Chip, Dusknoir, it was one of your caster picks. It's been popping off in the tournament, but what makes this card so scary?
Yeah, Dusknoir is great. You know, it's a spooky Pokemon in and of itself, but it's really difficult and scary to play against because your opponent just has so many options with that Cursed Blast. And I mean, if you look at the history of the Pokemon TCG as well, Dusknoir has been absolutely terrifying to play against. You think back to the Dusknoir and Trevenant Tag Team GX card that absolutely dominated the one expanded format tournament it was legal for. I think 2 expanded format tournaments led to multiple cards getting banned from the expanded format. And then you also look even farther back to the old Dark Palm Dusknoir, shuffling your Pokemon back from the deck in the field into the deck. Very scary.
Okay, yeah, that was terrifying.
Let me finish my thoughts. Sorry.
Yeah. So Dusknoir, we all know. Yeah, talk about the metagame, talk about the past, talk about these cards. Dusknoir is kind of a big cuddly guy. He's not really.
You have fun cuddling with Dusknoir, Adam. Let me know how that goes.
He's big and round. He's just showing up out of your window to return your keys. You dropped your keys. Bayonet's a creepy puppet. Personally, I can't deal with that. If I'm going to choose which one of those to run into in a dark room, creepy zipper mouth puppet gives me the absolute heebie-jeebies.
Dusknoir's belly is a mouth.
All right, you know what? They're both terrifying. I know personally, I'd rather cuddle up with a doll over the big mummy ghosts, but...
Yeah, mummies aren't scary.
But you know what? We'll find out who the winner for this bracket will be. Right now, we actually will go back into the top 8. We're going to throw it back to the desk. Don't go anywhere.
Spooky Pokemon, but as you guys vote on those Pokemon, we're here back at the desk about to take you into our top 8. Our players are ready. We're jumping straight into the action. Shelby Boo here with Kyle Sablehouse. Kyle, you ready to cast this top 8?
Oh yeah, I
Go.
can't believe we're jumping right in. It could have been a top 8, could have been a top 31.
Yeah.
Thankfully, it was a clean cut, and we are underway.
Yes, it was a little bit risky there. All of our players shaped up with the same amount of points, which is pretty wild because, you know, we didn't know what that bracket was going to look like. It was total shenanigans backstage, but I'm happy that we're here. Our players are matched up and they're at the table, so let's introduce them and see how they're feeling headed into this, if they're looking nervous or not at the table. Ooh. One thing I will say, both these players are looking pretty young, Kyle. These are some talented, confident, younger players. Half of our top 8 bracket actually has accomplishments in the senior division, including both of these players. Look at these senior accomplishments here. I mean, we have a second place, a world's finalist here in Sebastian Lashmet on the right side of the screen.
Yeah, Benjamin also with the top 4 just recently in Honolulu and was stacking up some results. Top 8 in Peoria, top 4 in Toronto as well, and a senior finalist the year prior. So really been adding on the results and playing some pretty big time decks over here too.
Yeah, look at these decks. I mean, we have 2 Titans right now in the format. Charizard EX here heading into this top 8 match versus Regidrago V-Star, but these players are well versed in Gardevoir. They're both heavy Gardevoir players in the past, but now we've got some different decks that they're bringing to our table here, but they're talented. I mean, Gardevoir alone is a difficult deck to pilot, so put these decks in these players' hands, and I have full trust we're going to see a good game coming up here.
Yeah, looks like we got a broken sleeve, so we'll give them a little extra time.
All right.
This is definitely a battle of the Titans. The young gun players showing off that they've got some great accomplishments, ready to prove themselves now on the Masters stage. And the decks are terrifying. I mean, Regidrago into the Charizard matchup. Talk about scary for Christian. If he does not set up perfectly going first, you can lose all of your important basics, and we've seen just how volatile this matchup is already on stream yesterday.
Yeah, we did get to see this on stream yesterday, and it was a lot closer than we thought it would be. Both of these players have full potential to come out on top in this match that we're heading into, but it's all going to come down to the cards. You know, what do we see in the prize cards? What do we see in those initial hands, and how are they able to set up? And then if they're not able to set up, are they able to recover enough here in this matchup to stabilize for the later game? Both these decks, I mean, one in the Regidrago V-Star, it comes out in explosive turns. It discards so many cards. It gets rid of its resources to take those pivotal turns in the start of the game. But Charizard EX, it has that base consistency to be able to just, I mean, we saw the Radiant Charizard come out and just completely turn games around yesterday in our day one in this matchup, and then stabilize enough in the finals to just have the edge over Regidrago. So I'm excited to see if we see that same story play out, or if it's going to be a little bit of a different story this time around.
Yeah, we'll keep our eye on that Thornton, that Radiant Charizard, and that Defiance bands, because my goodness, it is terrifying when it all works out well, and so often we just see it. Yes. So both players will have a great opportunity here. What do you think about this for Sebastian on this side? As he's the only one who really has the experience at this table with the lights on him, being that he had a seniors match already presented in the finals.
The finals, yeah. I mean, that could definitely come into play. And also, it's seeing so much success at NAIC just recently as well. So, I don't know. We'll have to see. I see a pink card in the prize cards, though.
That's a good one. Yeah. Anything that says it's unfair, you should probably believe it.
Draw two, buddy.
That can be quite a problem for your opponents to just go down to 2 cards and struggle. So we'll see if maybe Sebastian finds that at the right time. It's not in the worst spot.
No, it's right there in the middle. Benjamin on the other side having 2 Earthen Vessel. That can make it a little awkward finding those energies. We'll have to see, though. We have the fist bump. We are getting into our Masters top 8 here. They have a lot of senior accomplishments, but they're in Masters now, and they're bringing it to our table in this top 8 starting off. Charizard versus Regidrago. And we're going to start off with some Pokemon coming out here. So we saw this matchup yesterday. Kyle, what do we need to see for the setup here from Sebastian?
Basic Pokemon. All of them. Get as many as you can as early as possible. It's so important to see this bench start to flood. And if you're going for the Rotom, probably means either you got a really good hand or a really bad hand. Either you need a lot of help or you already have Buddy Poffin and you're rolling in it.
Exactly. It's funny that those two things are polar opposites, but they could both be happening right now. I didn't get to see the hand yet, but Sebastian's going through here, getting all these cards laid out. I mean, this is like...
He's deck checking right
now.
I
know, but like placing them down after... I mean, I guess I've never seen that before, but who knows? Maybe our previous seniors are bringing some new strats to the Masters division now.
I mean, I've seen players practice all sorts of stuff, and if this is what it takes to win, I guess we got to start doing
lining up the 20 energies. That was so funny. All right, so yes, we have the Rotom now off of that ball, that nest ball. Sebastian, let's see what he has for us for the rest of this turn. If it's going to be that explosive good turn with the Buddy Poffin getting all those other Pokemon out, or if we're going to see an awkward hand, or the Pokemon are just in hand too. We see a Charmander come out here, a couple other Pokemon, but some that's a Charizard EX, Radiant Charizard. So really, that's the only baby that we see coming down.
Honestly, is enough. To see the Charmander means that you have the opportunity for the Rare Candy Pidgeot, Rare Candy Charizard, putting some early pressure on if you so choose. And that can be a lot of hit points to work with on the other side if you're Benjamin. How do you knock out a Charizard that early as if they're attacking you on turn 2?
Exactly, and that is so possible every time you face off against this deck. I love to see this. We're still shuffling up on Sebastian's side, but Benjamin is underway in his turn here now. This is the initial turn, the Earthen Vessel, getting rid of that Temple of Sinnoh here to get these energy out. So 2 Earthen Vessel were in the prize cards, but was able to have one in the opening hand. That's great, because we need to start seeing these energies to draw more cards with the Teal Dance and get those energy out and the Pokemon down to be able to put on the pressure in the next turn coming up for Benjamin as well.
Yeah, this, I mean, you can see the speed at which our players are playing right now.
I love
the actions haven't even finished on one side, and we're going right into it on the other. It's it's pretty cool to watch how fast they move and how much they respect the time, even in 75 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. We do have an extended timer, but our players are still working at a fantastic pace here. We saw a couple of cards in there in the prize cards for Benjamin as well, an energy switch, which is so important here. But one thing about this Regidrago deck, it recycles its resources with that Legacy V-Star move that it has. It's pretty cool. I like to see when the players choose to use it, because that is such a pivotal game-changing V-Star power. I mean, there's a reason you can only have one V-Star power each game, and that's a big one for Regidrago.
Yeah, it's very volatile. It's scary to use, but when you discard all of the bad stuff and then you go find the good stuff again, when you use that second Prime Catcher, you search out for more energy switching. It feels like one of the most overpowered abilities that we've seen in a long time.
I'll use 2 Ace Specs, actually. I mean, yeah, brutal. Teal Dance here popping off on this Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, drawing into an additional card here for Benjamin to work with. Nest Ball going to go back into the deck here to get another Pokemon out onto the field. We need to start seeing those Ogerpon, seeing the Regidrago, I mean the Regidrago especially, come out here for Benjamin. So there it is, and it's beautiful, the full art Regidrago V joining us on the field.
Yeah, this might be a situation where you only need one of these benched. It's more important to accelerate onto the Teal Mask Ogerpon, have that not only as a way to increase the amount of energies that you have in play, but also it's a pretty viable threat too. The Myriad Leaf Shower to combat the early Charizard, as soon as Sebastian sees one energy on each of those Pokemon, it's terrifying to think about what could possibly be on the other end of your Charizard. It's going to get knocked out quick.
Exactly. We have that Charmander. It's a fire type, but when it rare candies, it turns into a Terra Charizard EX dark type that is weak to grass. It's the return and the revenge of the bugs, essentially. That is what it's scared of, but we just have grass type here in the TCG, so that is definitely a huge factor here in this matchup for Sebastian that I'm sure he's fully aware of going into this matchup, but I'm sure Sebastian has also faced off against some other Regidrago.
This is so tempting. He doesn't want to play Squawkabilly, but also, my goodness, you drew everything you want to discard, so I think you'd just do it.
Gosh, wow.
Goodbye.
Whoa. Here we go. The 2 benched Pokemon. Squawkabilly's going to come down. We're squawking and season here for Benjamin. Let's see what these cards bring to his hand here now. Discarded all of those Pokemon. That's what we need to see. Those Dragon Pokemon hit the discard pile so we can utilize their moves once again on the Regidrago V-Star. So we are fully set up here on Benjamin's side, but not a single card played after that Squawkabilly. So I'm interested to see what those cards are. Sebastian, on the other hand, Charmander's safe. Pidgey is safe. If we see those rare candies, if we see those evolutions, we're going to start rolling here for Sebastian. We got a good game coming up, Kyle.
This is so safe from Benjamin. He has Nest Ball and Grass Energy. He could easily search out Teal Mask Ogerpon, have that additional energy accelerated, and really start to threaten. But I feel like this is almost like bait at this point. It's just, yeah, go for the early Charizard. Attack in.
Do it.
There's no way that I get multiple Grass Energies accelerated, and then boom, he's just got it all waiting in hand.
Oh, we got layers of the mind games here, Kyle. You'll love to see it. Arvin here for Sebastian, searching us out pieces of these cards. We have the rare candy now into that Pidgeot EX. It's a big flying bird with a free retreat as well. Quick search getting kicked off for Sebastian as well. Any card to your hand, that is a piece of those consistency cards we've talked about so frequently with Charizard. But what is Sebastian's strategy going to start to shape up here?
Yeah, it makes no sense to start attacking in very often. Let's go, Sebastian, one time.
Quick search.
TCG.
Sebastian, love it here. We saw a wave from him at the start. Hi, Mom, what's going on? All right, we see these Buddy popping now, bringing out these extra Pokemon here for Sebastian within a Charmander as well as a Duskull. This is a new adaptation for the Charizard EX deck with that Dusknoir. It's running the engine to get those extra hit points out.
Yeah, the setup is so important at this stage for Sebastian. Continue to add these Pokemon onto the board and try to set up something to help out. You don't. I think the Charizard's important to have down, but you don't want to really attach energies to it.
Exactly.
Because then you walk into the Myriad Leaf Shower, but you also can't let your opponent just knock out triple Charmander Duskull with a Kyurem. So how do you go about this situation without overextending one way or the other?
It feels like one of those situations where if you make one slip up, it's gone.
Yes.
You know, you only have so many opportunities here, and if you mess up even once, your opponent will capitalize on it. So Sebastian is doing everything possible here, but has to walk that line, and it's definitely scary as the Charizard player. Now, the Force Seal Stone did come down onto that Rotom V, not being utilized yet. We're just going to see the instant charge into 3 additional cards here, and that is it that we see from Sebastian for the turn.
Yeah, this is nice from Sebastian. Fill the hand as much as possible. Hopefully get towards some of those staple pieces. You want to have access with the Force Seal Stone and the Pidgeot to search out that Thornton, Rare Candy, Charizard, and whatever else you may need if you're going to target down the attacker from your opponent. You have to be prepared for Kyurem to come down and wipe out 3 Pokemon, or for your opponent to play it slower and just take this Duskull knockout and you find your Defiance Band.
Yeah, you still have options after that happens, though. Once your opponent starts taking these prize cards, that's when other things start to unlock within your deck, and you're able to almost pick up on the back foot in these matches. But that's dangerous going against this Regidrago deck. And Kyurem, it was sitting right at the top of the discard pile before this Nest Ball was played. So we know it's there here for Benjamin, but we'll just have to see what route is taken from Benjamin in this particular turn. But either way, we're in a pretty brutal position here coming from Benjamin. Definitely holding a great turn here for the Regidrago. So we're going to see that Ultra Ball, discarding 2 other ball cards into that Regidrago V-Star.
Yeah, this board setup is the tricky piece. He really wishes he hadn't seen Pheasantipity off of that initial Iono, because if you had an opportunity to have a Teal Mask Ogerpon here, you'd feel so much more comfortable. Instead, it is the V-Star ability being used. Tons of resources thrown away.
Woo. Legacy Star, 7 cards discarded. 2 are going to go back to your hand from the discard pile. Benjamin's combining them all together and taking out those 2. It's going to be that Iono as well as that Energy Switch, a common card that is drawn off because you need to do exactly this. Teal Mask Ogerpon that had that energy is being switched over to the Regidrago V-Star and now into an Iono as well. So those 3 cards that Sebastian netted from that instant charge are now gone. Both players putting those hands to the bottom of the deck, drawing 6 cards each for their prize cards. We have another V-Star evolution as well from Benjamin, and a fresh set of cards heading into this Regidrago V-Star, now in the active position, fully loaded up for some Apex Dragon action.
Frost them all! Woo! See you later. Trifrost triple knockout by way of copying that Kyurem's attack. It's so strong, it feels like you should never be able to use it with 5 energies, but Regidrago V-Star does not care. And this is the situation Benjamin was trying to set up. He saw his opponent with upwards of 8, 9 cards in the hand. Says, I need to use Iono. That's such a valuable resource here to manipulate my opponent's hand. I know that they need everything. They need the Thornton, Rare Candy, Charizard, Radiant Charizard, and the Band. And I gave them 7 cards to work with. Yes, they can search out 2 of those pieces, but hopefully they don't have the rest.
Boom, boom, boom. 3 knockouts on that side. Benjamin takes 3 prize cards, puts all of that weight against Sebastian here, left with that Pidgeot EX and that Rotom V, and it's exactly like you said, Kyle. You're just waiting for your opponent to make something happen, but you've put them as much on a back foot as possible here. So Sebastian definitely making sure to assess the discard pile from Benjamin's side to see what's already been played here, to see what the rest of these turns are going to look like in this game. But Ultra Ball is going to be sought out here, discarding 2 of those small Pokemon in the Charmander and Pidgey to get a Charizard EX and thin out that deck here for Sebastian.
Yeah, I don't know if the rest of the pieces are there. It looks like the 2 searches have to go for the Rare Candy and the Thornton, but Counter Catcher is available, and maybe that means that you start to eye up a different threat at this point. That is the flexiest Thornton we've seen.
It's not only a full art rainbow secret rare Thornton, but it was just slammed down on the table here. Sebastian utilizing that quick search into that V-Star power on the Forest Seal Stone from the Rotom V. Thornton is going to allow 2 basics to be swapped here. Because that Rotom V was already in play, it's being evolved now from that Rare Candy into the Charizard EX. We're seeing the Infernal Rain ability rain down these fire energy onto the field, and this is what Sebastian has been waiting for. This is what this deck does here within Charizard EX. It responds to its opponent, but will it be enough, Kyle?
Yeah, I think this is pretty strong. With the counter catcher in hand, you can switch over to targeting down Pokemon like the Teal Mask Ogerpon instead. And that way, you just choose one weakness that your opponent's representing at this stage, and clearly that answer is energy acceleration.
Yeah, the more energy Benjamin sees, the better the odds become on that left side of our field. So Sebastian definitely taking note of that here. We see the energy come down, that third energy from the Infernal Rain onto that Pidgeot EX.
Getting busy with the bird?
Getting busy with the bird. It's flying around. It's hanging out. And Sebastian carries on. Here we go. We see that counter catcher. Sebastian is behind in the prize card race here, which is unlocking that card to bring up this Ogerpon EX that has so much threat on the board. Sebastian gives it a nice, good punch here, taking out that EX
throw
for
the
2 prize
Forest
cards.
Sealstone at that Ogerpon.
Oh, you love to see it, the animations here from Sebastian. I'm living for it, Kyle.
I just have a visual of him chucking a book at him. Just get out of here.
Oh, exactly. Well, Benjamin on the other side, calm, cool, collected here, weighing all the decisions, not taking those punches lightly. We're going to see that promotion of a small little hoot in here. This is a new adaptation for Regijago with the hoot Noctowl line that we've been seeing. A 1-1 in most stacks, 2-2 in the believers of the double knock for Regijago. So that's just a hoot inactive right now for Benjamin, but potentially searching out some item cards if it evolves.
And for Benjamin now, he's got to consider what resources do I have left. I've already used my Legacy Star. I've seen a lot of cards go by the wayside here. Prime Catcher looks like a pretty great piece to have, but you can't accelerate very many energy at this stage of the game. It's unfortunate. You almost have to take a turn off here in order to accomplish something. And this is the last Ogerpon, I believe, as one was discarded off the Legacy Star.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, that really has been the story of this match so far, Kyle. The lack of Ogerpon. I mean, we need the green guys here. One's being sought out now off of that nest ball, but we didn't have it before. It was just a singular Ogerpon. That is the threat with the grass. We have another one coming out, which would unlock that Noctowl if we had it too. But Benjamin is, like you said, just going to have to almost take a beat here in this match.
Shaking his head, he's kicking himself. He's thinking about what could have been with that second Teal Mask Ogerpon benching, maybe on that turn 1 that we talked about. Just throw the energies on the board. It's so nice to know where they are. It's great to have opportunity with Noctowl if your opponent plays Iono on you, gets you down to just 3 cards. But you also have Pheasantipity to protect you there. I think the energies are just a little more valuable.
I agree with that. Yeah, the energies are what are energizing your attacks here. So it is important to rescue yourself in the later game and have those recovery options. But now it's leading to this situation right here. But now that we do have that Terra-type Pokemon out, Noctowl is unlocked here. Searching out those cards here for Benjamin.
Yeah, the Jewel Seeker. We've seen this go for all sorts of shenanigans. The defensive Noctowl is never a spot you want to be in. Is there any 2 cards more defensive than Super Rod Iono, especially when your opponent has Pidgeot in play?
Exactly. Any 2 trainer cards you want to be taking the offensive routes and searching out like gusting options and other things that are going to lead you into an advancement. But this is definitely these are recovery options here and disruption options. Super Rod being utilized, 2 energy, and a Pokemon going back into the deck now. And that Iono off the Jewel Seeker, I'm sure it's going to be utilized here to throw a little bit of disruption in the way. But how far will that get us for Benjamin? Energy Switch can be utilized as well to get that second grass needed here for Benjamin. And then look at the rest of the hands.
It's not pretty. It's a lot of pieces that require assistance, and it's just not on board right now for Benjamin.
Taking a beat, that's not where you want to be. Going against Charizard EX, this giant Pokemon still in the active, untouched here for Sebastian. So that's just another turn you're giving over to your opponent for them to be able to capitalize on that. So we'll have to see what happens. Benjamin is still technically leading here in the prize cards, but that also means that more cards are unlocked here for Sebastian as well as far as what's in his deck. He's going into the deck now with that Nest Ball. I love how we see the entire discard pile.
Yes, this is
great.
I noticed Sugiyoshi Yamato doing this back in like 2004, and I was like, oh, that's just the best way to play Pokemon. Just download as much information as you can, and don't take that time to look over at your discard pile instead.
Yeah, and it makes it a lot better for casting too.
Thanks.
For sure.
Shout out Chris Sebastian.
Sebastian, appreciate that. Well, look at this. This is the combo of the weekend for sure for our Charizard players. That Radiant Charizard coming down from that nest ball. The energy is attached to it now from Sebastian. How do you feel about this, Kyle?
I like it. You need an opportunity to close out in this game. Your opponent has to take prize cards, and it seems like there is enough resources to close out with the Radiant Charizard if the Charizard EX here were to fall. And with the energies on the Regidrago, it's the safest place, but you know your opponent could easily just move those back onto the Teal Mask, and you need an answer.
Here we go. The answer here to the prize cards for Sebastian, taking out another 2 prize card Pokemon here within that Pheasantipity. No recovery options here. Gonna put another step in Benjamin's way. Take an additional 2 prize cards here. Now Benjamin has to choose what to promote here.
That's the promotion I like to see.
Yes, that's a scoop. That is not a promote. And that is going to be Sebastian now taking this Game 1, punched his way into a win here in our top 8 match.
The aura of this young man is going crazy right now. Every attack was an assault, literally throwing a fist at his opponent, and it leads to what was a flawless dismantlement after your opponent stole 3 prizes out from under your nose.
Exactly. I mean, that was fantastic. Of course, Benjamin did everything possible here. Maybe is going to lean a little heavier into the Ogerpon in this upcoming match, but let's take a quick look back at the replay of what happened between these players in this game 1.
Yeah, it's spooky season. You got to wear your mask as early as you can. We did not see it this time around. The Hoot benching on that second turn was just pretty unfortunate for Benjamin. Could have led into the Teal Mask. Instead, had to go very aggressive. You go with the Kyurem like you're supposed to. You take the big knockouts. Your opponent has all the pieces, as they should, with Forest Sealstone and the Pidgeot. It leads to this Charizard running rampant, taking knockouts, taking the Pheasantipity off the board, and checkmate virtually established here.
Checkmate. That is brutal to see, and now we're starting to see why Sebastian made it to a finals at a World Championships in the seniors division, because we see the skill on showcase here on our table in Louisville, Kentucky now in the Masters division. So hopefully trying to do that again in this game 2 for Sebastian, but Benjamin is still standing in his way. I mean, Benjamin's deck has the capability to bring down this Charizard EX, stop those punches from happening, either taking out those Pokemon with Kyurem or using weakness of the Teal Mask Ogerpon potentially to take out the Charizard EX, but Sebastian knows that and is playing around it flawlessly. Oh no.
I saw some prize cards.
Oh, I'm excited to see the prize cards too, Kyle, which way this is going to go, but it doesn't sound good. We have the fist bump. We're kicking off our game 2 between these players. Benjamin's going to start us off on the left side here with a nest ball searching out a Pokemon. What are these prizes? Wow.
Yeah, imagine you go first. You don't have access to the Squawkabilly if your hand's not great, and you also lose out on your pink card, that Prime Catcher. Super unfortunate to get that information early, but at least you're getting that information now. Going first, playing the nest ball, and starting to get what hopefully is some semblance of a strong setup.
Yeah, going first is huge here for sure. Trying to start things off strong against Sebastian, not give Sebastian those beats, those extra turns to be able to work with for the latter half of this game. So Benjamin's gonna look through the deck, make sure to keep track of that. It's pretty easy to spot or not spot a giant pink A-Spec Prime Catcher, so that's definitely going to be downloaded into the brain for some information there. The Teal Mask Ogerpon is our active Pokemon starting out as well for Benjamin here, and we're bringing out that Regidrago onto the field with that nest ball. So a little shake of the head there from Benjamin.
Yep, it's just, you understand that this is unfortunate. You're already down a game early on, and things aren't exactly going your way. We'll see if the hand has anything to say about it. It's not that bad.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Maybe one energy here off of a Teal Mask would feel great, but this is also a really safe approach here too. You just play that energy, avoid having to use that additional resource of an energy switch, especially when things aren't going your way.
Yeah, that is not a bad hand at all. but establishing those Pokemon turn 1, passing it over to Sebastian.
Boo.
What?
What is this hand?
I saw a Charmander, a Buddy Buddy Poffin. We have a Nest Ball here. It's broken.
It's broken.
This is what you want to see as a Charizard EX. Hey, this is why I chose Charizard, all right, for this event. I'm all my eggs are in the Sebastian basket right now,
That's
right?
a great basket to be in. My goodness. This looks so great for him right now. Also, to have the Rotom and the Forest Sealstone ready to go, too, as early as turn 1. Like, he can still find whatever supporter he wants to go along with this. This is the best.
Yeah, this is nice and easy, smooth sailing here for Sebastian. Exactly what you want to see. You see a look at the prize cards as well. A couple of Pokemon here that are 2 of copies in this deck within that Pidgeot EX and the Charizard EX. They're sitting in the middle there. But yeah, Sebastian has ways to work around these prize cards. Just has to keep note of those for the future. But we just need to see Pokemon here from Sebastian, and we're getting there with this Buddy Buddy Poffin here to establish these Pokemon out. The cards for the latter turns for Sebastian are great in the hand here as well. So solid start from our Charizard player, going second.
Yeah, and I love that even in this setup, you're thinking about multiple turns down the road. That Duskull, grabbing that Pokemon, it allows you that opportunity to maybe get aggressive in a spot where your opponent hasn't shown much strength. It's just been a Nest Ball, an attachment, and a pass of the turn. There's no guarantee that they're going to have that Kyurem to take a big knockout, copying that with the Regidrago V-Star. So if you find yourself at a point where you can get aggressive, you play that Duskull, and you evolve into Dusclops, you could take a big knockout turn 2 and just keep on rolling.
Exactly. We still have the Nest Ball supporting as well, bringing down another Pokemon here. 2 Charmander, a Duskull, a Pidgey. We got the Rotom V as well for some instant charging into some additional cards here from Sebastian. This is beautiful. This is what you want to see being a Charizard player. So the sun is shining down on that that Dark Lizard.
Now, we see the extensive shuffle here, so maybe it is just an instant charge with the Rotom, not even playing a supporter for the turn. But the hand is, the hand is super strong. You might not need to go for the additional resource here. And he just says, you know what? Yeah. I'm pretty fine with this. I'm just going to draw 3 extra cards and have this ability to go for the Thornton play once more if you just actually have it all.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing here. Rotom V, it gets that little Forest Sealstone attached to it for the later turns, and it instant charges to draw a couple cards, and we're off here for Sebastian.
Oh, these are the dangerous spots. I don't know what the other card is there for Benjamin, but if it's not a supporter and you just have to YOLO.
No, it's a Professor's Research. Okay, I saw it. Yeah, we're chilling. We're chilling.
The YOLO Legacy would be a nightmare. You have no resources in your discard pile that you even want. You need to see some good cards here if you're Benjamin.
Yes, yeah, I saw that in the later turn. I figured that's why the Ultra Ball was pretty good, discarding the Kyurem. Did have to discard one of those Steel Mask Ogerpon, but that research is huge here. Playing it down, drawing a fresh 7 cards, not having to discard a single card after that. But what are those 7 cards, Kyle?
Well, one of them's Earthen Vessel, thankfully, added to the hand. 2 additional energies there to help out. You could search out the fire to attack with the Regidrago, or you understand that you need to draw a couple more cards. This hand has no energy switches in it right now, and that is the #1 resource you need to perform your attack.
Yes, Energy Switch. It's a key card in this deck. I don't even think the deck would function without that. It really wouldn't. It would be very, very bad. And it's all thanks to that card. That's why you see that card recycled with that Legacy V-Star so often, because it's pivotal to getting those energies accelerated to the Regidrago V-Star to be able to attack as soon as possible.
Yep.
So we're going to see this first heal dance. We're dancing, Kyle.
1 energy for the retreat, 1 energy for the Energy Switch, hoping to find some helpful resources. Fire Energy and Energy Switch are the 2 big pieces here.
Yep. We need the Fire Energy
Switch was found.
For the attachment.
That actually is it. With the Energy Switch, if you use Legacy Star, you can go back and find that Earthen Vessel that you used and go find the Fire Energy.
That is true. So it's secured. It's just between the fact that we didn't hard draw into it for Benjamin, but it can still be utilized with that V-Star. But playing a couple cards first. Nest Ball, going to get that Pheasantipity EX out of the deck.
Yeah, something like the Noctowl here would have been pretty phenomenal. If you could use this attack, knock out triple Pokemon with the Kyurem, but then also not have to use your V-Star ability, you feel very comfortable. Yes, you still have that opportunity. You almost have to go for it at this stage of the game.
Yeah, comfy, cozy, but still needing to take those aggressive turns here. And this is one piece of that energy switch. We have that first switch of the grass energy onto the Regidrago V-Star. We see the flip of that V-Star token back into the discard pile for Benjamin to select 2 cards back out and to be able to attack this turn with the Regidrago V-Star.
That was best case scenario there. Did not discard very helpful cards for the matchup and only sees that one energy switch. Is going to pull that right back. Found the fire energy itself, so you can add that to the hand too. And I think we see Benjamin online for a second attack this time around, which was not in the cards last game.
Yes, exactly. And we have those Pokemon already discarded from a couple of Ultra Ball there as well. And that is it. We see what we saw in game 1 from Benjamin. Regidrago V-Star taking 3 prize cards off of 2 Charmander and a Pidgey. Triple knockout for those prize cards. It was not the pink card drawn to grass, and UEX will still help you out, though.
I don't think he's losing any sleep at night to that, though. This board state for Sebastian is super unfortunate. Just looking at 6 cards, hoping to find his way through, and this time does not have access to the Pidgeot, which really hinders your abilities. Just the one search from the Forest Sealstone now.
Yeah, Forest Sealstone wasn't utilized the last turn. You still have a way out to get some cards for yourself. And as we saw the Thornton play in the last game, could pop out for us again. But, I mean, you got to really rescue this from here. You're working off the back foot. We do see the Radiant Charizard in the hand already. Wait, what do we see here, Kyle?
This is madness. I think the answer to this problem is a nightmare, but it works. You can rare candy into Dusknoir, knock yourself out, and go into the Radiant Charizard on turn, what, 2, 3? What are we doing?
Yeah, this is turn 2.
Yeah.
This is turn 2.
4 prize cards on turn 2 for your opponent.
Oh, way. Yeah, we're seeing the Pidgey come out as well as the Charmander from the Buddy Buddy Poffin here. Are the cards really lining up this effortlessly? We see the Radiant Charizard. Here's the fire energy down onto it now for Sebastian.
Okay, the Arvin instead. I was wondering, is there ever a world where you go rare candy into Dusknoir, take out the Hoot Hoot, and then you try to go for counter catcher into Pheasantipity at this point? But with the unfair stamp, you now have the ability to get the hand disruption that you're looking for and also potentially search down, take out a Pokemon like that Pheasantipity, leave your opponent on no draws, and hopefully they just stay where they are.
Yes. You're hoping for the best here. Sebastian is already up a game, though, so definitely working with a lot here, especially in our extended timer. We still have just under 45 minutes left for these players. You see the pink card on the other side being drawn out here in that unfair stamp for the disruption. You draw 5, your opponent draws 2 here. And yeah,
poor old Hoot Hoot.
Poor Hoot Hoot.
Didn't stand a chance. And this is cool too. Not only do you have the ability to take the knockout onto the Regidrago if you want, but if the unfair stamp does happen to find a card like that counter catcher and you really do want to put your opponent in a bad spot, you could target down that Pheasantipity without using the Forest Sealstone.
Yeah, I mean, this is everything. Sebastian's pulling out everything from the bag here. We saw the Curse Blast there, taking out that Hoot Hoot. It's gone. That's a prize card there. Radiant Charizard with the Defiance Band, being behind in prize cards, adding that additional 30 damage there. We have the unfair stamp for the disruption here from Sebastian. Everything's lined up here for us, Kyle.
Yeah, this is just
2 cards, too.
So cool for the deck list to go for the unfair stamp double counter catcher as opposed to what we classically see with the prime catcher. It gives you this opportunity to not use your supporter for the turn as just that Iono. Instead, you get to limit your opponent and continue to draw through. Not the resources that Sebastian's looking for here, but also some kind of cool plays lined up where you could remove your Rotom from the board if you're worried about 2 prize cards.
Yeah, it's actually true. That is a possibility here for Sebastian, but it's just going to be Collapse Stadium coming down into play, limiting those benches for both players. We saw the punch here from the Radiant Charizard. That is a clean knockout there on that Regidrago V-Star. 2 more prize cards, and that was a 3 prize turn there for Sebastian. Of course, having to sacrifice his own prize card within that Dusknoir. But Benjamin, now 2 prize cards left to take in this matchup. Regidrago V in the active position. Tons of resources have been used already. The Legacy V-Star has been utilized already. What is the hand after an unfair stamp? Is it unfair, Kyle?
A little bit. We see the Mew, so there's an opportunity to draw with the restart, but starting with the flip the script, there is an Ultra Ball as well, so thinning the hand down still possible, but where do you go from here? If actually finds the stadium, the one-of stadium. I was worried about how much bench space Benjamin would have to work with here, but now you can be a little more free with the use of that Mew.
Yeah, that's nice. Temple of Sinnoh bumping away that collapsed stadium. The bench is open once again from that, which is great. And Benjamin has a couple more options here. The flip the script, a little bit of recovery there for Benjamin, thankfully, off of that unfair stamp. So the mitigation, thanks to the Pheasantipity EX. Thanks, Bird, once again.
And a lot of players might tunnel vision towards, oh, well, you need to take that 2-prize knockout, focus on Pokemon like that Rotom V, but there's plenty of attacks that win the game right here for Benjamin. You have the right Pokemon in the active spot. Just give yourself the ability to draw into as many energy switches as possible, and you can clear the game with Dragapult or the Kyurem, just something to take those 2 easy prize cards.
Yeah, we'll see what we have here for Benjamin. We saw the Earthen Vessel discarding that boss's orders. Now we're seeing the draw of these Teal Dance
You already
abilities.
had access to the fire energy. That's not a card you want to see, but
yeah,
looks
exactly.
like there's a way to play this hand down to 0 and draw with the Mew. And important to note too, that 1 prize that was added back into the deck, do you remember? It's the Prime Catcher.
Yeah, it is. That's true.
So there's a few other things that you can work with there. If you don't find the energy switch, you could slow down your opponent, maybe bring up a Rotom.
That's pretty nice to get off of your opponent blowing up its own Pokemon.
Well,
I get a Prime Catcher.
I guess we like Radiant Charizard in the active too.
Yes, that's true.
Let's just find energy switches.
Yes, we still need some energy switches here. Regidrago V-Star is on the board now from Benjamin here, but we need those energy switches to be able to charge it up. So Benjamin gonna bench this Mew EX. We have the fire energy attached for turn, a fresh hand of 0 to be able to draw up 3 cards with this restart ability off the Mew EX. Let's see what they are, Kyle.
Oh, Professor's Research is
yeah,
found.
baby.
Looking for some energy switches to help get the job done here in game 2.
Yeah, we've seen the Pheasantipity. We've seen, oh, is that nothing? I don't see one.
I don't see it. I think I see the Cologne and a couple Nest Balls there. Missing altogether.
We had the flip the script. We had the restart here. We had some thinning down of other cards from Benjamin, and we even had both of our Teal Dances activated, but we just could not get some switching here from Benjamin.
Missed on everything.
Sheesh.
And now what do you go for? Is this set up another Regidrago in case something happens? Can you close out with a Pokemon like Teal Mask Ogerpon here? There's no guarantee your opponent tries to work out closing out the game with the Charizard.
Gosh. Yeah, it's brutal to see our Regidrago players falling to itself, essentially. Is this Regidrago V-Star or is this Brickadrago? Oh my gosh, well, we're seeing Benjamin try to work with this.
Canceling Cologne.
Yeah, here you go.
Wait, what?
Oh, wait. You couldn't even attack. Anyway.
You turned off my heart.
My excited heart. It's no longer excited. Oh. Yeah, this is rough here from Benjamin. Just nothing falling in the right order here as far as the cards go. It's just unfortunate to see. I mean, what do we even have in the rest of this hand to work with? Nothing.
It's bad.
It's nothing.
There's nothing that even leads to happiness on the other side. You're truly just waiting to see what your opponent's capable of.
Oh, we're seeing a top deck. What was the top deck? Oh my gosh. Are we going to see it again, Kyle?
Crazy.
Are we going to see it again?
Briar.
Charizard EX, we've seen the full utilization of Briar from the Charizard decks. We saw it yesterday in the same exact fashion. If your opponent is remaining with 2 prize cards and you knock out their Pokemon with a Terra Pokemon, you take an additional prize card. And that would be enough here for Sebastian. I mean, this is just wild, Kyle.
Just looking to see how the resources line up at this final spot. You have the Charizard you can search with the Forest Sealstone now.
All right. Oh, yeah. Wow. We didn't even use the Force Sealstone yet.
He's been holding on to his resources his entire time.
Exactly.
Now has access to accelerate these energies, has enough to actually retreat the Pokemon and move into the active spot here with the energy in hand.
It's got to be, yeah. It's incredible here. This Radiant Charizard has to jump out of the active. It is able to do that here now. Jumping out of the active with those 3 energy. Charizard EX fully charged up here. We see the Briar to take an extra prize card. And the knockout Sebastian Lashmet is advancing into top 4 here in our Masters division. Oh my gosh.
Sebastian, what do you desire? It, of course, is the Briar.
Oh, love to hear it. I cannot believe we've seen the same outcome from both of our Charizard EX matches on the stream. I mean, if there's any deck that's going to make that card shine, I guess it's this one.
Yeah, and I mean, Benjamin shell-shocked on the other end. There's not much you can do when your opponent just figures it out like that. Your game 2, Rare Candy Dusknoir go into Radiant Charizard, down 4 prize cards, turn 2, and he finds a way through. That is just magnificent.
Exactly. I mean, we put this strategy that Regidrago has was able to kick that off, and it just was not enough to stop Sebastian and the Charizard EX deck. Let's take a look back at these matches. Sebastian, of course, taking the win here with a 2-0 victory, but this is our game 1 between our players. That Kyurem Trifrost effect attack, taking out those 3 Pokemon there. And Benjamin was on the front half of this game for so long, but it was just punches and punches here from Sebastian, responding every single time to Benjamin and keeping up the pace.
Yeah, I mean, he's just absolutely flying through. Both players playing at a very tremendous pace, and it just moved us very quickly into this next game where the exact same setup happened for Benjamin, except this time Benjamin got to go first. There was no Pidgeot on the other end, so you knock out the Pidgey in combination with all this. It led to a ridiculous turn here for Sebastian. Had the Rare Candy and the Dusknoir, takes out the Hoot, has the Radiant Charizard, gets aggressive, takes out the Regidrago V-Star in this spot. There were a couple of draws that potentially could have led Benjamin to victory here. It feels crazy that we're only on turn 3 at a spot like this, but I mean, that's just the pace that we play with here, and Sebastian finds all the right resources to close out with that Briar.
And the Radiant Charizard Defiance Band, perfect math on the Regidrago V-Star combo has been iconic, but this Briar has been even more iconic, taking an extra prize card. We see it from Benjamin looking at what card was just slapped down, and Sebastian says, this is my card to win here in this match, advance into top 4, and maybe be in another finals match now at the Louisville Regional Championship in the Masters division on our stage. Incredible.
Yeah, both players played that so well, and it's just wild to see what you can make of board states in this game, because it doesn't look possible. If you took a screenshot of that knockout on turn 2, you'd say there's no way that he figures it out from here without Pidgeot. Only the Rotom, only the Forest Sealstone that he didn't even use until the last turn of the game.
Yeah,
how did you do that, man?
I know, that's what I was saying. I was like, how have we not used this yet? In my head, I'm just like, oh, we've already Forest Sealstone.
We had to. We survived everything, and then Unfair Stamp ends up being one of the best A-specs. It works its way perfectly into the mix, slows your opponent down. Just super unfortunate for Benjamin. He finds no energy switch when he draws into 7 fresh cards.
Exactly. I mean, we were talking about from Sebastian being in this matchup, you can't slip up once in this matchup. Otherwise, you slip up and that's it for you. You lose all your momentum. But there was not that. It was honestly the opposite of that. Every single turn was utilized to the best of his ability there from Sebastian to be able to take both of those wins. And it was great. It was great to see that. You see again once why Charizard EX still reigns supreme, okay? It's not just Infernal raining out those fire energy. It's on top here.
You're going to ride that pick, aren't you?
Yes, I am. I absolutely am. And now it's in our top 4 too, which, by the way, we're going to be having our top 4 match very soon for you all as well. But I mean, that was kind of a quicker paced game, so I'd be interested to hear how our other matches are going for our players in top 8.
Yeah, I hesitate to think that they could play as quickly as we saw both of our newly aged competitors in this tournament. but I really want to hear from Sebastian, get some thoughts on what that felt like to play such an important game at this point in time and have a chance to become a champion this early in the Masters division. Let's go ahead and throw it down and see what Sebastian's thinking.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the lounge. Adam Watson here, filling in for Juancho very temporarily so I can interview Sebastian Lashman, who just made top 4. How you feeling, my friend?
I'm feeling pretty good. Honestly, I actually didn't know if I was going to this tournament. I've been applying to college and all that stuff, and super busy. But apparently it was.
Oh, hang on. Sorry, my bad. Your microphone is cut out.
My bad. Yeah, pretty good. I mean, I wasn't actually sure if I was going to this tournament. I'm like busy with college applications and things, which is a nightmare. And just decided to go, and yeah, it went pretty well.
And hang on, we've got another microphone coming in for you, so don't worry about it. But this is interesting to hear that you weren't sure if you're going to be at the tournament or not, but you're seeing a lot of success here, and you've got Charizard on lock. You were telling me before we came over here to the lounge that you had gotten the deck from a friend of yours. Was there anything special about the deck that caught your eye, or was it just you're a longtime Charizard player? What's the story there?
Oh, this is my first time playing Pidgeot EX in any form to a regional. I have never played it to somehow. I love the card. It is like amazing. But honestly, I played Regidrago for Worlds and I played it for Baltimore, and those went well. I mean, I did well with them. But like, I just really didn't feel like playing Regidrago. I actually really tested Zard a lot heading up to both of those tournaments. It was my number 2 pick for both of them. And then I'm like, okay, well, Drago's going down in meta share, Bolt's going up, Drago gets worse, Zard gets better. Okay, sure, I'll play the deck that I like more.
So you kind of already knew the Drago matchup from the other side. Is that matchup as bad as people say, or was there some bad luck on your opponent's side? It seemed like you won pretty handily, but I know that matchup can be very difficult from the Charizard side.
Yeah, that's a great question. It really depends. Actually, first of all, I should acknowledge that I did draw pretty well. I didn't have to use my Seal Stone until like later in the game, which happens, but it's not, you know, it's probably a little bit better than average. That being said, I think that if the Drago player overextends, the matchup actually gets quite good for Charizard if you know how to punish them. You'll have to take very strange lines though sometimes. Like for example, in that game 2, I like Dusknoir one of his guys, force him down to 2 prize cards, Radzard, and then I only attacked twice throughout the entire game. Only one of them with Charizard EX. That's an average of 2.5 prize cards per attack plus Dusknoir.
Yeah, so that really lines up.
Yeah, it's not as bad as people think, but you definitely have to take new lines that you really haven't seen before as the Charizard player. So I think a lot of people in their testing might not like fully know the matchup yet.
So when it comes to evaluating Charizard, the deck is still strong, still great if you're practiced with it, but players just have maybe accepted that the bad matchups are too bad to bother with, maybe a bit too quickly. Is there has the Briar helped the deck that much? Has the Dusknoir helped out so much? Because I know that Dusknoir in Charizard was the big touted change to the deck that was supposed to make it very strong in Shrouded Fable, but it didn't show up. Was there just too much Drago at the time, or did players need more time to kind of catch up to the new skill ceiling of the deck?
Yeah, of course. So for Shrouded Fable format, that being Worlds in Baltimore, I don't know, there might have been another tournament too, right? But for those 2 tournaments mostly, a lot of people weren't actually playing the Dusknoir in their deck at all. Like for example, Towards Worlds list got 10th place, no Dusknoir whatsoever. That was mostly because Charizard decks pretty much need to be built entirely to counter Regidrago. So that's why we saw Hero's Cape sometimes coming in, makes it hard for Ogerpon to knock out a Charizard. That's why we saw Prime Catcher coming in to just aggressively chase them. But then now that Regidrago isn't as much of a problem, we're now able to kind of, okay, I'm going to beat Regidrago if I play really well. And then outside of that, just make the deck really strong with Dusknoir. Because Dusknoir is super powerful. We just weren't playing it in the past. Just because we needed as much space as possible to counter Drago.
I see. So now the floodgates have opened. Less Drago. And speaking of which, have you played against a lot of Regidrago this tournament, or was your prediction correct that Drago was truly dropped down enough for Charizard to be worth?
Well, actually, I was still even 50-50 on the deck, even when Drago was like 20% or more of the meta. But yeah, now that Drago has dropped, I predicted it maybe 10. I expected to have a pretty high meta share day 2. I didn't hit any in day 2, except for today, except for this match. But I did hit one day 1. Kind of the thought process was Drago is a low enough meta share that if I hit any in day 1, I'll probably just try to outplay them. If I hit any in day 2, I'll need to get a little bit lucky, but it's dropped in meta share enough to the point where I'm comfortable enough, you know?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. I know that there's a lot of players in the audience, a lot of viewers, and myself included, who were not expecting Charizard to be anywhere as good as you've shown us that it still is. Do you have any final thoughts for the viewers at home? Maybe somebody who's looking to pick up Charizard. Do you think it's going to continue to be strong after this tournament?
Charizard will never be bad. That's just the fact. The card is way too strong. It's got like unnecessary caliber of energy acceleration. Does crazy damage, crazy HP. There's no way for it to be bad. It's if you want to just keep picking it up and just playing games with it, yeah, absolutely go for it. It's just it's not super high skill floor, but I think that if you really practice and take the time to push it as far as you can, practice a ton, then you can get it to be really strong.
Ooh, very well said. Great to hear from such an expert Charizard player who also knows the matchup again from the Regidrago side. Any final thoughts or shoutouts I can get from you before I let you prepare for your next stage of the tournament?
Well, if you let me shout out everyone, I'd be here for an hour. But I'm just gonna say my friends and family at home, Nathan for basically building the deck, DJ Khaled, Roberto, and all of my other European friends. And yeah, love you all, guys.
Yeah, a fantastic insight from Sebastian Lashmet, who is pushing Charizard to new heights in this format. We're going to kick things back to the casting desk and head to the next stage of our Louisville tournament, so let's stay tuned.
Just a masterful analysis there from Sebastian. So great to hear. I mean, just the percentages of prize cards taken from Dusknor, all of that being calculated there from Sebastian. I mean, what do you think of that interview,
He's
Kyle?
got the keys, man. He's figured it out. He's unlocked the path to victory. And he's potentially just 2 matches away from being the champion here in Louisville in what is a very early showing after a really stacked seniors performance from both of those competitors. They got the accolades, and now they're trying to do it on the big stage.
Yes, exactly. And I mean, just to hear from Sebastian as well, kind of how to pave a new path into these matchups. Kind of saying that, you know, maybe you play Charizard EX, but you're not thinking outside the box with some of these lines that you can choose that actually make you make it available for you to put other types of cards. Because if you know how to work a matchup that well, then you don't need to dedicate so much of your deck to just that matchup as it drops down in the meta share. So very cool from Sebastian. Definitely wish him luck in his upcoming match to top 4. I believe that was actually the first match for our top 8 to finish. And all of our other matches are going into a game 3, every single one. So, I mean, Louisville is just shaping up to be a very close one indeed. But we have not really heard from you all this weekend. And we want to jump into some tweets here, Kyle.
Yeah, what y'all been up to?
Yes, what have you been up to? Is this... Oh, okay. I was like, are we in traffic right now?
Do you need us to pick you up? What's wrong?
Are you abandoned? No, this is just the city that we're in right now. Louisville from Squid Patch. It's been difficult to settle on a deck list, but I think the crew made the right call. Goal is day 2, matchups in the thread, and list at the end, no matter how.
Do we have the whole rest of the thread to see how Squid Patch did this tournament?
I think it's just a picture of the city. I'm curious, though. I'm very curious now, but hey, I mean, that is something that a lot of our players do. They jump online, they share their experience at these tournaments, and all of those are cool to hear from our players. Do you think it was difficult for our players to discuss and decide on the decks for this specific format?
Absolutely, yeah. It's so tough to think what decks you're going to run into in this tournament, and you could see what Sebastian was thinking going into this tournament as well. It could be all over the place. All right, are we going to finally figure out how to say the name of this city?
You know what's funny about this, Kyle?
What?
I was listening to you on a Twitter podcast where you were telling Hegster that the way you have to say it is as if you have 4 hot dogs in your mouth. And he said, Louisville.
Yep.
Yes, so what do you
Literally,
think?
it's the top one there, too.
It actually is.
That is the correct pronunciation if you ever needed to know. I'm sure Rahul's probably the best at saying it.
Oh, thank you so much for showing us that very cool sign there.
Oh, it's the puppy we had on stage.
Yes, I know. I only got to see this doggo for a quick second. Look at that cute picture.
That's incredible.
I cannot. From Professor Richie there. I think it's Kuzan, and I want to wish everybody luck. Wow, thank you. That's super cute. We love our animals here in the TCG squad.
We got the Pokemon represented too. All the little starters.
Those are real fluffy.
Yeah, it's regional weekend with my favorites. Got the hashtag Pokemon Go represented over there. Hashtag best friends. I need to get on that one.
Plushies. Oh, best friend. Wait, are these the best friends or the people are the best friends?
Who knows?
Maybe both.
But yeah, I need more friends. So.
I think it's about the plushies we made along the way, Kyle, all right?
Okay.
All right? That's such a cute picture, though. Thank you so much for that. What the?
All right.
Wo-Chien?
Listen, I used to be a Wo-Chien gamer, and I was hooked on this guy. I tried to make him work in Giratina V-Star forever. He was my like, oh yeah, this will just be sick. It's not sick, but this collection is awesome.
This collection
This is the haul that you wanted from Louisville, Mr. Shu.
Big slugs. Oh, the haul from day one. Oh my gosh, that is so sweet here from Shu. Showing all those Wo-Chiens off for us. I like the big slug, personally. I really do. Oh my goodness. Look at all of those slots for cards.
Okay, I was about to say, did they get wiped out, or was this when they were setting up? Because honestly, they've been doing some business over there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either way, I guess, Kyle. But I think that is a lot of slots here to be filled in with cards. You can pick all these cards up at our awesome vendors that we have at these regional championships. So very cool to see from TC Evolutions.
Shout out TC Evolutions, those awesome dice that we see so many players using out in the field.
The Jake Gearhart dice.
Oh, yeah. We love that story.
Holy
this is a story I could follow. My goodness. How many people is that? Like 13?
That's about 1 billion, I think. That is about 1 billion. Gaming Gen at Louisville. A big thanks and shout out to our wonderful staff here in Louisville. This event could not be possible without y'all. Make sure to thank and say hi to our professors today as you see them on the floor. I could not agree more with this. Our staff is truly what makes these events so fantastic. It runs smoothly thanks to them. You know, the judges that you call over to the table, the people behind the scenes arranging all of these matches. I mean, these are the people that you want to rely on and make friends with because they're out there helping everybody here at these regional tournaments.
Right. Whether I've known them for 2 tournaments or 20 years, these are the people that I consider my second family. It's so cool to just have this relationship with them. And we see them all over the world. We're all focused on one goal, which is just everyone having the best time possible at these events. You can be very competitive or on that other side too, and it's just fun that we all are united by this one beautiful thing that is Pokemon.
Kuzan's over there too.
Yeah, shout out to Kuz.
Love it. Fantastic to see. We have Keely here on the way to Louisville. I'm really flying 4,000 kilometers to play competitive Pokemon.
That could be, I don't know what that means. Is that like...
What's a kilometer?
that could be a little puddle hop. That could be across the pond. I have no clue.
I assume it's a far distance, right, Kyle?
I don't know. Maybe you can jump 400 kilometers. I'm not sure.
Oh my gosh.
4,000. Oh yeah.
Oh,
all right. Maybe that's
goodness.
like 3 or 4 jumps.
Hey, well, I hope Keely's having a fantastic time. Looked very prepared, swagged up in a lot of the Is that a Terapagos cake? Get out of here.
Instead of it beating my booty in top 8, I can just eat them. Terapagos.
What is it? Is it cake?
It's like, always cake. Everything is cake.
You're going to have to chop the card next time. Is it actually cake, though?
Just take it out of Game Smart's deck and eat it. See what happens.
See what happens. Is it cake? I don't know. This is fantastic. Oh, my gosh. I could not have seen a more beautiful cake here today.
That is fantastic. Yeah, I feel like I think I saw this on Twitter earlier before the tournament started.
So cute.
And like he made it with his mom, I believe. It's such a cool thing to do and bond over.
Yeah, my mom and I made, and it's for the birthday. Happy birthday as well. Oh, who are these little canoodles here? Chip Richie tweeting out a pair of poltergeists on the desk this weekend in Louisville. You guys have been doing a great job on the desk and looking even fresher here in our Halloween fits yesterday. I mean, this was just phenomenal here for the costumes. A fantastic duo in Louisville for our casters.
Yeah, this is the boys really dedicated themselves to the bit, and I respect it.
Yeah, Kai was saying that it's going to be interesting to get used to Adam now with some hair here. Now we're going to have to see him without the hair, and it's going to be weird. So very cute there from Adam being a Gengar. I mean, the tie with the tongue is just, it's too good.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, this pays to the original card art, too.
Yes.
If you've seen the card art, they nailed it.
Gengar Mimikyu, yeah, absolutely.
Go check that out if you haven't seen it.
Yes, it's fantastic. Tag team of the cast for sure. So awesome to hear from you all. Definitely make sure to keep up on all of our social media at each one of these events. #PlayPokemon. We love featuring all of your posts here as much as and as often as we can here on the stream, because you're a part of what makes these events so great. People who come out from all across the world to compete here or just spectate and have fun with friends.
Yeah, we did see our tag team of Chip and Skarzig. We are a little bit of a tag team ourselves.
Think so?
We were working on our pumpkins backstage.
Oh,
How'd yours end up?
How did mine end up?
Yeah.
I was very messy. I was very sticky yesterday.
Did you end up looking like my shirt, perhaps?
Yes,
by the end
I
of it?
did. I did. Absolutely. What about you, Kyle? How's yours?
Speaking of pumpkins.
I went with one route.
Oh, here you went one route.
I went one route.
How'd that turn out for you?
It may be cursed.
It may be a little cursed. I hope you didn't curse it though.
I always thought my caster curse was strong, but I've never resorted to physical cursed objects to keep a player from seeing success in a tournament. Kyle, how could you?
I didn't intend on this, but this is just what happens sometimes. It's the new voodoo doll.
Yeah, you've got the pumpkin with Cleffa with John Ang. Wishing on a star, a dark, dark wish indeed.
John Ang, I'm so sorry.
I wrote his name in the sky, and I forgot about the ominous dark cloud that follows him everywhere he goes.
Absolutely.
Well, with that, Kyle, thank you for all your curses here, but we're going to take the scene now and go through all the pumpkins. We'll see you in a bit. And hello, everyone. Wancho Saldana here, and I'm joined in the booth with Kyle and Adam. And these are our pumpkins.
And also Chip.
Chip, my bad.
You're good, buddy.
I was just talking to Kyle.
Keep rolling. We're good.
100%. So these are our pumpkins. How do you guys feel like you did?
Well, I mean, are we telling the audience whose, or is it up to them to decide?
I mean, we already spoiled.
I think I was feeling fine about mine, but then just, I didn't know we were allowed to use extra pieces from other pumpkins in our work here.
I think that viewers, if they've been paying attention, they know what's what. They can figure out whose pumpkin is whose.
I think we know who the artistic one is of the TCG bunch.
I mean, drawing on a whiteboard, sculpting with a pumpkin, it's pretty much the same. But I do have to defend myself because I didn't use pieces from the other pumpkins. This hand that I have crafted and attached to the front of this Haunter pumpkin has actually come from the back side of the pumpkin. So I still only used just one pumpkin.
I should have taken a Sharpie and colored mine in a little bit more. I went with the little applin here. I went for something that I thought was
It's a cute
simple
silhouette.
enough, right? Simple enough.
I think it's very cute. I
Apple with a pumpkin.
Yeah. I mean, last year an orange one, right? So.
I thought I'd try my hand there, but with Skarzig being in the competition, it's just not even worth trying.
Yeah, I wasn't able to participate last year, but now I'll have my revenge, especially after Kyle and Boo were making fun of my hair.
And we've got Boo's coughing here that I think definitely looks like it just wants to explode to be put out of its misery. For sure.
I actually do really like that one, but Wancho with the Mimikyu, unreal.
In lore, I mean, he writes on the thing.
Wancho, did you
cloth, right?
Did you cut anything out of that pumpkin?
I wanted to cut the mouth, but then it's part of the lore. It has to be drawn. I added little the cheek pouches too. I put some effort.
I mean, that's going to be up to our audience to decide whether or not a pumpkin that has not actually been carved is allowed to be in the pumpkin carving contest.
I just want to remind everyone, last year an orange won.
And we preemptively banned oranges from being entered into this contest.
Kyle was not allowed to use an orange again.
But yeah, and of course, the last pumpkin.
But this was a lot of fun. I'm glad that we were able to get so many pumpkins so quickly. We had our production staff hollow them all out, so I only needed to do the carving. I didn't have to do the super messy bit of getting all the insides of the pumpkins out. It's been so long since I have carved a jack-o'-lantern actually, and this was just great, fun, nostalgic for me to kind of do in between casts.
Yeah, and the cool thing is, like, a lot of the stencils we used for these pumpkins, you can find them on the website.
Oh, yeah.
So you can, find the stencils, try it at home, or maybe if you just have a Sharpie and make it mimic you, right?
Yeah, the stencils are awesome. I'd love to see some people, having some Pokemon-themed jack-o'-lanterns for their Halloween celebrations this year.
Mimikyu has to be probably the best Pokemon for this season because it just has that handcrafted look, and just get in there and make a mess and make some mistakes and make some fun art.
Yeah, and then again, the John Ang pumpkin, I was talking to Kyle about it yesterday. He was saying that, I'm putting him on because he's going to win this tournament yesterday. And as soon as he carved it, he goes 0-2 this morning.
Oh my God. If you lift up the lid of that pumpkin and look inside, there's a monkey's paw in there.
Curled.
Absolutely terrible. That pumpkin is scary for a completely different reason.
Yeah, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you're on Twitch, the poll is running right now, so you can vote for which pumpkin will win, and why is it Adams, apparently.
No.
The Haunter, the 3D, come on.
He does
really
too much winning when it comes to this artistic stuff. Let's show some love to little Applin here.
I mean, the little Applin that could. It just got a new card, Hydrapple EX. Are we excited for that? How's Hydrapple doing in VGC? Is there anything going on? Any hope? I'm grasping at straws for you here, Chip.
Not quite, no. But it's all good because it's a pumpkin. Here we are.
What you guys don't understand is I had to find a pumpkin that was the exact size of my head. So I went to the pumpkin patches early. I was literally holding them. I was checking, and then I put the hat on. I had to switch like 3 times.
Yeah, they charge you by weight, so I know you really had to really dig deep to get this Pikachu, especially after you bought that Charizard. I know you're really struggling now.
Yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, I'm struggling a little bit, so I need this, ladies and gentlemen. I need this chat.
Yeah. Pokemon's got a pretty good system when it comes to Wancho with casting, because all the money they pay him to come to these events just goes right back to the company with all the merchandise he buys.
That's how they keep me here, folks. No, but again, whichever one you choose, I'm sure it's deserving. Just maybe just not Kyle's. I'll be happy with anyone else here, just not Kyle's.
Yeah, honestly, Boo, we got to show a little love.
I do like the coughing.
It's some, she did not use a stencil, I don't believe, went freehand with it, so there's some respect there.
Ooh, yeah.
My Applin, I do have to admit, was stenciled in. I know, just a simple, I probably could have done it without a stencil, to be honest, but, here we are.
I know, and then me, we'll see if you like the hand. Is the Sharpie out of bounds? Did I go a little bit too ham? Maybe I get points taken away for try-harding too much.
The question I have is how are you going to get this back home? Because you have to put this outside your front door, right?
That's
Or you're just going to recreate it.
I will be driving back home, so it might last the few days that I'll need to make the road trip, but having a pumpkin in the vehicle with me, and,
leave it overnight, you come back to something you don't want to smell in the morning.
Talk about haunting, right?
Well, that's the best part. Now that this is Haunter Pumpkin version 1.0, maybe I'll take a second crack at it.
Oh, get a second hand in.
Maybe.
And you can actually use multiple pumpkins this time.
That's the secret of art, is that you can make the same idea, the same project over and over again until you get it just right.
Something I do really want to see, though, because Boo was talking about it yesterday, is her coughing pumpkin. She wanted to put dry ice in it.
Oh, so it has like the vapors coming out.
That would be good if you went for like a ghastly pumpkin, to go alongside the Haunter as well. That could be a good one.
All right, guys. So the results are in. I believe we have a winner for the Pumpkin Carving Contest 2025. Really?
Boo!
Really?
Oh my goodness. His meme lord energy has carried forward to another year. John Ang's soul now trapped within this cursed pumpkin.
I want to call a judge, but to be fair, that is the most terrifying pumpkin. I do not want to be carved into a Kyle pumpkin.
I gotta say, like, I mean, I'm not that surprised. It was Twitch chat voting after all. I am disappointed, of course. It's just, you know, it doesn't matter how much effort you put into it, you know. It just doesn't matter.
No, what you don't
This guy can't keep getting away with this.
He really can't.
He's not allowed to work the next Halloween broadcast. He's not allowed.
Yeah, Twitch, you're voting him out of work now because we have to rig the pumpkin contest against him. I thought I had a real shot this time.
Adam actually has artistic talent, ladies and gentlemen. Kyle has nothing.
Memes are an art.
That, you know, honestly, Skarzik, that is a great point. They truly
That's true, that's true. All right. With that, you know what? Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for voting. Voting incorrectly, but still voting.
Voting
But you know what? We're gonna go back here to the the regional championship, the real competition. I believe I have a quick interview actually with a champion, the junior champion. Let's go ahead and check it out.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Juancho Saldana here, and I am honored to be joined by our junior Louisville regional champion, Annabelle. Oh no, Annabelle, how are you feeling?
Amazing and surprised.
Surprised. So this is your first top 8, if I'm correct, yeah?
Yes.
First top 8, and you made it all the way to the top. You must feel over the moon. Tell us your secret. What deck are you playing?
I was playing Raging Bolt.
Raging Bull, that's a pretty fast deck. How are your matchups throughout the deck?
So there's some tricky ones like Noivern, but like I try to go through them. So like all the plays that I started to think, I was like thinking ahead just because I was wondering like what they were going to do next. So I was just trying to do some like little attacking and then just go really big at the end.
That was a great answer. Coming from the juniors, having that foresight, being able to think far and ahead. I'm not surprised at all you've been able to win this tournament. With that, can you let me know what's next for Annabelle?
What I chose this deck because I thought it was fast, and the other decks that I've been playing are very slow, so I thought this one was very pretty easy to play, but there's lots of sequencing, and the meta is very fast, so I felt like this was a good deck choice to play.
That's for sure. That's for sure. Are you going to any other regional championships? Oh, we have to ask Dad first, huh?
Going to Argentina and then LAIC.
So we're going to Argentina and LAIC next.
All right. Better keep an eye out for Annabelle. And now that you have the big regional money and your invite to the World Championships, are you excited for Worlds?
Yes.
Amazing to hear. Before I let you go, I just want to ask, what's your favorite Pokemon?
Alolan Raichu.
Oh, okay. I was expecting Pikachu there for a second. Anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
My family, my family is Lynn, Steve, my brother, which is Kenji, and my coaches, which is Pablo and Josh, and Jeff, and all my friends for helping me test.
Great to hear. Again, congratulations, Annabelle. With that, we're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action. Don't go anywhere.
So for new players at home looking to start competing, I would strongly recommend visiting your local league because your local league has a whole bunch of great mentors, professors, and other players among you who are like-minded and absolutely want to get you into the game better than you could ever be on your own.
For new players, I'd recommend starting and just watching the stream, seeing what people use, and even just copycatting a team. And for me, it's just like using Pokemon that I know I'm going to have fun with is the big thing. Because if I am having fun, then I'm way more likely to win.
For people that want to start competing, I would say start playing online, look for guides. Personally, I watch a lot of Wolfie's videos and a lot of Harry's videos as a French player. So if you understand French, you should go look at his channel. Or Wolfie, it's a lot of help. And just play online. Like, if you build a team and start playing, write down your notes, look at your mistakes, try to analyze your games. It's a lot of help. And, you know, find a friend that can play. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Advice that I would give to somebody wanting to start playing the TCG is to look up local game card stores in your area and see if any of them are running any Pokemon events, and just go talk to the people around. And there's tons of friendly people in the community. They'll help you get started.
Some advice I would have for people looking to compete at home is really get connected with your community. Practicing with other battlers is one of the best things that you could do out there. That's personally how I started as well. So I know Go's big on community, so that definitely would be the number one.
The advice I have for people at home looking to start would be to just jump in and do it. I was very nervous, and I still am nervous today to play, but the only way you're going to get better is to actually play, get out there, get the experience, and you're going to have fun no matter what happens.
I'd have to say Piplup would be my starter Pokemon. I love the Steel type, and it's the only starter that has that on it. I'm big into TV, just sitting back and relax on the couch after a long day of work, or Pokemon Go. Last year's world champion Dancing Rob definitely is one of them. He's one of the best battlers in the world. And then all my friends, like House Stark, Rise to Occasion, Arrow, there's so many incredible people in this community. My overall goal playing Pokemon would definitely be just to have fun. When I won Worlds, I wasn't really expecting that to be the tournament that I would win. I went in knowing, you know, I like the game. I know what I'm doing, and, you know, winning definitely is what I want to do, but it's not the priority. So I just like to have fun with Pokemon. When I'm at events, we actually have a tradition to get tacos before day one, so I definitely have to say that would be a tradition that we always get. I think my favorite city I've been to for Pokemon would have to be Yokohama. It was just the culture around it, like all the energy. It's hard to top that. The best thing that happened to me this month would have to be that I started streaming on Twitch, and the community is just so supportive, so you know, incredible. They're always there to, you know, support anyone who's streaming, and it's just so humbling to see. I'm on twitch.tv/itsaxon or x.com/itsaxon as well.
Misdreavus conceals itself in darkness, sending chills upon travelers' spines with its childlike weeping. As it observes the frightened travelers with glee, the red orbs upon its chest lit off in eerie light. If you hear a sobbing sound emanating from a vacant room, it's undoubtedly a bit of mischief from Misdreavus.
Welcome back into Louisville, Kentucky, the home, as of now, of a regional championship that was still underway here. You're joining us on the trading card game cast. I am Shelby Boo here with the undefeated champion of the pumpkin carving contest, Kyle Sablehouse. Kyle, how does it feel to win once again this year in our pumpkin carving contest?
You know, last year didn't hurt anyone, and I took honor in that. It was nice to know that just a cute little Clementine could get the job done. The sacrifice of John Eng will haunt me for a while.
Yeah, it's going to haunt me as well, Kyle, seeing that. I mean, you've become the undefeated champion now of the pumpkin carving contest, but John Eng's run was ended here because of that haunting pumpkin that you carved his name into. So, again, sorry about that, John Eng.
Moment of silence.
We'll moment of silence you for sure. Anyway, let's get back to our tournament and what we've been getting through so far here. We're about to jump into a top 4 match. Our players are getting set up, but we're still getting spooky. We have to decide who is going to advance in our bracket here of spookiest Pokemon. We've been discussing this all weekend. I have a lot of spooky Pokemon on my dress here.
Spooky.
And we are competing once again. Dusknoir has taken it all the way to the finals, but is going to have to compete against Mimikyu and Darkrai here.
Okay. Which Pokemon are you leaning towards here, Boo?
I guess Mimikyu for this one. So you can go ahead and take Darkrai to take it home, Kyle. I mean, you've already talked about the cards. So interested to see how you take this.
Yeah, Darkrai. This is a Pokemon that I've actually beaten on stream before.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it was terrifying. I was playing against Ross Cawthon. That guy was terrifying, too. He played he played it very well, and I cracked him. But the deck was able to do all sorts of different shenanigans. The dark patches were flying left and right, and he surprised me by throwing down like 6 energy in a turn. You don't want that to happen to you in a dark alley, and I certainly don't wish for that for you either. So avoid Darkrai.
You don't want energies flying at you in a dark alley? What are the odds of that happening? What?
Have you ever played Pokemon in a dark alley with the boys?
I can't say I have.
All right.
I can't say I have.
What have you done with old Mimikyu?
Well, Mimikyu, not only is it a fantastic card in the TCG, and it has been for quite a while, but the lore of Mimikyu is probably the spookiest thing I've ever read in my life. It wanted to be a Pikachu. It actually disliked the way it looked so much that it tried to become Pikachu.
Same.
But then, sadly, because it looked so scuffed as a Pikachu, as what it tried to make out as a Pikachu, it actually had the opposite effect. Nobody liked it. It cries every night, cries itself to sleep, and it's sad.
All right, that's a little too close to home. I'm going to need you to calm down. That's scuffed? All right. Well, that's what we got for you, y'all. Me reminiscing about NAIC and scuffed Mons. So which one do you think is spookier?
Which one is spookier? Yes. I mean, they both look pretty spooky for sure. Darkrai is actually like a demon. Did you know that?
No.
It is.
What? I wouldn't, if it weren't a really good card, I probably wouldn't have known of its existence.
It's got a ghost. It doesn't even have legs. It doesn't have legs. It just floats.
Okay.
It's spooky. I definitely wouldn't want to see that in a dark alley, but I guess I'm selling your pick here, huh, Kyle?
Wow, thanks. Hey, someone needed to. I didn't really fight very hard.
Well, it's up to you all. Definitely vote on that. But we're going to start doing our actual job here now, Kyle, bringing us into our top 4 match here in Louisville, Kentucky. This is where all of the stops are going to be pulled out between our players. They have one more match until they advance into the finals. And this time around, we're going to be seeing Kyle Lesmanowitz back on the stream table once again, bringing that Palkia to our table. But this time, a different opponent sits across from him in Caleb Gedimer. And what a formidable opponent indeed. What do you think about this matchup coming up?
Oh, this is going to be so fun. We saw Kyle up against Kieran Farah earlier, and I mean, he might be the new name on the block to getting a lot of work done, but Caleb is an old school name. You do not want to meet him in a dark alley, some would say.
Not. No.
He has put on an absolute tear at so many regional events. He's a multi-time regional champion, and he started this event 10-0. He's afraid of nobody.
Nobody. You can see it on his face here. Caleb Gedimer has brought everything to this table. You see their decks here. We're looking at the prize cards from both of our players. Caleb Gedimer has just been on a tear throughout this entire tournament here in Louisville with Raging Bolt EX. Facing off against Origin Form, Palkia, V-Star. A couple of Ghost Boys in the prize cards there, as we saw.
The Ghosty Boys. Yeah, this matchup is super volatile. You could see all sorts of things as far as the aggression of Caleb, but we're going to get the fist bump underway and start things off here in our top 4.
Top 4 match, Iron Bundle of Joy in the active for Caleb. That steel, I guess, ice-type penguin.
Yeah, wrong holiday. What are you doing up there, buddy?
Yeah, this is Halloween, all right? Get out of here, Iron Bundle. But, I mean, we'll see it jumping around later on, I'm sure. Caleb starting us off with this Earthen Vessel here, discarding a card into that discard pile. A fantastic mechanic of this deck. You want those energies in the discard pile to be able to accelerate them forth in these later turns. Let's talk about Caleb Gedimer. We're seeing him on stream now. Raging Bolt is the deck that he picked. Why do you think he went with this deck, and how wild is it, the success that we have seen so far in this tournament from Caleb?
Yeah, I think he picked the deck because Azul's not here.
Yeah, apparently.
Azul despises this thing, from what I've been told, and this is an opportunity now to show off that, yeah, this deck actually just tracks. It's all over the meta forecast as one of the best decks in the room, and they think they've got an edge right now. They've got a couple unique inclusions in the deck list, and they could certainly pay off dividends here. I especially like the inclusion of that Luminion along with the Ultra Balls.
Oh, yeah, that is pretty nice here, adding some extra cards into the deck to maybe have a little bit of an edge in this Raging Bolt matchup. Yeah, Luminion V there. I mean, we've seen its utility all weekend with that Luminous Sign ability. We saw it utilized multiple times from Kieran to just back-to-back gust options within those bosses' orders, and that could be down the line here from Caleb as well. But right now, we've taken a look through the deck. We're seeking out those energy from that Earthen Vessel within a Fighting Energy, a Lightning Energy, and Raging Bolt EX. Let's talk about this card. It's a basic. It's a big basic, 240 HP. It has Bellowing Thunder as its attack here. 70 damage for every single basic energy that you discard in the match. So Caleb's going to be discarding those energy, throw them away, taking giant knockouts here, and working around and just absolutely dominating his opponent is what he's trying to do. Pokestop, fantastic card here as well. Did get rid of that Radiant Greninja.
Wait, that's actually just the best. It's Night Stretchered. I didn't see it in the hand. Good. The one time you want to just throw away one of the best Pokemon in the deck, it works out so well there.
When you could get it back and then throw more energy away.
Sign
Beautiful.
Me up. Yeah, this hand was looking a little dangerous. I think we just saw the one Nest Ball in there, but with the help of the Pokestop, some additional resources found. And this could mean that energies are starting to fall on the right Pokemon, and he can start accelerating a little bit to this board.
Hey, that's what you need. The energy's falling to the Pokemon in the right places. And Caleb kicking us off here, of course, going first, so going to get these Pokemon out, going to get those energy in the discard pile. That is great. I mean, this is a pretty giant hand here, pretty stacked for Caleb. We saw the Professor Sada Vitality already in the hand for later on. The Nest Ball, double Nest Ball now, bringing out these Raging Bolt EX onto the field here. Those are the ancient Pokemon that can be targeted down, accelerated energy to for the future for Caleb, and of course hard attaching. Every energy that comes down onto this field is more damage in the future. We see the switch cart put in that Iron Bundle to the bench, Raging Bolt EX, and we are passing over to Kyle.
This is the perfect execution of what all the top players are thinking of during their turn. Is what is the worst possible thing that my opponent could do to me that is within reason? And the answer was Iono in that spot. So what do I do in that spot? I'm going to switch this Pokemon to the active, make sure that I have the answer with instant Sada, and I can have all my energies in play and get a relevant attack off next turn. And he's done it all there. Now next turn he just wants to add some Ogerpon into the mix, and he can really start to accelerate and potentially check down a Pokemon like Palkia on the other side.
Exactly, and that's going to be detrimental for Kyle, potentially, if that happens. Kyle, we've seen him on stream before with this Palkia deck, unfortunately ending in a tie before, but now bringing us to the top 4 table here, bringing it back. And Radiant Greninja, the starting Pokemon here for Kyle. Taking a look at the deck himself here, sorting through things off this Earthen Vessel, discarding a Pokestop. There is already a Pokestop in play that can be utilized as well for Kyle. So we're going to get these energy out of the deck to start throwing them away as well.
Yeah, this is a deck that also likes to throw away a lot of resources early on and has those built-in ways to assist itself, either with the V-Star ability to bring those water energies back, or the Night Stretchers when you start to lose pieces of the Dusknoir line. You can add those right back into the hand and continue on. So we'll see the Pokestop played here. We see Ultra Ball as well in the hand too, and there's a few more cards that need to be found. Radiant Greninja's going to try to help out.
Yeah, 2 cards. Let's see. It's another water energy, as well as a piece of that Dusknoir line. I think it is the Dusknoir.
Not the right piece, yeah.
Yes, not the right one, yeah.
Little guy into big guy.
Yeah, we need to get the Duskull out first here. So we've seen Kyle compete against the Lugia matchup, but now he's facing down a different demon this time. And when I say demon, I mean giant giraffe-looking Raging Bolt EX. So what's the gameplay going to look like from Kyle as far as, the prize mapping, what he's targeting down to eliminate from Caleb's field? Is he going to be able to even keep up the pace? What do you think, Kyle?
Yeah, for Kyle, he needs to just throw resources onto the board and hope that something sticks, because you do not have an answer to Pokemon Catcher onto Lone Palkia V. The game is going to be well out of reach if you don't get an attack off into Raging Bolt on turn 2. And he's going to go for the Squawk ability in a spot like this, and it just means more resources available later on. You can find second Palkia V and feel a lot more comfortable in this matchup.
3 water energy already in the discard pile, 1 now being attached for turn onto this V Pokemon into the Squawk and Seize. Those couple of resources being discarded into the discard pile for Kyle. We're going to see 6 more cards.
You rhyming out here. Look at you. And yeah,
discard pile for Kyle.
The Blood Moon Ursaluna into the discard pile is not something Kyle loves to see, but also he respects the fact that he's got enough of the Night Stretchers there to help out in spots like that.
Pokestop getting rolled here. Irida going to the discard. We have only a Hisuian Heavy Ball drawn off of that. Pokestop getting a couple resources.
All of the Pokemon in hand right now looking pretty good here. On the second Palkia V, potential to build on this hand with the Rotom if you like, or play the Froakie and hope to find more resources. But one way to find resources is draw them.
Draw them, yeah. We like drawing cards here indeed in the TCG, and instant charge is one way to do that. Drawing 3 additional charged up cards, ending your turn here. So Kyle is gonna pass things over after that instant charge, ending things for Caleb. And Caleb's gonna kick us off. So we saw the initial turn from Caleb. Now things can get pretty spicy. Iron Bundle being activated here. Hyper Blower. The Iron Bundle goes into the discard pile from Caleb, and then Kyle gets to switch a Pokemon. He chooses who to promote into the active position. Now the Iron Bundle's gone.
Wow, yeah, this is not fun for Kyle. He wants to use the Dusknoir to his own ability to take a knockout when it may not be available, but he doesn't want to give up a 2-prize knockout, so he's just fine, take the lowest hit point one possible. You're inevitably going to get a knockout this turn, but 2 prize cards never feels good to give up there. Oh, that's not good either.
Wow, Bravery Charm. That's a tool card. It's different now from our item cards, and Caleb Gettimer just dropped 2 of them from that Pokestop into the discard pile, only netting 1 card.
He's like, all right, Sada first next time, I guess.
Yes.
That was unfortunate, but it's just the way things go sometimes. In a perfect world, you draw into some item cards, you thin down a little more, and then you can find those Bravery Charms at the right time. Just unlucky.
Well, here we go, the big engine of this deck, Professor Sada's Vitality, targeting those 2 ancient Pokemon in those Raging Bolt EX. The energy from the discard pile get activated back onto the field, onto those Raging Bolts, and then you draw 3 additional cards. So it's the energy acceleration, it's the draw support, and that is truly the backbone of this deck here now for Caleb. 3 energy out on the field in total now. We still have an attachment from turn if we have it, and that Earthen Vessel is in the hand here for Caleb already.
This is just a winning hand right now.
A lot of cards.
Got a lot of great pieces. Finds another Earthen Vessel, can continue on finding the energies that he needs, and there's also access to finding perhaps the first Ogre Pawn of the game. You can include that into the mix and have some energy acceleration, which is a little bit missed here if you're only using Sada.
Sada gets you far, but not too far if you have so many cards in your deck that you can use. And that's definitely what this deck does very well. I mean, look at this stacked hand here from Caleb. Taking a quick look again at the discard pile, but still tons of cards. Here we have 2 Raging Bolt EX. They're slowly getting charged up. That Earthen Vessel bringing those energy back into the hand from the deck, thinning even more. Just looking at the resources in the discard pile. This is the attachment from the hand for the turn. And here we go. Here's the discard. This is 3 energy cards, 70 damage per energy. That's a 2-prize knockout. And that's what this deck does. 2 prize cards down, only 4 more to take here, putting Kyle on the defense side of this field. And what do you think about the Origin Form Palkia V deck? How does it How does it respond when it's in more of a defensive position?
Well, the math doesn't exactly math right here, and it's unfortunate because Kyle has to work a lot harder to get the knockouts in this spot. He's got access to it. We see the rare candy and the Ultra Ball, so Dusk Noir can be included into this mix, but you have to start to use cards like that Iono and to draw more and more resources and hopefully put your opponent on a weaker hand. They are not allowed to add onto their board state and add more Pokemon because they're trying to avoid giving too much power to the Palkia V-Star attacking for more damage, but it's also a weakness because you only have this board of a Greninja and a Raging Ball.
What do you even go? What do you even go for there? You have little to work with. It's not one of those decks that throws down all of these basic Pokemon that are supporters in this matchup because, like you said, Kyle, you don't want to give those extra hit points, the 20 each for the subspace swell on the Palkia V-Star. And that's what we see brought out of the deck right now from Kyle with the Ultra Ball, discarding 2 cards, getting that Palkia V-Star, but it's a little awkward here now for Kyle, and he's already on the back foot. It looks like we're going to see the Pokestop. 3 cards here. That's 1. That's 2.
Hey.
Yeah, very nice. Greninja EX hitting the discard pile, but that's for a Night Stretcher and an S-Ball. I'll take it.
Yeah, for Kyle, the prize map can be a little tricky at this point. You obviously have to commit to the Palkia V-Star as one of your big attackers. The Moonlight Shuriken doesn't line up nicely into the Raging Bolt, and we'll see a little bit of overreach when taking knockouts in a spot like this. But it also leads into that late game opportunity where you see those Night Stretchers. They can go for the Ursaluna and help out with taking those sneaky knockouts that line up much better.
Yeah, Ursaluna, the Blood Moon Ursaluna, it comes out and it attacks. We have seen that all day today for sure. And another thing we've seen, these Dusknoir, they have been flying. And when I mean flying, they rare candy into a Dusknoir, and then very shortly after, if not the next turn, they curse blast themselves away. This Origin form Palkia V-Star now out on the field here. Lost Vacuum being eyed up.
I think Counter Catcher is not helpful in a spot like this. You know what you need to knock out. It doesn't matter when Professor Sada is the card being played. You're just trying to avoid that. Give your opponent this prize card, put some damage down on their board, and hopefully that Iona starts to stick at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting rid of 1 prize card, but Caleb was already on that 2/2/2 map of the prize cards here. So Lost Vacuum's going to limit Caleb's ability to Pokestop if you can't replace that stadium. So we have that disruption in the way, especially, like you said, Kyle, the Counter Catcher isn't helpful in this position here in this matchup. So gone to the Lost Zone. Iono's going to help out a bit more. Caleb, 3 prize cards now, thanks to that additional knockout of the Dusknoir on Kyle's own side. And we're going to have a fresh 6 here for Kyle.
Yeah, a bit surprising to see the damage go to the benched Raging Bolt in a spot like this. If you take the knockout here, you're making your opponent need 1 more resource for Sadas to have the effect of 2 Pokemon to target and give energy to. Instead, he's going to play a slower approach, deal some good damage, but he's hoping to chain this together into something with another Dusknoir potentially, and it's just difficult to ask for. Or maybe this is into a big Moonlight play, but the math doesn't work out.
The math's awkward here. Kyle Earthen Vesseling to get rid of a card, and it's just a single energy drawn out of that. There's no more energy in the deck. They're all sitting in the hand in the discard pile right now for Kyle here as well. Of course, you have that Star Portal V-Star power to re-accelerate the energy, which is something that's how this deck functions. That single copy of the tracking shoes as well.
Don't use it yet.
Yeah, Kyle somehow
Save it.
knows how to use it at the perfect time to get the perfect card, so we'll see if that happens again here. But we see the energy attachment onto that Palkia V-Star. In the active position, it's ready to subspace swell. 60 base damage, 20 for each benched Pokemon on both Kyle's side as well as Caleb's side. That's why we're seeing that slim bench there from Caleb. We're seeing this V-Star power be activated now to get these energy out onto the benched Origin form Palkia V, which is only a V at this moment in time, and 1 onto that Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, and the way that the energies are placed in this spot is also tricky because you're 2 energies away from attacking with Radiant Greninja, so you're basically looking at the Pokemon as just a way to retreat out of some certain situations right now.
a pivot, essentially. Caleb Gedimer taking some hits there on that Raging Bolt EX, hanging on by 40 HP here. A damaged one on the bench as well, but none of these Pokemon have been taken out yet. They're just heavily damaged sitting on the field for Caleb Gedimer right now. And we'll see what the hand was. Of course, we're working off the Iono hand here from Caleb. It was 3 cards, the top deck as well to start the turn. And now it looks like an Ultra Ball?
Yep, it's Ultra Ball and Prime Catcher, but this is why you play Luminion. You have an ability to now find a supporter in a spot like this, where this deck typically just goes, well,
what do I do?
I guess I need to restart or something. Just play these weaker support Pokemon. This is the prime one that you're looking for, and it finds that supporter that you so desperately need.
Professor Sada's Vitality, it's the backbone of this deck. It's so essential. That supporter that targets those ancient Pokemon gets the energy out on the field, so you consistently take knockouts, and that's what we're seeing here now. And you get a nice 3 cards as well. Get to accelerate these energy, 3 additional cards for Caleb. That's going to help out the hand a lot, and that's fantastic recovery after an Iono.
It finds Pheasantipity.
Even better.
When you see a Luminion on your board, you're like, okay, and we already got a couple resources that are probably going to get knocked out, maybe.
I guess you're adding damage, though?
Play this down. But both the Raging Bolts are in range of knockouts
Yeah,
anyways,
that's true.
so
They're already damaged.
You kind of just accept the fact that we're in trouble anyways.
I need
Let's
more
just
cards.
punch our way through this.
Yes, exactly. The discard of these 3 energy here now for Caleb Gedimer, taking out that Origin form Palkia V-Star. That's another 2 prize cards down for Caleb. We are flying through this match. Just an energy retrieval remaining in the prize cards for Caleb to potentially take this win to heavily damaged Raging Bolt EXs. Kyle still has 6 prize cards remaining here and is going to promote this Origin form Palkia V, but how do we come back from here, Kyle? What are we about to see? We got a Duskull that was put out and it's ready. It's going, but do we have the cards?
Yeah, you start to identify what the prize map is that gets you out of a mess like this. You can target down both Raging Bolt, potentially. You just aren't going to take the knockouts. So you have to just go on this approach of just taking out threats as you can. And I think the #1 threat that we see is that Pheasantipity that can continue to draw up some of these resources. If you have access to Iono in combination with the counter catcher, you can do a lot of work there, but just we don't see the Palkia V-Star. We don't see any of the pieces in hand other than the Iono right now, and it's just not adding up.
It's quite sad. Palkia V-Star in the prize cards as well as a Dusclops, a Dusknoir, a couple of those pieces too. So, I mean, it's just and a Night Stretcher in the prize
Blood
cards
Moon
too.
Ursaluna in the discard pile.
Yes.
No Night Stretcher to be seen. And
exactly. Yeah.
Uh-oh. We need to find some really good cards off of Iono, and it's certainly possible in this spot. We see 1 Night Stretcher remaining there, as 1 is in the prize cards, but I don't think it involves the Mew benching here.
Yeah, well, Kyle is going to take it out here. That Mew EX shuffling back up that deck that is so thin now here. I mean, you saw every single resource that's left for Kyle. Also going to take a look at Caleb's discard as well. But Mew EX is out now from that Ultra Ball, but it's in the hand. Are we going to see the shoes?
I like the shoe.
Oh, what's in net us? Okay.
Burn some cards.
Oh
Ooh,
my gosh.
Prime Catcher.
Prime
but
Catcher.
The pivot Pokemon is in the active.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, the shoe, the discard of the Pokestop into the Prime Catcher, but you see Kyle's face right now reacting to that.
Oh.
Like, a little awkward.
And then you have to play the Mew, but then that makes you fully reliant on the Palkia V-Star. Instead, you don't get to use that Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah, looks like debating where to put that, if it's going to go on to the Palkia V or the Radiant Greninja. Now it has a second attachment here, using the Prime Catcher into the Origin form Palkia V. Pheasantipity EX coming up into the active as well from Kyle, and there's the Mew. It's just a single card here.
It's
a Night Stretcher.
Though. That's so big. Finds the Palkia and continue on in this game. Has enough Pokemon in play to take a knockout here in a Iono to 1. It's all working out. And we haven't even flipped the script.
Do you know what got us there, Kyle?
Friendship.
Tracking shoes.
Okay.
The tracking shoes.
He's hopping. That one shoe.
The one shoe, once again, carrying the way. Kyle is trekking up mountains at this point. Origin form, Palkia V-Star, now fully charged up, ready to go here.
Does Kyle have enough turns?
I don't know.
He's got three cards in deck. He can't even flip the script or he loses.
Oh my gosh. Well, there's 2 prize cards there within that Pheasantipity EX. That's going to put a hindrance in Caleb Gedimer's way. Just brought down to 1 single card. Top decking a Grass Energy here now is going to conceal cards for 2 more.
Pretty good resources. Ooh, finds the Teal Mask Ogrepon in combination with the Energy Retrieval. That's an additional card too. And this is not a spot where Kyle can work in a Dusknoir and remove Pokemon from play. He'd give that final prize card to Caleb. So
Exactly.
Caleb also has the potential to just go Burst Roar.
Yep, that is true. Well, Caleb's going to start here. Energy Retrieval. Energy coming out. Once again, from the discard pile. That's one piece of the puzzle here. We did finally have a Bravery Charm as well.
Just in time.
Protecting that Raging Bolt EX. We have the Grass Energy attachment, a Teal Dance. Oh, another Energy Retrieval. Yeah, that is not. That is a Sada Nada indeed, Kyle. That's the piece that we're missing here. We need that way to accelerate the energy out for Caleb to continue up the pace. I mean, think about it. We're sitting 1 prize card left to take this game. And Kyle has just been able to put just enough disruption forward to put Caleb in a bit of a pickle. He's going to take his time here.
He's going to
look
count
at the
Ionos.
deck. I know, exactly. I mean, there's only 3 cards left in the deck for Kyle.
It's like for Caleb, this is a hand that he could probably try to go the same route next turn if he just benches onto the Roaring Moon and or the Raging Bolt and just plays a Grass Energy onto the Teal Mask and attaches next turn. He has the Energy Retrieval to do just that. But in this spot, if you have a read that your opponent won't have the Iono, just get a hand of 6 and you're easily going to get there next turn.
Well, Caleb is looking through all the options here, Kyle. I can't believe that happened.
Look at the options for Kyle.
Look at that.
It's Iono at the bottom.
Or Irida.
And Irida.
Oh my goodness.
That's sad.
That is very sad. Oh my gosh. I can't believe this has happened, Kyle. Every single resource has been used.
How could you have done this?
In this deck, we're seeing the rare candy now into the Dusknoir for Kyle. Caleb was just, I mean, all he had was the Energy Retrieval there. And yeah, a couple energy being sought out. We're back to Kyle.
All right. I mean, I understand playing cards down, trying to get to Mew, trying to make things happen, but there's not enough resources to where even using Iono would not lose you the game. You have 4 prize cards remaining.
You need the turns. And it was the Irida, which has, I mean, that can't help us at all. So
it's not working. You just have to hope your opponent doesn't have the resources. We don't see them yet, but we do see the Pokegear 3.0 in hand.
Oh my gosh, wow, that's huge. Yes, this Raging Bolt EX being taken down. Kyle, another 2 prize cards down, 2 left to take here. I mean, a single card in the deck. Caleb Gedimer, on the other hand, has that Pokegear. That's pretty big. This Raging Bolt EX, lots of damage, but it can still Bellowing Thunder.
Even if Caleb does not find the energies to win this game, a Pokemon catcher onto Dusknoir wins the game. There is no way to move this Pokemon. The game ends right then and there for Kyle. He could use Curse Blast to have fun, but he would lose.
Yeah, there's only 1 prize card remaining because of the Dusknoir last turn putting that prize map for Caleb. Just 1 left to take, not 2. And there's a single prize card, several of them over on Kyle's side. So looking at every single resource on Caleb's side, trying to sequence perfectly here. I can't tell what's the deck, what's the discard, and what's the hand at this point.
Oh, this is just ridiculous. Not only does he have some energies to continue to draw through, he's got the Nest Ball to search out for another Ogrepon. He's got the Pal Pad to put the 4 full Sadas into the deck. It's before he uses the Pokegear.
Oh, that gives you the best odds possible. Pokegear allows you to draw those 7 cards, get a supporter off the top, and then we have the best percentage chance that Caleb can put in front of himself to do so. Teal Mask Ogrepon coming down here, Pal Pad being played now. And yeah, we've got options. I feel like this is it, Kyle. This is the turn.
If not now, then when?
Yes, exactly.
This is statisticians over here are freaking out, trying to figure out how this math wouldn't work.
Here we go. We're dancing. First energy down. And it's there. Here we go. Professor Sada's Vitality. The first card here after that Pal Pad.
Always
Shuffled him back in.
Check to make sure you have the fighting and take your knockout. And that's game one for Caleb Gedimer here in the top 4.
Cleaning it up nice and easy. Professor Sada's Vitality being the backbone of the Raging Bolt EX deck. But we were able to see those cool inclusions now from Caleb in that Luminion, in the Ultra Ball stuff too. But yeah, getting that turn where you would have just been stuck, we weren't stuck. Yeah. We had that aggression, keeping up the pace here, and I guess that showcases to you not only why Raging Bolt is so good, but why these players are so skillful in building these decks, changing slight cards in the list, and then just taking it home here. Caleb Gedimer, game 1.
Yeah, other opponents maybe down the road have overbench, just tried to throw down as many energies as possible. You see the Teal Mask Ogre Pawns left and right, and you look down and, oh goodness, you have 4 Pokemon on your bench. That's pretty easy for Palkia V-Star to start taking knockouts left and right, and instead, Caleb plays it real clean, has the double Raging Bolt along with the Radiant Greninja setup. Just plays nice and easy Pokemon. It works.
It does work. I mean, look at these players' accomplishments, both of them sitting on both sides of the tables. Kyle over here, another top 4 here in Louisville, but we've already been here, regional top 4, regional top 8 in Charlotte in previous years. Both of these players have played a lot of Pokemon in their lifetime, but Kyle is looking to take it all down and become a regional champion, just like Caleb Gedimer already is. 2019 Philadelphia, Caleb Gedimer looking to take down another regional here in Louisville.
Yeah, that list doesn't even begin to say what Caleb has accomplished in this TCG. But it's a great challenge for Kyle to overcome here, as unfortunately took that early loss there in game 1 and has to fight back. And he's seen the exact same setup here in game number 2.
Gosh, no. Yeah, Squawkabilly EX. Active Pokemon here for Kyle. Caleb Gedimer, double Raging Bolt EX, 2 in the prize cards as well. Oh my gosh, look at that.
What is that?
Double Nest Ball, double Raging Bolt. I mean, I guess you don't need the Nest Ball if you don't have the Pokemon, right?
You got 3 pairs in there.
Yes, and 2 Earthen Vessel as well, all in awkward parts. I don't know, maybe Caleb needs to shuffle better.
Yeah, as long as he's not doing the pile shuffling.
The table shuffle, yeah, exactly.
That's frowned upon.
Yeah, I think Azul would have something to say about that. Well, we're over here. Caleb kicked us off. Just a lightning energy onto a Raging Bolt EX. Let's take a look at prize cards for Kyle Lesnowitz now. We have 2 Ultra Ball in there, a couple of Pokemon, but nothing too crazy here for Kyle.
If you're ever to prize a Palkia piece, let it be the V-Star, or have the Hisuian Heavy Ball in hand and go for the other one. But yeah, this is not too bad. You can work with these prize cards, and there's a lot to consider in this opening turn. Starts with the Squawkabilly, so already has access to getting some of these additional Pokemon down and then burning this hand.
Let's burn it.
I guess it's bad news, but it's not. You're going to lose your V-Star, but you play a lot of ways to recover it.
Yes, you do indeed. I mean, that Night Stretcher has just been carrying Kyle for quite a bit here. So we see 2 double Palkia V out on the bench here now, as well as that Radiant Greninja being sought out off the Ultra Ball for Kyle to add a little bit more consistency here. We got lots of cards to throw away for Kyle too, and just start churning through this deck just like last game. I mean, we turned a bit, quite a bit, down to 1 single card left in the deck for Kyle last time.
He was absolutely hustling, and that's one thing we did not see from Caleb's side of the board. He did get the ideal start with the Raging Bolt, but did not have any energies to go into the discard. Didn't even play a way to look through the deck just yet, so a lot of mystery on that side, and Kyle likes the sound of that. Gives him an opportunity to start to build his own board.
Yeah, big change from our game 1 where Caleb had all the pieces put together in that initial turn. So Kyle's going to have a little bit more room to work with this time around. We saw the Squawk and Seize into a fresh hand. We've seen those concealed cards to stack 2 cards into the hand as well, getting more resources out. And the Irida gets a little bit more for you. We're going to see that item card as well as a water Pokemon here for Kyle. So it's going pretty well, I would say.
Yeah, especially when you hit your one of Buddy Poffin, and then you can Irida for whatever item you want instead of that card now.
Yeah.
It opens up avenues to set up your board for potential rare candies into Greninjas early, and that's a number that you really like to work in. And that 170 and a lot of high hit points, getting whatever card you want, you can start to set up some cheeky Dusknoir stuff.
Some Shinobi Blades. I mean, that is a cool move for sure. That is a cool sounding move. Here targeting down the Froakie, as you said, Kyle, as well as the Night Stretcher. Froakie Dokie. Froakie Artichoke. Coming out for Kyle as the water Pokemon, as well as the Night Stretcher for this turn 2. Kyle's taking it nice and easy here. We're under 45-minute mark in this match so far. Kyle needs to do everything possible to take this into a Game 3. Otherwise, it's going to be a 2-0 victory for Caleb. He's going to be in our finals, and that's where Kyle wants to be. So Duskull being benched now for Kyle off that Buddy Poffin.
Yeah, and the way that this plays, you get some information from your opponent. Why would you search for a Froakie with your Irida if you were going to get it with Buddy Poffin? That means you don't have any additional water Pokemon in your deck. So it kind of gives your opponent a nod that Palkia V-Star is either already in your hand or it's in the prize cards.
Is gone. Yeah, that is very true, Kyle. Good point there. There's only so many water Pokemon, and Froakie's definitely one of those there because the Greninjas.
Not Greninja.
Yeah, he's fighting. That's a fighting one, but Caleb Gadamer having that knowledge, bringing into the turn 2 here. Pokegear 3.0 starting us off. Wow, that's the first card played into the discard pile for Caleb.
And what do you want? I don't like any of it. You could grab Sada, but you already have that resource in hand. It's not doing you any good. How do you advance this? Do you just have to attach to the bench and burst roar?
My gosh, yeah, so the pieces that we're missing, we're seeing another Pokegear. The first 2 cards of the discard pile, both Pokegear 3.0s. We don't have the energy. We have no energy.
I don't even think we're looking for anything. I think this is how we deck search right now. We just
deck search and thin, I guess.
We're just getting a little information because we're gonna burst roar.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're gonna burst roar, I suppose, and discard some cards, try to get started off here. But yeah, Caleb off to a very, very slow start compared to our game 1 between these players. So
he knows 14 whole cards in his deck and has a new hand. That is what turn 2 looks like. It's not nearly as impactful as Knockout Squawkabilly was in game 1.
Well, we have 6 cards in hand now. That's something that we can work with. We just had to throw away quite a bit there for it. But Kyle, I mean, that's what Kyle wants to see here, biding the time in this matchup to at least get a little bit more of a setup before Caleb starts to put on that aggression.
I can think of some things he wants to see here. Maybe rare candies off Pokestops.
That'd be
has
brutal.
Multiple Night Stretcher ready to roll, already Dusknoir in hand.
Yeah.
Could steal some prizes here.
Exactly. 2 Duskull were put down last turn, ready to go from those rare candies. Pokestop, let's see if we can get those items.
Where you at, buddy?
That's 1. Ooh, 2 support Pokemon being thrown away into the discard pile. There's no room on the bench anyway at this point in time for them. But Kyle is just going to get an Ultra Ball now off of there.
Yeah, even Earthen Vessel, something to continue from this point would have been nice. It's going to be a little slower now. You can go for Dusclops, but we don't see the energies ready to roll here. No access to the Palkia V-Star just yet. I think there is Night Stretcher in hand, so you can get that back, but depends how many energies were played down on that opening turn if you're going to get an attack this turn.
Yeah, what's in the discard pile for Kyle?
You are just
I'm on it today. Night Stretcher is going to be played here for Kyle, getting a Pokemon out. That is the Origin Form Palkia V-Star.
It's just here. 2 energies.
When we've already, yeah, that's a bummer here from Kyle. Gonna use this Iono here first. We've already concealed cards this turn. I think it was right at the start before the Pokestop even happened. So we've gotten through our cards. We have a Dusclops now. We still have the potential for a Dusknoir on the other Duskull if we can get anything. Oh my gosh. Well, there's some energy.
Yeah, a switch.
That's something.
A switch along with it, but
That's true.
Retreating the Squawkabilly and attacking with the Palkia V-Star. Looking like a pretty solid play. The issue is you need to accelerate an energy onto the other Palkia V if you want to have an attack for next turn, and with the 3 energies now, you'll be just fine.
There you go, the retreats with the pivot energy that throws that into the discard pile, and they get re-accelerated out with that Star Portal V-Star power on the Origin form at Palkia V-Star. So it lines up pretty nicely here to get a giant subspace swell. Big hit into that Raging Bolt EX. Caleb Gedimer sitting on the opposite side of the field, especially in comparison to Game 1, starting
Needs
off
a
with
way
a
to discard
Pokestop.
here.
Oh,
Finds a little bit of help. It's a discard.
A discard that could lead to other discards depending on what we got in the hand. Remember, we're working off that burst roar that happened, so we had some new cards after Caleb was just shuffling up before doing nothing.
Yeah, discarding the grass energy off the Pokestop, very helpful too. This now means that the Sada in hand will search out for both of those energies from the discard pile and assist here, take a knockout, but provide an additional energy for the benched Raging Bolt to have an attack next turn a little easier.
Exactly, that's the thing about this deck. The grass energy that charge up the Ogre Pond to draw you more cards is very essential for that engine. But as far as the Raging Bolt EX, it needs a lightning and a fighting. So the way these energies fall onto the field also matter as far as the sequencing and everything goes. So grass energy, discard pile, that's nice. Caleb can now search out the fighting, the lightning that's needed to power up these Raging Bolt EX.
I mean, there's a world where Kyle has Rare Candy Dusknoir, another Dusknoir off a Night Stretcher, and just removes both Raging Bolt from play next turn. And the other two are in the prize cards for Caleb at this moment. So it's going to be really reliant on cards like the 2 Night Stretcher copies that he has. We're not seeing any of that just yet, but the Sadas could potentially help. 3 additional resources to the hand. But, I mean, this could legitimately just be you got to bench 1 more Pokemon, the Iron Bundle, and then just hope that your opponent doesn't take those 4 prizes?
Gosh, well, that's our seed. Sada here targeting those ancient Pokemon, those energy being accelerated. 3 additional cards to the hand here from Caleb. We already saw those energy sought out from the Earthen Vessel within the fighting energy. Switch cards. Oh, some healing action.
Can he heal down enough to where a Bravery Charm protects him from Dusknoir? That would be spicy.
Yeah, that would be very spicy. Caleb can do some math here. That is for sure. Bravery Charm, we saw 2 of them discarded off of a Pokestop before. 50 HP that you get if it's attached to your basic Pokemon. So that can help out Caleb here in that Bravery Charm. Very essential cards in this deck, in this matchup.
Yeah, with 90 hit points remaining, you buff that back up by 50. You're at 140. 130 is the spread, so the Bravery Charm is protecting this Raging Bolt at this spot.
I don't see it, though. Not yet, at least. No, we've already attached for a turn.
Well, you're going to see the Bravery Charm.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it in hand.
He was hiding it.
There we go. Caleb Gedimer with the Bravery Charm, a nice little necklace for that Raging Bolt EX, and that is going to be a pretty pivotal necklace.
Okay, I don't know if you're supposed to bench the Iron Bundle in this spot, because can't your opponent just get 2 knockouts onto the active Pokemon with the Dusknoir and then potentially just attack into this Raging Bolt on the bench? Is there enough to where you could just win the game? Double Dusknoir active. Palkia V-Star attacking.
I think we
I think Caleb's realizing, I need a Pokemon.
Yeah, I think that is exactly what just happened.
I don't want to lose.
I guess we didn't announce the attack, I suppose, or maybe they just reverted back. But yeah, I don't want to lose.
Yep, I got nervous for you there, buddy.
I'm scared. Nest Ball here bringing out the Radiant Greninja. That is oh yeah, and we can utilize it as well. The concealed cards throwing another fighting energy into the discard pile. What do you see?
He found Prime Catcher. I think you're definitely supposed to continue this turn and get those resources. Now you have a Pokemon that you can easily move around with that switch card, go back into a Raging Bolt that you hopefully find off your prize cards if both these were to be knocked out. Oh gosh, it's not going to get one.
It's going to be the Earthen Vessel and the Nest Ball here for Caleb Gedimer to the hand from the prize cards. Kyle losing that Origin form Palkia V-Star, 2 prize cards going over to Caleb after that A rough, rocky turn that turned into something there at the end for Caleb Gedimer. Dusclops in the active position now for Kyle. Still 6 prize cards remaining here. And we're going to start off with the concealed cards.
Radiant Greninja for 2 additional resources. Pokestop in hand 2, looking for help. Oh, that is the absolute definition of help. Pheasantipity to draw 3 more resources. Has the Night Stretcher in hand for the Palkia V-Star. Is just looking for a couple more resources to get over the hump.
Pheasantipity EX, flip the script. It's been doing that all weekend here, drawing into 3 additional cards. And that could be the pivotal cards you need, potentially as a Pokemon player, to close out some of these games, or at least continue to put on some pressure. Night Stretcher looking to be eyed up before that Pheasantipity comes down to be played here, either Basic Energy or a Pokemon.
I don't know about playing games that aren't Palkia V-Star right now. that's a pretty good resource, and losing out on that attacker, which seems imminent at this stage, is unfortunate because you got the energy already ready to go, and don't know if we've got the rest of the pieces.
Well, Blood Moon Ursaluna was what was searched out from this Night Stretcher, joining the bench now here from Kyle. See how that pays off. We're going to activate this Dusclops. It's not the Dusknoir, but it still gets damage counters out on to the field here. Also gives Caleb another additional prize card to take. Was it? No, it was the Nest Ball.
Oh, no.
No. So close, Caleb, to that Raging Bolt EX, but it's just a Nest Ball for you there. Here's the flip the script here from Kyle. 3 additional cards to the hand.
He's looking for a way to
There's
rare
another Night
candy. I don't see the rare candy, but you do have the Night Stretcher to go for the Dusclops.
True.
Does Dusclops help out enough in this spot? You're still short of the knockout on the Raging Bolt on the bench.
Yeah, Kyle's definitely looking up all of these cards here, deciding how to play this. Going to be the Earthen Vessel first, discarding that Pokestop for some energy out.
Oh, rare candy was in the top 3 there of Pokestop.
No.
There's plenty of rare candy, though. It has to
There
happen.
is,
You
yeah.
would think that with the ability to draw into 3 more items there with the Pokestop, you could find something to help out here. Rare candy into the Dusknoir, remove the Raging Bolt from the bench, attack with the Ursaluna with an energy to take the knockout on the active Pokemon. That starts to look a lot better, but you're all eggs right here.
Oh, well, we got the shoes.
Oh, the shoe is just going to find it. Never mind.
The shoes. Hey,
Yeah,
don't curse
why are we
it,
even
Kyle.
talking about Pokestop?
Don't
It's
let
right
this
here.
be a John Ang. What is it? Ah, I can't see. Okay, it's just a Night Stretcher here. It's going to be discarded into an
it's
Iono. For Kyle, the shoes. What have the shoes got for us, Kyle? Looking a bit defeated here on our camera after that Iono draw here. Pokestop
Promise
is
you, I
still
have
there.
a lot of Dusknoir stuff in this deck.
That is how this functions. Taking a quick count of the Night Stretcher, 3 of them have been used so far in this matchup for Kyle. Oh my gosh, the time is just ticking as far as the prize cards left for Caleb. This is
Here we
huge.
go,
Pokestop
giddy
for
up,
3.
rare
Yes, rare candy. Okay, Dusknoir going into the discard pile. We do get that Hisuian Heavy Ball as well as the rare candy, though, and that's what Kyle needed to see that rare candy.
Has he done all this without his supporter for the turn? It looks like
I think
it.
so, yeah.
That means that not only do you give your opponent this additional resource here, but you can put them on a 2-card hand.
Some disruption, Kyle. That's what we like to see here. We're looking at the prize cards, getting out a basic Pokemon within that Duskull. It's going to be swapped here for that Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Sure. I mean, at this
Mix it
point,
up.
you're just looking to close out on the last few resources for your opponent. They have 2 prize cards remaining after the Rare Candy Dusknoir is to happen. Why not fill that bench spot with a Duskull and have the ability to extend a little more if your opponent finds a card like Bravery Charm?
Looks like they're discussing. They're going to shuffle those prize cards back up there.
Thanks, Judge.
Thanks. Okay, here we go. The moment we've been waiting for. Rare Candy into this Dusknoir. Unlocks that Cursed Blast ability. Going to give up a prize card, but you're trading it. What was the percentage of Nox or whatever for per Dusknoir? It's like 2.4 or something.
2.5, yeah. We'll see how that's working for Sebastian.
Yes, exactly. Well, Dusknoir, Cursed Blast, 13 damage counters, taking out this Raging Bolt EX. That's 2 of our 6 prize cards here. And as you said, Kyle, this Blood Moon Ursaluna out for blood. It's got a water energy.
He found the Hisuian Heavy Ball again. Might as well use it. Get it,
I guess
get it out
so.
of the deck, and now you know you're gonna Iono, and
I like this shuffle of the prize cards better, I think.
yeah.
You relay that out.
Put the judge back to work. Let him do it again.
Well, updated prize cards here now. Caleb's been taking them from that Dusknor, so we do have that Raging Bolt EX. One still remaining in the prize cards. Kyle re-benching a Duskull that came out of the prize cards from the Hisuian Heavy Ball, as you said, and here we go. That disruption, it did throw quite a couple of monkey wrenches in Caleb's way in the last match. He was still able to work through them, but it could be very different this time around for Caleb Gedimer potentially.
Yeah, just 2 cards in the hand. We're gonna lose the Raging Bolt now.
Well, bye.
You have to.
Now we have one in hand, at least.
This was going to be the end of the game for Caleb if he had not continued on that turn last turn. Had the foresight to make something of this, but this is a pile of energy that he has to work with. A Radiant Greninja and a Pokestop. Is that the dream?
I don't think that's. I don't know if that's the dream.
There is
Kyle.
a Raging Bolt back in the deck now. 3 cards seen.
That's
None
true.
of those help get Pokemon.
That is true. What do we got here? Just the switch cards, Pokemon Catcher and Energy. Here's concealed cards.
Energy Sada or Pokemon Sada. Oh my
gosh, the Slitherwing.
That's not the
No.
Pokemon we want.
Wrong one. Oh my gosh! Wow. I mean, at least, yeah, as you said, Kyle, at least we weren't just losing for not having another. Can you imagine if it ended like that?
Yeah,
That'd be wild.
he almost let it happen.
Yeah, almost. But we refocused up. Energy retrieval going to get us a couple of energy here, but yeah, is it that pickle once again, or we're just going to attach to the Slitherwing here? This is a tech from Caleb Gedimer, a better Sandy Shocks, as Kyle put it.
There's not much else to look at Slitherwing with.
It can burn.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
Super neat. I mean, it lines up into Blood Moon Ursaluna pretty well.
It looks kind of fluffy.
You got
it's cute.
You got weakness. You beat that boy up.
Yeah, beat it up.
We don't see the resource there to go along with it. It's just going to be the stomp off.
It discards the top card of your opponent's deck. Nest Ball out of here. I mean, we don't even need it. We have a full bench. It's like, oh. Hey, we're stomping off. Slitherwing is done with this, okay? And Caleb needs a Pokemon. Still. Kyle, once again, now 2 prize cards left to take here. Radiant Greninja and the Slitherwing are all that are on the field for Caleb Gedimer. And Kyle, I mean, Earthen Vessel, throwing away a rare candy here. Going into the deck. Let's see what's in the deck.
As a reminder, Blood Moon Ursaluna is not attacking this turn after using the Blood Moon attack. And, ooh, both switching effects still in deck. An ability to potentially use rare candy into Dusknor, remove the Radiant Greninja from play, and then win the game with the Blood Moon Ursaluna into the Slitherwing. It all looks pretty good, but can Kyle find the right pieces in the right order with Pokestop?
That's exactly what it is. It's the right order. Once again, takes a look at how many cards are even
Still
in
has
there.
Radiant Greninja as well.
Yeah, that's huge. That's huge. We see the attachment here to the Origin Form Palkia V-Star. The 2 water energy that were sought out from that other Earthen Vessel here for Kyle. This is getting down to the wire here, Kyle. I'm on the edge of my seat. It's all going to come down
Doesn't like
to
the
this.
rare candy.
Earthen Vessel. There's no energy.
Are there no pieces to Dusknor anymore?
It's got to be, yeah. Maybe the night stretchers.
We've seen a
no.
lot of resources thrown around.
Yeah, I think the night stretchers are gone, I'm pretty sure. But either way, so we had some sequencing of the cards there. Iono is bringing us to 2 cards to each of these players' hands. One of them was pink for Kyle.
All right, the Switch is the better card of the 2. Already has the Prime Catcher in the hand. Finds
go.
the Switch, though, and that is clean because you get to now switch this Pokemon, take the knockout on the Slitherwing, which is more of a threat than the Radiant Greninja at this point in the game. You were just, an energy and a Pokemon Catcher away from being knocked out at this stage. But this does give Caleb some resources to draw through. It didn't happen last turn. Can he find it here now?
I'm scared, Kyle. I'm scared.
We should be.
Kyle's put everything on the line here. Caleb's going to Pokestop. What can it get us?
Oh, no.
Nothing.
Completely misses.
Absolutely nothing here. We just have an Earthen Vessel, a Bravery Charm, a Grass Energy in the hand for Caleb, and a lone Radiant Greninja. That's doing absolutely nothing here besides potentially
I mean,
Concealed cards?
there's an argument there. You use the Earthen Vessel, you go through, you find a couple more resources, then thin down. You also can draw with the Radiant Greninja to find some resources, but you need to find multiple resources to help out in a spot like this.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. This has been a whirlwind of a game here. I mean, Raging Bolt has just been brought down to its knees. It's such a tall Pokemon, but it's looking low here right now for Caleb. Looks taking a...
Counting out the resources now.
I mean, that's a lot of energy
there.
there.
Plenty of energy in the deck there. You could have easily searched out the remaining ones and had a better chance at some item cards there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sequencing so important here. Caleb Gettimer now going to use this Earthen Vessel, get those 2 energy. I mean, yeah, this deck plays a lot of energy, as you see. It's a part of the strategy for how hard it's hitting. So Caleb working with so much energy. You see a lot of it already in the
best cards here is what? Double Night Stretcher.
Here we go,
Find
concealed
yourself
cards.
Pheasantipity and a Raging Bolt. Finds the
Nest
Ball.
Yeah.
But that's not enough.
No, it is not. Unfortunately, Nest Ball can net you with that Pokemon out, but that Raging Bolt. But what else do you do from there?
You've got Lumineon. Maybe there's a stall for time spot. You think your opponent maybe overplayed some energies.
It's true. I mean, I guess you have to work out all of the different options that you have in this spot. Caleb has looked at Kyle's discard pile. So many resources have been used
I'm talking
here.
about Nest Ball for Lumineon. See, I'm already lost.
I know, right?
There's not much
What's
you can do here.
happening?
Is there a grass energy to draw a card? We're just not seeing it. You can put as much hit points as you want in the active spot, and hopefully your opponent doesn't have the prime catcher.
Bide some time.
He does.
He does. Spoiler alert. Exactly. We're just seeing the Nest Ball here, eyeing up the rest of the deck. It's going to be the Ogerpon drawn out here. We do have the grass energy in the hand from Caleb. Could just draw some cards.
Could win. It would be ridiculous. It would have to be grass energy into Night Stretcher, into Pheasantipity, draw into all of the Raging Bolt pieces and Sada.
What was that? Counter catcher?
I think that was a Pokemon catcher.
Oh, Pokemon catcher.
So this is the stall strat.
Okay. That's, I guess, a strat, and not anymore. That is a Tails, unfortunately. So that card's not going to shape up how Caleb would have wanted it to at least go somewhere. Energy retrieval, bringing those energy back to the hand here for Caleb as well. It's just going to be a pivot into that beefier Pokemon there. It's going to get even beefier with that Bravery Charm here, buffing it up 50 HP on that Ogerpon.
There it is. Yep, has the prime catcher, shows that, and that is a knockout on the one prizer on the back end. And that is a way to clean this up, get us to a 1-1 in this series. Kyle Lesnowitz fighting back.
Kyle hanging on there here. I mean, definitely fighting back. But it was interesting because Kyle was like fighting back, but Caleb was also on the back foot. You know what I mean?
Caleb,
it was like,
it wasn't like Caleb accomplished very much, but he also, in doing so, hindered what Kyle was capable of.
Exactly.
Kyle was playing with half a deck of Pokemon because he kept throwing away his resources to knock out stuff on Caleb's end. And
it was clunky.
It's just funny to watch how you have to go about a matchup like this. We'll take a look once more, see how we got here.
Yeah, it was very clunky in that matchup for sure. I mean, Caleb here taking out that first Origin form, Palkia V-Star. It got a little awkward because we didn't see another V-Star for quite a while. Dusknoir still putting those damage counters out onto that bench Raging Bolt EX. We actually saw this is a Pokestop now here, netting us a couple of cards. And the Blood Moon Ursaluna was able to attack this game, which was pretty cool.
Yeah, if that Dusknoir actually wasn't discarded in that spot, maybe we could have seen it in the late stage of the game, clean it up a few turns earlier.
Touché.
Caleb was fighting, though, and honestly was not that far off. Was a Sada away from attacking with Slitherwing of all Pokemon to get the job done there. Just couldn't find the right resources, and the pink guy gets it done.
Yeah, pink resource is always the right resource for our players. Ace-spec cards, so powerful. They're being shown on plenty of last turns of each game. But speaking of that, last turn, Kyle took it 1-1 now. We're in a game 3 between these players here. This is our Masters Top 4. It's a game 3. One of these players is going to be advancing into our finals. Everything is on the line here. The pressure is on more than ever. And Caleb is going to start us off with that Earthen Vessel. Looking at the prize cards, definitely not as bad as we saw in the last game.
We can work with that. Yeah, this is not bad at all, and to see that Earthen Vessel in the opening hand too just gives you a little additional hope if you're a Gedimer fan, because
We've got hope.
you've got some energies to work with. Sada now live. You're not burst roaring on the second turn and crying. I'm a fan of this.
Yeah, this is something we can definitely work with here. Tons of energy that Caleb's counting out in the deck here, keeping track of the prize cards as well, what resources are not going to be able to be utilized. Kyle, on the other hand, starting with the Duskull and the active, just plops the hand down. I'm wondering if that is a good or a bad sign, or if Kyle's just
The iconic
waiting.
Duskull pass.
Oh,
Is
no.
it coming back?
Do not wish that on us, Kyle.
I need a good game 3, Kyle. Don't do that.
Yes, absolutely. We'll have to see what's in Kyle's starting hand, but not before Caleb gets through these turns. So hopefully now for Caleb and Caleb fans, we're not working uphill. Our prize cards are workable this time around. Caleb's going first here in this matchup as well, to start to get a lead here in the earlier game, and he's looking happy actually.
I would be too. You've seen no bad news in your deck.
Nope.
And so often when you get to this stage of the tournament and you've been playing for so long, you're just wondering, all right, when's the bad thing gonna happen? And it hasn't happened yet.
Nope, exactly. Raging Bolts. I mean, when it hits, it hits. And Kyle's going to feel the rage of the bolts, that is for sure. Nestball getting us that Radiant Greninja here. So we're going to have even more cards. Think about game 2 between these players. Caleb didn't even discard a single card. The first 2 discards were just Pokegears for nothing at that point, to be able to just shuffle up and thin resources. So Caleb's working with a lot more. We're already seeing some energy hit the discard pile. Here's another one from the Radiant Greninja's concealed cards. There's our Raging Bolt EX with a Bravery Charm. Woo!
Exactly. That is peak right there.
Peak.
Has found everything that he needs right now. The energy to go along with this turn. Bravery Charm for additional hit points. Sada in hand. And this is the kind of turn that threatens a knockout on a Palkia V on the next turn. If you find that Pokemon catcher flip heads, you turn this game on its head.
Exactly. Caleb, I'm sure, feeling that energy. I'm sure it's definitely setting in. Let's see if Kyle is feeling that energy on the other side. I have to say, for Kyle, the MVP card, the story of these matchups, I think has been the disruption within those Iono. Even if Kyle falls back behind to Caleb Gedimer, we have seen how powerful that card specifically is here to pick up the pace on the back half. With those Dusknoir at the correct times, with the way you take your knockouts, it's so pivotal for Kyle. So we'll see if he's able to piece things together. Of course, going through the deck off a Nestball to start us off.
I mean, Kyle is at a disadvantage in a matchup like this. The math does not line up very well for him. He has to use a lot of these support Pokemon. He's giving away free prize cards in order to stay in the exchange. So where does he find a benefit? It has to be Iono. When you are giving your opponent prize cards, then limit what they're capable of doing on their next turn. If you can avoid the follow-up and they only have 2-3 cards in their hand, maybe they just don't find the draws and you buy that turn.
Everything on the line here for Kyle. He's just one step away, one game away to potentially being in the finals, and that would be his best placement here thus far in the Pokemon TCG. So, it's a lot here, Kyle, on the line. So we'll have to see what happens. But Squawkabilly EX, it's been a card that's helped out quite a bit for Kyle in all the matches that we've seen so far. And, of course, that Buddy Poffin as well.
Yeah, you expect to lose one of these Duskull. It's pretty likely
They're
that your
going
opponent
down.
just knocks out the active Pokemon, and you don't play for the catcher in this spot. But with the Squawkabilly on the field already, you can discard this hand, go for the Palkia, and try to get at least 2 of those down if you can. With the one there right now, you feel a little more comfortable, but this hurts. Look at the double Night
Stretcher. No, we're losing the frogs, but those Night Stretcher are so important. Every single one was utilized in the last game from Kyle, and seeing those gone is tough, but we need those cards here. The Squawk and Seize is essential, but what are you seeing now? I mean, we have the Nest Ball for Kyle to play off of here.
Yes, a supporter to go along with this too. We see the Irida. That would be a pretty fine resource to use
Pretty
here.
fine.
And you've got the double Palkia, so you're playing around your opponent having
Beautiful.
the perfect hand on the other side of the board. So Kyle has answered all of the questions that he needs to. The only thing now is play an energy on a Palkia and
chill.
Maybe see a couple cool resources off Irida.
Precisely, Kyle is doing everything that we need to see from the Palkia deck. We see the energy attachment here back over to Caleb Gedimer. We have multiple Duskull, multiple Origin Form Palkia, Caleb on the other side. Kicked us off with the turn 1. Kyle did respond with the best turn 2. We could have probably seen a pretty solid hand as well, but here Caleb goes. Professor Sada's Vitality. We're seeing the energy come out. 3 additional cards to the hand. Just a stacked hand here. That Raging Bolt with the Bravery Charm already attached to it is fully loaded up, ready to Bellowing Thunder here. It's just going to be about what Caleb can do to establish more of this board state in this turn and thin out the deck as well.
Right, I don't know if he wants to add any more to his board. Just the fear of a Palkia dealing additional damage to you and walking into some situations that you don't want to is something that he's definitely thinking of.
We can
Sees
beef
that
up the
Pokemon
board.
catcher. You get those energies on, that's for sure. And knocking out Pokemon like Duskull is fine for that, but if you can extend a little more and find a resource like that catcher, you'd love to. It just doesn't look like that's going to be in the cards just yet.
Yeah, 70 damage for each energy that Caleb's able to discard. Origin Form Palkia V, 220 HP sitting at. But yeah, Caleb's at least able to get more energy out for the turn. So that single Bravery Charm protecting one of those Raging Bolt EX. And they're pretty beefy in themselves just on their own. 240 HP just to start. That Duskull's going down. Duskull, more like Dusknull here, into the discard pile. Kyle Lesniewicz popping off this turn, starting us off with that Origin Form Palkia V. Let's see what we have in the hand. We have the Ultra Ball here. We got to discard a couple of cards.
Yeah, I was a little perplexed by the non-Irida last turn. Did not play a supporter last turn and could have had resources like the Origin Form Palkia V-Star in the hand, or at some foresight for the Radiant Greninja to continue to draw resources. Have an item card like the Rare Candy to go along with the Ultra Ball here and search out a Dusknoir so that when you use this Iono, maybe you're getting a little more value out of it. Your opponent draws one less card, and instead it's just going to have to be Iono to draw some resources.
Yeah, that is interesting. Only one supporter can be played for turns, so opting to not play a supporter is definitely a move.
Especially when your opponent doesn't play hand disruption.
Yeah, exactly. You already know that.
There's nothing that's going to impact your hand from that point. You might as well add some cards to your hand and hopefully do something
Keep
cool.
them. Exactly. Well, I mean, that was a choice there from Kyle that we saw, but hopefully it pays off for him. We're seeing the Iono now between both of our players. Caleb's going to have one less card versus Kyle Lesniewicz here. Let's see what this hand's going to be looking like for Kyle. Looks like they're discussing a couple of things here.
He's trying to figure out which one
He didn't
goes on
shuffle
top.
or anything, right? Oh, which one is the bottom?
Yes.
Oh no.
Well, he hasn't looked at the hand yet, so it's okay.
Yeah, that's true.
There's nothing bad has happened yet. It's just confusing.
It is a bit confusing, and yeah, and they can't really select the wrong stack too, right? Because that would be bad. Yeah, so Iono, for anyone who's confused as to what's happening here, you shuffle your hand up, it goes to the bottom of your deck, and then you draw cards off of the top of your deck into as many cards as prize cards are remaining for each of our players. So that's what was a bit confusing, which side was the top or the bottom here for Kyle.
Cool, I like this. Instead of Kyle having to say out loud what the cards were that he put down at the bottom with Iono,
wrote it,
and just clarify that with the judge without telling Caleb.
Yeah, that's good. You don't want to give any information away to your opponent if you don't have to. All information is pivotal, even though we've seen almost every card being played from Kyle. Actually, we have seen every card played from Kyle's deck throughout these matches.
Okay, well, we have not seen Pheasantipity as of last game. This time it's helping out and doesn't find some pieces.
What in the?
Rare Candy Dusknoir.
What? That is sweet, and we still have the Pokestop.
He doesn't have an energy yet.
Oh, that's true.
You don't want to use your V-Star if you don't have to.
For limited resources. Well, it looks like it's going to be a Pokestop first. We need item cards. That's one. That's two. That's three.
Those are all items.
That is beautiful.
You've lost 2 Night Stretcher already, so using a Night Stretcher for an energy doesn't feel like the best way to do this.
It sure does not. Especially, yeah, those are so pivotal for the rest of the game. Being able to retrieve the right Pokemon at the right time with the Night Stretcher from the discard pile is very, very important. But looks like Kyle's eyeing up everything, doing the math in his head now here. We have a full bench from Kyle's side. 2 Pokemon on Caleb's bench here for the Subspace Swell. It's 60 base damage,
Okay.
20 for each.
Do you ever spin the wheel again? Was this Pokestop spin out, right? So you could Lost Vacuum it and then play it again, but you lose out on removing a card like that Bravery Charm.
No, I'm pretty sure the Pokestop came down this turn already.
Okay, so
yeah.
Save that Lost Vacuum now for the Bravery Charm if you need to.
Well, Rare Candy here into a Dusknoir. Dusclops on his way to the top as well. Just hard evolving from that Duskull. Looks like we're going to take a look through the discard real quick, Kyle.
It is just 1 energy. Do you use your V-Star or your Night Stretcher?
Oh.
Don't make me decide.
That's tough. What would you decide, Kyle?
I'd use my Night Stretcher and I'd hate it.
Yes.
you need the energies accelerated to the second Palkia if this Pokemon's knocked out this turn. You have no other attacker other than Blood Moon Ursaluna, and there's no guarantee that you have it ready to attack.
That's true. That is very true. I mean, this is definitely an awkward situation for Kyle to be in, but
He's got to just go for the
oh my
V-Star.
gosh, yeah.
I get it. Yeah, I mean, you're locked in on the Blood Moon play from this point on. The other Origin form, Palkia V, it's not doing anything.
Yeah.
So it's a wasted bench space along with the Squawkabilly, but you're opening up a couple here now with the Dusknoir.
That's true. Dusknoir coming out off the field into the discard pile with that Cursed Blast. 13 damage counters.
I guess this makes a little more sense when you think about the Palkia V-Star that's in the prize cards. You might not have access to that, so using the V-Star ability later in the game might not be an option.
Yeah, that is true. It's tough to see. Star Portal usually is able to net you 3 water energy from the discard pile onto the field, but Kyle had to pop it there, that V-Star power for just 1 to be able to power up this Origin form Palkia V-Star. Now it's going back into the deck with an Ultra Ball, discarding 2 cards here, grabbing that Dusknoir off the top. This Dusclops was evolved into this turn, so saving it up for future turns from Kyle.
The math's just not lining up that great for Kyle.
Math ain't mathin' here, Kyle?
No, I don't love it. A lot of resources have been used inefficiently, but that's also just the hand he's been dealt. Takes the knockout here on the Raging Bolt, but you have to expect that if Caleb has the simplicity of just Raging Bolt along with Asada, that this is going to be his game to run with, and Kyle's going to have to perform some miracles.
Miracles. It's a sad day for Kyle's. Caleb Gadamer.
I'm doing okay.
Caleb Gadamer here, kicking off the turn. One of our Raging Bolt EX were lost, but look at this. Pokestop grabbing us 2 cards, and Ogerpon hitting the discard pile, but one of those cards is pink.
I don't know if I'm more excited about the Prime Catcher or the Pokegear right there. Pokegear is fantastic. To find the Sadas this turn
Sweet.
would be shmoney.
Shmoney indeed. Oh yeah, so I'm guessing I mean, that's such a big hand, but there is no Sada.
There was a nest ball found, so the second Raging Bolt is there. There's obviously plenty of energy to work with. Radiant Greninja to draw some cards, so you have to expect that Caleb, if he wants to, could just play out all the resources this turn. You're removing the Palkia V-Star from play, so you can flood the board and get as many cards as possible before you have to use that Pokegear into Sada.
Go thick with the board, the opposite of what we've been seeing so far from Caleb, keeping it light, but when you have the opportunity, you have to strike here for Caleb. So we're seeing this teal dance, first of all, flooding the board with another energy. It drew into that Pokestop there from Caleb, which we've already utilized for this turn here.
Yep. Caleb wants this game to end in 2
Flip
turns.
script. Flooding the board again. Another Pokemon. Flip the script, 3 additional cards. Pokegear. We have the Nest Ball. Pokestop. I mean, look how many cards are in the hands now for Caleb, and we're still going here. We can thin even more with this Nest Ball now. And this is what this deck does. You're drawing cards, and it almost feels like every card you find has some level to be very good for you.
It just gets you a little closer each time, and sure enough, has done just that. Finding 2 outs to the Sada now. Has the energy retrieval to grab a couple more resources. And I mean, this is just flying here. You play down the energy, so
More
you draw
concealed
2
cards.
more cards.
Still not into it. Wow.
and now has the Prime Catcher and a Pokemon Catcher in hand too. So
Option.
if there ever weren't a stage or a non-V or EX in play, you could close this out.
Yeah, this is beautiful here. Caleb Yadimer, all the cards are falling into his hand. 2 Pokegear 3.0 in the hand here now for Caleb, and plenty of options to play even more down before searching those out. It's just going to be the Pokegear.
Ooh, it's
It's
top
right off the
card.
top. Sheesh, there's 2 of them in there. 2 Sada. Of course, that is going to be the supporter drawn out that we've been looking for here from Caleb to get even more energy out here and just put Kyle on the ropes in this match. Only 4 prize cards left for Caleb to take, and he's sitting in a very nice position now with this turn.
I got worried for a second because I know there was only 1 energy at the bottom, but there was the Radiant Greninja that added that card back in. Sees the 2 resources, gets the additional cards.
Nice.
Still has the attachment for turn, which
Beautiful.
be that lightning.
Yeah, that's
That
the
is a
one we need.
knockout.
That is the one we need. That lightning energy, unlocking the Bellowing Thunder move here from that Raging Bolt EX for Caleb Gedimer. I mean, we've seen all of these Pokemon hit the field, draw a ton of cards, all the resources needed. Caleb has thinned the deck into everything here. Night Stretcher even pulling out an Ogerpon. We're not worried about the bench space anymore. We're winning here. Another card drawn off of that teal dance for Caleb. And look at that, even a Bravery Charm coming out to protect that beautiful Raging Bolt EX in the active, about to take a big knockout.
Yeah, and with this now, you have enough energy in play to where you get to keep an energy on a Raging Bolt. And
Gorgeous.
that means you aren't going to have to need Sada next turn to get the job done. Just an energy retrieval and either a grass or a lightning energy would be able to close this game out against any Pokemon in Kyle's deck.
It's gorgeous. Protected the entire field on Caleb's side. Lined up as much of a checkmate as possible here against Kyle, taking out that Origin Form Palkia V-Star as well. Just 2 prize cards left to take here. Kyle benching his own Blood Moon Ursaluna. We see the evolution into the Dusknoir here as well, but Kyle still got 4 prize cards to take. Do you think there's any way we can actually get there, Kyle, before Caleb does?
Well, you have to play the same game you've been committed to this whole time, which is I need my opponent to draw nothing.
Exactly.
You've got the Dusknoir. You can get them down to 1 prize card remaining. You've got a lot of hit points to work around with. But what's the best use of a card like this Lost Vacuum? Do you remove the Pokestop from play so your opponent can't find additional resources? It looks like you should have plenty to work through the active Raging Bolt if you want. He's going for the single prize.
Wow, a single prize card taken. That Dusknoir Curse Blast into the Radiant Greninja.
Single prize means this Lost Vacuum is dedicated for the Bravery Charm. Which means Pokestop stays in play. And
Yeah,
with
that's
Pheasantipity
risky.
and a Pokestop, do you feel comfortable that your opponent will miss?
I would not.
Nope.
I definitely would not. I feel like my opponent usually doesn't even miss without those resources. So
they just get it off the 1 card.
yes,
Well,
exactly.
We'll see if Caleb is one of your opponents.
Yeah, we will see indeed. It's just an Iono and a dream here for Kyle. Can he put enough in Caleb's way? But Caleb has done everything possible to protect this board state here. And we have the recovery on the other side of the field. We'll just have to see if it plays out that way. Radiant Greninja hitting the field here off a nest ball for Kyle as well.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Kyle doesn't necessarily love the low hit points there. Potentially walking
no.
into another
Oh, no.
way that you could lose the game. But with 3 energies in play, I don't think you're too worried.
Yeah, it looks like maybe
I think
reconsidering.
you were
but
losing anyways.
it's back.
The Squawkabilly would be knocked out by the same 3 energies.
Yeah, that's very true. Okay, well, we see the concealed cards here, discarding one of these energy. A couple more cards.
Oh, I'm foregoing that there's the Raging Bolt that would be knocked out in this instance too. So a little more to think about here. But man, for Kyle, he's just grasping here, trying to find a way to get those additional resources to stay in this game.
Exactly. 2 item cards, the Night Stretcher, History, and Heavy Ball found for Kyle off of those prize cards. Again, that Origin Form Palkia V-Star was in the prize cards, but it's not a basic.
Boo, it's time.
It is
What's he have?
time.
Oh, is that Slitherwing? That's an additional Pokemon for the Sada.
Oh, yeah, that would be sweet.
I mean, Pokestop and Pheasantipity could certainly find some helpful resources here. Don't need to show them just yet. Which one do you want to use first?
Pokestop,
Goes for
there's
the thin
one.
of the items.
There's
Finds a
two.
power back. That's such a
Wow.
good
My gosh. My gosh. Energy retrieval. Retrieving these energy back to the hand here.
He's got all the energies with the
Yeah, that's
retrieval.
it.
It's just done.
Yep, they're confirming that. That is incredible here. The teal mask Ogrepon attaching those two energy with the teal dance. That attachment return onto the Raging Bolt EX. Taking the knockout here. Caleb Gedimer is your winner in our top 4 match, advancing to our Masters Finals in Louisville.
Yeah, lined up the plays perfectly, had the energies on the board to get the job done without the Sada, saving us of having to go a little deeper into that game. He found it all, double grass energy to get all 4 energies lined up on the board. What a great effort from Kyle Lesnowitz to make a great match of this. But man, that is an uphill battle when you see your opponent just with all the right resources, those bravery charms in there too. It is tough to take down.
Yeah, oh my gosh.
A giant giraffe guy.
Yeah, giant giraffe indeed. Bravery Charm is like one of my least favorite cards. It's so rough when you see him there. And Caleb Gedimer had tons of them. Let's take a look at those matches between our players. We started off here. We went to 3 whole games. This is our game 0 here between our players. Our first game between them. And it was going pretty interesting.
Yeah, cards flying around left and right. Kyle trying to set up some plays that would lead to some double knockouts at opportune times, but it just didn't always line up there.
Yeah, it was a little clunky.
We saw the resources at the end there for Caleb. Finds the Professor Sada's Vitality, and that's plenty to get through the Palkia. This was a big turn. We saw the Pokestop into the rare candy, has the resources to push, take out that Raging Bolt on the back, and knock out the active with the Blood Moon because he'd already given up 4 prizes this early in the game.
Exactly. I mean, that game 1 went so smooth for Caleb, cleaning things up. Kyle brought it back in the game 2, but it was just because Caleb was in such a difficult spot. But this is our game 3 now. It was so close between our players, back and forth the whole time. But Caleb had that good start, had the cards discarded on the first turn, was able to protect the board. The recovery options were there to fight against any disruption that happened. The consistent knockouts happened, and then Caleb said, who needs a Professor Sada's Vitality? I'm just gonna make my own here at the end of this game with those teal mask Ogrepon as well. I mean, everything was in Caleb Gedimer's hands to take this win in our game 3 and come out on top, advancing into our finals.
Yeah, I tunnel vision on the Sada, and who knew that the lightning energy is just sitting in the hand ready to go. He had it all with an energy retrieval of all cards, and it's going to work out very well for Caleb, leading him into what has to be what? We're getting into, I'm losing fingers trying to count how many finals this man has made.
Exactly. Caleb Gedimer, such a well-versed player, making another finals appearance, this time in Kentucky. And think about this. We had Baltimore. Now this is our next NA Regional Championship, our second one that we're going through for this season. We're kicking things off with a bang, and Caleb is having a pretty good season. I mean, think about it. He could go to our finals, win, and then he's into the World Championship.
Yeah, he's already locked up for Anaheim. He can kick back and relax, but is he really that kind of guy? I think this man lives and breathes Pokemon forever. He just cannot stop, and it just shows. He's one of the best players that we've seen. He's on all of those lists when you start to list the top 10, top 20 players of all time. He's got such great accomplishments, and he's been so consistent throughout his entire career of playing Pokemon. And this is another one he's loving to add to his resume here. It's just one match away, and is it Raging Bolt? Is it really Raging Bolt of all decks that gets it done for him?
Yeah, I mean, that would be pretty funny. I feel like you'd have to take that back to Azul and be like, so? Raging Bolt? Chip was saying that the only reason they're playing this deck is because Azul was not here. Otherwise, leading that entire testing team. I mean, some of them could have still played if they wanted to.
No,
but
they
usually
can't. That's not how it works.
They compile. Oh, it's just Azul.
They're not allowed
last
to.
Day?
If one person plays the deck, they all have to play the deck.
Oh my gosh, I didn't know.
You get kicked out of the group if you choose to not play the deck they go with.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Okay, so Raging Bolt was that deck, but look at the results here, Kyle. It's getting into a Masters Finals here in Louisville, so I guess it's good that Azul didn't make this event, huh?
Thanks, pal.
That is pretty funny. It's going to come down to Who is Caleb facing off against as well
Right.
in our Masters finals here?
I am so stoked for this. That is
We're looking at
gonna
the
be
results.
incredible.
Yeah.
I've been following this player for quite a long time now, and it's the accolades are starting to stack up now, and
Well-
it just makes so much sense that we'd see these two players featured in our finals match here. It's going to be one for the ages.
It definitely is. Should we leave the excitement to Chip and Scarza, Kyle?
I think so. Well, I think we're probably going to lead to that with a double interview here pretty soon. Too.
Oh my
That's gonna be pretty fun.
gosh! Wow, we're definitely hyping things up here in
Yeah.
Louisville. We're getting down in Kentucky. That is pretty cool. Yeah, we're gonna hear from our players coming up here very soon once they're ready to get talking, get chatting with us before they head into their finals match. But this is the last thing. This is our championship Sunday. Think of the prize money on the line. Think of that sweet gold Pikachu that you get around your neck once you are the winner of a regional championship, the auto invite into our world championships for this season, especially in a new format here for our entire season where you have to be one of the top to make it into the world championship. And guess what? You prove yourself to be one of the top when you win a regional championship.
A lot of players have taken on that challenge with a lot of success already. Talk about Kieran Faro with the second place into another top 8 finish. Seen a lot of players bouncing around in that top 32, 64 area, getting the job done again here. A lot of young players that are fully dedicated to the grind, showing off what they're capable of, taking down all of their local cups and challenges, and then showing off what they got on the big stage. It's been really fun to watch all these players. And we just started this season. We've got so much more to come.
It feels like we've been casting way more than we have, Kyle, but it's definitely been a blast casting these matches. I mean, our players bring out all of the skill to our tables here at these regional championships. It's really an honor to be able to cast over their matches.
Yeah, it's been so fun. I've seen so much Pokemon throughout the entirety of being around the game, and just anytime that you think that the format's going to slow down, get stale, these players just evolve and they adapt and they spice it up. And then Caleb plays Raging Bolt, and now I don't hate it as much. And what is happening? I don't like it. Why do I feel this way?
Oh, well, Kyle, I have some bad news for you. We wanted to hear from our players, but it doesn't look like we're going to be hearing from Caleb Gettimer after that win. I think we're just going to let him chill, and then we're going to jump into action. But we do get to hear from a champion already from our senior division. Wancho was able to chat with our senior division champion. Let's see what he had to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to present to you one of our Louisville regional champion here in the senior division, Ethan Graham. Ethan, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I've been playing for a while. It's nice to finally get a regional win.
Yeah, you mentioned this. You've been playing for a while. Tell us about your history with Pokemon.
I started around 2 years ago. I kind of went to my first regional, and I came like top 16, so I thought, you know what, go for my invite. I played it that year. I did okay. I went to Japan Worlds. I did fine there, day 2, but nothing better than that. And then this year was when I played a lot. So I started off with second place at Pittsburgh. And then it was kind of just like a bunch of top 16s and 32s, but it's nice to like finally like break the streak and, you know, get a win. Get top 8.
Nice, very impressive. Looks like just starting 2 years ago, but on your first regional top 16, that's not too bad. And now finally getting that coveted win. That's absolutely amazing. Can you tell us the secret? What deck you were playing today?
I was playing Bennett Gardevoir. I definitely think it's a really good pick for the event.
Bennett Gardevoir control. That's a very tough deck to play, in my opinion. Tell us about the matches you've had to face.
I hit a couple of Iron Thorns. That was actually pretty bad. That's my worst matchup. I was able to beat them though, fortunately. Some Charizards. Charizard was a big one. Couple Raging Bolts, but yeah.
Great to hear. Tell us about how you practice and advice for your deck.
So, I started playing this deck around a month ago, and I just kept practicing playing it at locals, like League Cups and stuff. I guess advice for the deck is like, I guess one sentence would be, don't always assume that they have it in hand. Like, especially when you're item locking and stuff, like, don't always just assume that they have everything, right? You've been item locking them the whole game. Like, you know, try to like keep bossing, just hope they don't have it sometimes. That's how you win some games.
Yeah, I like it. You know, you don't always have to think of the worst case scenario, right? Yeah. All right, and now let me know what's next for you.
I'm going to LAIC next, hoping to win that one too.
Hoping to win LAIC. I like the confidence. Are you excited for the World Championships though? Because you got this win, you got the invite, right?
Yeah, well, it's not guaranteed, but after top 16 last regional and first this one, it's pretty much locked down.
For sure, for sure. With that, any advice you want to give to any aspiring Pokemon master out there?
Just keep practicing, like you keep playing the deck, you eventually keep getting better, learn your matchups, talk to people too that are really good with the deck. They help you a lot.
Love to hear it. Anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
My parents for bringing me, and then just like my friends for helping me test, and
Love to hear it. Love to hear it. With that, congratulations once again. But right now, we're going to go back to more Pokemon action. Don't go anywhere.
Another day, another moment you can't waste, cause it's time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Triple Cross gets the knockout. It's game on the same day.
History from Dunesburg.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes wherever they tread. They came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books, we'll remember their names. Content as they fight, but look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized. 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 Immortalized.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. You are just in time for the finals of the Louisville Regional Championships here in Kentucky. My name is Adam Skarzik-Watson, back on the desk with Chip Ritchie. I'm so grateful to be here. I'm incredibly excited for the conclusion of this tournament, but there is another bracket that we have to finish out first, Chip.
Yeah, we've got some unfinished business to take care of throughout the course of the weekend. We've been having a community vote helping us to determine what is the spookiest of all the Pokemon, or at least of the 8 that we chose to be voted on. And this is where we find ourselves waiting. It is a final showdown, Dusknoir versus Darkrai.
A Pokemon that is a nightmare for Pokemon TCG players at the moment, but another Pokemon that has nightmares of its own. I think that Darkrai EX is probably the TCG representative for that Pokemon right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
no, V-Star, pardon me.
Yeah, V-Star, but like the old school Darkrai EX was just one of the most dominant cards in the history of the game. Which one do you want to take, Adam? I'll let you choose for this final match. Who would you like to argue on behalf of?
I'm going to try to go against the grain and argue for the Darkrai, I think. The Dusknoir has been your specialty for a bit. It's been a really strong pick, and definitely take us away, Chip, and remind the folks why Dusknoir is so spooky.
Sure, yeah. I mean, Dusknoir, not only is it amazing in the TCG currently and incredibly scary to play against, and that is the truth currently, that is the truth in the past. Tag team era in the 2008, 2010 era, Dark Palm shuffling benched Pokemon from your opponent's bench back into their deck. People were terrified to play up against it. And then the Pokemon itself, so looming, so, towering over whoever it is standing across from. Definitely a spooky Pokemon to encounter.
Very well said, Chip. We'll see if the audience continues to agree. And I guess I could take this a moment to remind the folks at home, Darkrai, a Pokemon that is the embodiment of nightmares themselves. And when I look at the modern era of Pokemon, Darkrai EX was a little before my time. Darkrai V-Star, we've seen players try to cook with this thing. Dark Patch, accelerating energy, very frightening. But the scariest aspect is that Star Abyss, getting items back from the discard pile. Nothing is more frightening than 2 Prime Catchers. One of the most powerful cards we have in the game right now. Using it twice, horrifying.
Well said, Adam. We'll have to see what the community believes. If you'd like to let us know who you believe the spookiest Pokemon to be, make sure you cast your vote over on our Twitch channel. But let's reel it back in. We've had our fun. We've got something serious to talk about, and that is the tournament here at hand. We're about to kick off our Masters Division Finals.
It has been a long journey to get to this point, Chip. A lot of decks that we anticipated would be strong. Some decks that definitely surprised us at how well they did throughout the tournament. But as we move further into top 8, top 4, and finals, this is a tournament where it seemed that you couldn't really predict what was going to excel.
Yeah, and there's some surprises here in our finals match. I mean, we kind of see two sides of the coin, right? Not really a surprise from Caleb Gettimer's side of the bracket. He's playing Raging Bolt. He's an excellent player. Raging Bolt's the most popular deck in the format. But then Michael Davidson, the young gun from the Chicago area, showing up with his Lost Zone Toolbox deck, a deck that we have not seen much in the meta in the last few formats. It's been a while since Lost Box has been good, but Michael has played his fair share of Lost Box over the last couple of seasons, and He found a good meta for it. He found a solid list along with his testing group. He's made it all the way to the finals with this unorthodox deck in the current format.
The way the meta has positioned itself has opened up a path for Lost Box to return to prominence, with Regidrago falling off ever so slightly. There was one Regidrago V-Star in this top 8 bracket, actually, and we speculated that perhaps if that Drago did not advance, it would clear a path for Michael Davidson, and certainly he has found his way into the finals to take down a raging Bolt.
Michael's an excellent player, but this is just his second year in the Masters division. He's very young. And then Caleb Gettimer over on the other side, seasoned veteran, multi-time regional champion. I can't wait to see what's going to happen, Skarzik. I'm sure our audience is excited to see what's going to happen. Those watching here in the venue and those watching along at home. Let's get down to the stage. Our players are ready to kick us off.
I remember once upon a time, Caleb Gettimer played a lot of Lost Box himself, so he is going to know his opponent's deck quite well in order to change his matchup and his playstyle to adapt accordingly.
Like we mentioned, Caleb Gettimer, a 3-time regional champion, also getting himself a special event victory down in Colombia. Michael Davidson, on the other side, has yet to find himself a victory in the Masters division. He was a senior division regional champion in Hartford back in 2023, but he is most recently coming off of a top 8 finish at the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii.
I talk about it so much, Chip, how in this era of Pokemon, all of these younger players have fantastic idols to look up to and learn from, so many resources to get a handle on the deck and the ebbs and flow of the metagame. Both of these players representing the same team, I believe, sitting across from one another. I'm getting the jerseys mixed up.
Similar colors, right?
Okay.
We really need to have these teams kind of hash it out and figure out who needs to be what color.
This is the showdown right here. Who gets this color palette for the jerseys? These are the real bragging rights.
We got Team DDG on the left. We got Team CGC Cards on the right. Which of these two players will be coming away with the victory? The Lost Zone Toolbox from Michael Davidson and the Raging Bolt from Caleb Gettimer.
There is always a chance with Lost Zone, since we haven't seen it so much, Chip, that it has from time to time a chance to get off to some pretty awkward starts. The prize cards don't look too detrimental for either side. Looks to be a good, clean game.
Yeah, both players prizing their one of boss's orders. I don't think it's too big of a deal for Caleb Gettimer, but it definitely could come up for Michael Davidson if he's trying to get past, a high HP Raging Bolt in the active, maybe go after something that's a little bit squishier on the bench, like a Teal Mask Ogre Pawnee X or maybe a Pheasantipity.
Yeah, you mentioned a little bit before we went live, Chip, that Blood Moon Ursaluna was so important for this matchup and being able to pick its target even more so.
But to kick things off, underway. Here we go. Let's hear it for our players, our TCG Masters Division Finals.
Hisui and Heavy Ball is the opener for Michael Davidson. Going to take an immediate look at the prize cards. This is always so helpful, Chip, if you know what's already in the prizes before you go for your first flower selecting. That way you have maximum information before you need to make that difficult choice of adding one card from your deck to your hand and the other option going to the Lost Zone.
And it is so incredibly important for this Lost Box deck specifically to know exactly what the 6 prize cards are, because those cards that you use off of flower selecting, one of them you get to keep in your hand, and the other one disappears forever to the Lost Zone. So if you find yourself in a situation where you've got, a pair of basic energy cards, it's really important to know what energy types you have available in your deck, which ones you can afford to lose. And it also changes based on whatever matchup you are playing against. Lost Box is a grueling deck to play through any Pokemon TCG tournament, so massive props to Michael Davidson for taking it this far.
Yeah, getting all the way to the finals with the deck like this, he might be running on fumes, but still playing fast, still playing clean. Took notes of the prize cards, Pokestop being activated, finds a Buddy Poffin to continue looking through the deck, grabbing a couple more Comfeys to keep the flower selectings running.
And that's really what this deck is about in the early turns, using flower selecting as often as possible, trying to fuel that Lost Zone every single time Michael uses one of these Comfeys. He'll get to look at the top 2 cards, add a card to hand, send one to the Lost Zone, and this is looking to activate his more powerful cards in his deck later on in the game, namely Mirage Gate, a card that you can only use when you have 7 cards in your Lost Zone, but its effect is extremely powerful, allowing you to pull 2 different types of basic energy out of your deck and attach them to your Pokemon however you would like.
Yeah, in the modern era, we've got Professor Sada's Vitality, Teal Dance, even Charizard EX's Infernal Rain to accelerate tons of energy, but this was kind of the first deck to really do it. The Mirage Gate, getting attackers set up out of the blue, being able to swing with whatever was best in that moment. But the first flower selecting finally comes through, a Water Energy and a Nest Ball. This is a sort of tough choice where you're saying, oh, do I want this Nest Ball for Cramorant, or do I need this Water Energy for a play down the road? Gets rid of the Nest Ball and keeps the water.
I think those are two cards that Michael would have liked to have had both of them, right? Use the Nest Ball, get your Radiant Greninja, use concealed cards, draw through the deck a little bit more.
And with a switch card to bring up the next Comfey, flower selecting gets rid of Roxanne to keep a rescue board to attach to the active Comfey and retreat for a third flower selecting. Pal Pad goes to the Lost Zone to keep that powerful Mirage Gate.
A couple of tough choices for Michael Davidson right off the bat. Losing the Roxanne, losing the Pal Pad. Neither of those are cards I think he's super pumped to see hit the Lost Zone super early.
Fourth flower selecting now.
And he's going to choose to keep the Lost Vacuum. We saw from Hunter Butler yesterday some really cool plays with his Lost Zone deck, using the Lost Vacuum to fuel the Lost Zone and make it easier to get to 7 cards in the Lost Zone.
And by keeping that Lost Vacuum, you know you want to get around those Bravery Charms or just get to 7 a little faster. Pheasantipity is in the active spot for Caleb Gettimer, just deciding what his first play is going to be. Do I use this Pokestop first, or do I Nest Ball, grab the Raging Bolt or an Ogerpon? Decides to go for Nest Ball first of all.
And this may even have to just grab the Squawkabilly EX. I didn't get a
very
great
true.
look at Caleb's hand, but it didn't look incredibly strong. I didn't see any basic energy cards, so something like Radiant Greninja is not going to be helpful. It may have to be the Squawkabilly, which could be tough. That's a low HP, 2-prize Pokemon that I don't think Caleb really wants to put into play in this matchup. But that's the nature of this Raging Bolt deck. It is such a powerful card. It lets you dig through the deck super aggressively in the early turns. I mean, really the important thing here for Caleb is he wants to set the pace. He wants to put on the pressure. He wants to do whatever he can this turn to find himself a KO.
And typically, Lost Zone is the one that's tracking energy so specifically. But in this matchup, Raging Bolt needs to be very specific with its energy its energy usage, because you are having to discard energy with Bellowing Thunder just to take single prize knockouts. And if you're throwing away so much energy turn after turn after turn, you might run out. So the Ogerpons are super important so that grass energy is fueling these attacks and not the fighting and the lightning.
Yeah, the nice thing about it, though, is that the 1-prize Pokemon you're KOing have less HP, so you have to discard less energy in order to get knockouts. Like to KO a Comfey, you only have to discard 1 energy card from somewhere on your board.
And hopefully Michael will try to weave in some Cramorants, tax a little bit in that regard. Didn't have the Spiritomb in play as well, so there's no shenanigans there. Squawkabilly's going to come down, and Caleb will retain access to Lumineon V for down the road, hopefully when this boss's orders is required, or Professor Sada's.
Yeah, Michael probably is not expecting Caleb to have a Lumineon V in his deck, to be honest. It's not a commonly used card in the Raging Bolt deck. In fact, in Caleb's top 8 match, I was watching him play against Yerko Valencia, and Yerko reacted kind of interestingly whenever he saw the Lumineon. He was like, oh, interesting, like not something he would have expected to notice.
But the Squawk and Seize comes through after attaching the Bravery Charm, couple Pokestops going down, a switch cart going down.
Oh my,
Professor Sada's found 3 into the hand, and a Raging Bolt with an Ogerpon. Fantastic draws here, Chip.
Yeah, that, I don't know about fantastic. You want a Sada. 3, though, might be just a little bit too much. I guess it does make your Pokestop usage a little bit safer.
Draw 3. Beautifully done.
I think he does want to find a little bit more. Ideally for Caleb, he'd get maximum value from a Professor Sada. You know, he'd be able to have 2 energy in the discard pile. He'd be able to have 2 ancient Pokemon in play to accelerate to. And very interestingly enough, we're going to actually see an Earthen Vessel discarding a Professor Sada. That should definitely key Mike